Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laoniao.
Chapter 2091, The Yak Expedition. Marin seemed to have not heard the ridicule from the outside world. Moreover, he said very pretentiously, in order to spread the glory of God, what is a little ridicule? Then, the North Sea Church, which was under its control, immediately spread this famous saying, causing the crazy worship of the people of the North Sea. Even in other countries, many devout believers were moved after hearing it. In order to play the whole show, Marin also sent a ship to Lapland to pick up some chiefs to come to the North Sea to participate in the coronation ceremony of the great chief. At the same time, it was also the formal acceptance of Christianity in Lapland. Because it takes time for ships to travel. Therefore, the ceremony was scheduled to be held in the new year of 1517. At the same time, many countries were invited to watch the ceremony. In addition to the helmet of domination and Frostmourne, Marin also asked his men to make a full set of black Lich King, including a black cloak. Then, he built a platform similar to the ice throne in front of the palace. Of course, there are no chains binding Bolvar and Bolvar, the prisoner. Since it is a ceremony, BGM is naturally indispensable. For this reason, Marin decided to copy the BGM of the Wrath of the Lich King cutscene in his previous life, the part of the high-pitched solo of the teenager in Arthas my son, my king lives forever. May he rule forever. May his power last forever. Then it's a loop. This sound is very ethereal, but high-pitched and penetrating. Moreover, it reveals a very desolate feeling, which is very suitable for the identity of the King of the North. In order to sing this section well, Marin specially selected several Frisian teenagers with good voices to sing in high pitch in turn. In this way, one person can't stand singing for a long time. However, there was a small episode in the middle. Caesar, this kid, actually wanted to pick up Frostmourne to play. Marin was immediately angry, rebellious son. What do you want to do with Frostmourne? Although Marin believes in science, it is still a bit taboo. After all, the nonsense of the Traverser has happened, and you can't help but believe in evil. He was afraid that Caesar, this rascal, would be infected with the ominous breath of Frostmourne. What would he do if he stabbed himself with this sword? So, when Caesar wanted to touch the sword, Marin kicked him and did not allow him to get close. Caesar was very dissatisfied and asked Marin why he could take it. Marin did not explain, but he said in his heart, of course I can take it, I am not a king, I don't need to kill my father. However, the prince cannot take this sword. Then, he explained this sword is the sword of the king, and the prince took it unlucky. Anyway, he would not explain that this is the fatherly sword of filial piety. Except for Caesar, other sons Marin were not allowed to touch this sword. Usually, the sword is locked up and guarded. But the helmet of domination, this thing is free for children to play with. When he was free, Marin specially studied the natural conditions in Lapland and Murmansk. He found that for the time being, the most suitable industries there are probably fisheries and reindeer breeding. The Lapps mainly raise reindeer and sometimes fish. But Marin knew that they could probably grow a season of Chinese cabbage there. After all, there are 2 or 3 months of polar day here in the summer, with daytime all-day and temperatures reaching more than 10 degrees. Although it is not conducive to the production of cabbage seeds, it has little effect on the growth of cabbage itself. Anyway, Marin didn't expect Chinese cabbage to produce much rapeseed. If it doesn't work, the rapeseed will be shipped from the North Sea. In this way, there will be one more vegetable on the Lapps menu. Moreover, salt can also be sold to make kimchi. In addition to selling salt, Marin also plans to promote the planting of peppers in the Americas, and then dry it to make chili powder, and sell it to Eastern Europeans and Lapps to add some when pickling kimchi to make the cabbage more refreshing. Moreover, eating spicy kimchi in a cold place is super cool. As for why not make chili sauce? It's difficult to preserve. It has to be bottled and easy to break. Therefore, chili powder is better. Just make a sealed oil paper bag and it has a long shelf life. Then, even if others see chili powder, they don't know what it is made of. Unlike chili sauce, you can clearly see the chili. In this way, Marin can brag that it is a precious spice. It's not too much to ask for a high price, right? However, it seems that Spain already has chili, but it has not been popularized. The Spaniards only regard chili as an inferior substitute for pepper, and don't pay much attention to it. Only a small amount of planting. Moreover, because the market for Indian pepper is shared equally with Portugal, there is no shortage of noble spices such as Spanish pepper and ginger, so there is no need to replace it with chili. The nobles are also competing with each other. If someone uses chili instead of pepper, they will be laughed at. As for the common people, some people grow some chili instead of expensive pepper. But in this era, fashion is led by the nobles. If the nobles don't eat chili, chili will not be popular. There is a chain of imitation of fashion trends here. Nobles imitate the royal family, rich commoners imitate nobles, poor people imitate the rich, and then it will become popular among the people. Marin plans to make a quick buck before chili becomes popular. He decided to give chili powder a more mysterious name: Oriental Empire spice. In this way, the style is obviously high, and it can be sold at a high price. But there is a problem, that is, what to use to plow the fields. Although reindeer can pull sleds, they don't seem to have enough strength to plow the fields and plant cabbage. As for lining up reindeer to pull the plow, the reindeer don't seem to have enough strength. Moreover, the horns of reindeer are too lush, which can easily affect their companions on the side. So, we have to find another way. If it is horse plowing, it can be possible, but there is no cold-resistant horse breed. No, it seems that there are horses suitable for the local area. Marin suddenly remembered that there seemed to be horses for Iceland. Iceland, where Icelandic horses live, has a similar climate to the Murmansk area. Both are high latitudes and are affected by the North Atlantic warm current. The temperature is not very low, but not high either. There are also polar days and polar nights. Therefore, a batch of Icelandic horses can be introduced to live in Lapland. However, the only problem is that the number of Icelandic horses seems to be small. There are at most a few thousand horses in the local area, and Marin can only get a few hundred horses to Lapland. Moreover, Icelandic horses are small in size, a little smaller than Mongolian horses, and are not very suitable for plowing. Marin plans to vigorously breed Icelandic horses as mounts for the Lapps. As for arable land, he has a better choice: yaks. As mentioned earlier, Marin knew that highland barley was very suitable for cultivation in the St. Petersburg area. At the same time, yaks on the Qinghai-Tibet plateau are also very suitable for breeding in high altitude and cold areas. Yaks are particularly cold-resistant and adapt to the harsh climate of snow-capped mountains. Moreover, they are particularly versatile. They can pull plows to cultivate land, and can also carry goods to climb mountains. They are called the boat of the plateau. Moreover, yaks can also provide products such as milk, beef and leather. They are very good livestock breeds, and they are also excellent livestock breeds in cold areas. Although the growth period of yaks is longer than that of reindeers, it takes 4 years to grow up, while reindeers can grow up in just over a year. However, yaks can grow to 1,000 kilograms, while reindeers can only grow to 150 kilograms, which is only a little more than 1/7 of yaks. With this calculation, it is still more cost-effective to raise yaks. Moreover, Arctic wolves dare to provoke reindeers, but they dare not provoke the huge yaks. Yaks generally do not attack, but if anyone dares to provoke it, the wolf will not be able to fight back. Therefore, Marin decided to introduce a large number of yaks as an important livestock species in Lapland. As for reindeers, they will continue to raise them. After all, it is also very convenient for reindeers to pull sleds in winter. But there is a problem, that is, how to get yaks. Marin wants to go by sea, but it is probably not possible. Why? Because the fur on the yak is too thick, which makes it cold-resistant but not heat-resistant. If you go by sea, you have to go through tropical waters most of the time, which is humid and hot. Human sailors can go shirtless without wearing anything. However, the skin and hair of yaks cannot be taken off. If Marin walks in tropical waters for several months, many yaks will die. I don't know how many will survive to reach Europe. So, we can only go by land. But the land route is not peaceful. There are many countries along the way, and tribal disputes are constant. It is a very chaotic area, from ancient times to modern times. Central Asia has been a war since ancient times. It is too difficult to bring yaks to Lapland safely by land. But no matter how difficult it is, Marin wants to try. So Marin ordered the recruitment of 1,000 Cossacks of Tatar origin, and let them form a team to cross the chaotic Eastern Europe and Central Asia to buy 10,000 yaks on the Qinghai-Tibet plateau. However, considering that the countries and nomadic tribes along the way can easily pull out thousands of cavalry, Marin does not intend to force it this time, but intends to give the countries along the way the opportunity to increase the price. To this end, he planned to let the 1,000 Tatar Cossacks escort the envoys to visit the countries along the way, expressing their willingness to purchase yaks at a high price, implying that they could increase the price. In this way, the safety and smoothness of the journey can be guaranteed. After repeated deliberation, Marin chose a suitable route: Siberian Khanate, Oirat Mongolia, Yarkand Khanate, Qinghai-Tibet plateau. The Siberian Khanate is probably close to the Derber tribe, one of the 4 tribes of Oirat Mongolia, and the 4 tribes of Oirat are allies and will not mess with each other. Then to the south is the Yarkand Khanate, which only rose in 1514. It is close to the Qinghai-Tibet plateau and can directly purchase yaks. In this way, the yaks can be raised 3 times at most by the 3 major forces. Even if some tolls are given along the way, the price can be tripled or quadrupled at most, which Marin can still accept. In addition, Marin did not plan to pay all with money, but planned to use strong liquor to offset most of the funds. In this way, a lot of pressure can be relieved. Moreover, the 3 countries along the way are all descendants of Mongolia, and no matter how bad the relationship is, they will not stop communicating. And because of the common origin, the language can also be communicated. It should be mentioned here that many Mongols in the western regions seem to know Mongolian and Turkic. In fact, Turkic is more popular in Central Asia. Kazakh, for example, belongs to the Turkic language family. Of course, Marin doesn't care what language they speak, he only cares about whether the yaks can safely reach Lapland in the Arctic. For this, he is willing to pay a high price. As for the last section after arriving in the Siberian Khanate, it needs to pass through the northern part of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, which is not a problem. At that time, Marin will send troops to escort. Moreover, it is estimated that there are not many people in the forests in the north of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. If the people of Moscow dare to rob, this will give Marin an excuse to send troops. God bless. I hope that this expedition for yaks will go smoothly, and there will be enough yaks to arrive in Lapland. Marin, who is not pious, can't help but start praying. Chapter 2092. The orcs come to the door. The camera switches to the east coast of North America, the northern part of the Delaware Peninsula, and the later Chesapeake-Delaware Canal, also known as the Chesapeake-Delaware Canal, a canal connecting the Chesapeake Bay and the Delaware Bay. Of course, there is no canal here at present, only a river channel of 3 or 4 kilometers. Then, there is a simple ***, about 18 kilometers long. This ***, built for filming is very simple. Because it was built in a hurry, bricks and stones were not used, and the soil was directly taken on the spot for burning. The local soil was used, watered and mixed, and then put into a temporary square wood trough, slightly pressed to form a square adobe. Then, the wood was cut directly and put on the fire to harden. It was not burned into bricks, but just hardened. After hardening, it was directly piled together to form a simple wall of less than 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. Of course, in order to camouflage, a lot of cement was also transported from the cement factory in Corner Brook, west of Newfoundland, and applied to the surface of the outermost square hard soil block, which looked very hard, like stone. Among them, the wall on the north side of the wall is coated with thicker cement. After all, the orcs will perform strong attacks, and they can't be scattered by a collision. Then, a magnificent city gate was built in the middle of the wall. This city gate is made of real materials and bricks. Moreover, it is coated with cement on the outside, which is very solid. The entire section of the city gate tower is about 8 meters wide, all bricks and cement, very solid. The city gate is also made of thick red oak, very solid. The reason why it costs a lot of money to build this section is that this section will become the main battlefield. After all, the other sections of the city wall are piled up with burnt hard soil blocks that look good but are useless. If they are really attacked, even catapults can break them. Only the walls built with bricks and cement are real materials and are not easy to break. More than a month ago, in early November, the French representatives finally came here on the ship of the North Sea Kingdom to inspect the natural environment on site. The main purpose is to assess the degree of danger of this wild continent. In addition, see if there is enough land here to accommodate the more than 300,000 French immigrants. The French representative is called Noel, the second son of an ordinary baron in the Paris area. Noel's father has been friends with Baron Adair, who is responsible for managing immigration affairs in Paris for many years, so he was arranged by his father to work under Baron Adair. However, Noel is timid and cowardly, and Baron Adair doesn't like him very much, so he only arranges him to be an ordinary small clerk, mainly responsible for clerical processing. After all, the cultural level of noble children is still online. Before, Baron Adair planned to send another important man to check over there in the wild continent. Who knows, 2 men were sent in a row, but they failed to go. One was a leg broken in an argument with someone, and the other was almost dead from diarrhea. In the end, Baron Adair had to choose Noel, a clerk he didn't like very much, to do this. After all, he is the son of an old friend. If the confidant can't do it, let him do it. It's also magical. After choosing Noel, everything went smoothly. However, considering the risks and unpredictability, Baron Adair simply didn't send a ship, but asked Noel to take the supply ship of the North Sea Kingdom. This is a 250-ton, 250 class armed merchant ship. In addition to a few living rooms on the ship, the rest is full of food. Noel was very strange why bring so much food. The crew told him this is for the local North Sea immigrants to eat. And explained that because the immigrants who went there before were busy building and protecting their lives, they had no time to farm. Therefore, a large amount of food needs to be transported from the mainland. After the ship arrived at the Ocean City port south of the Delaware, Noel repaired for a night, and then took a carriage north under the protection, surveillance, of the North Sea soldiers. 2 or 3 days later, he finally arrived at the majestic Delaware, Wow, it's spectacular. After all, it is an 18-kilometer long high wall, which looks really impressive. Afterwards, Noel went to the bottom of the wall, touched the wall with his hands, and knocked it with his hands. Because of the cement, the outside of the wall was of course quite solid. So, Noel thought it was made of stone. After all, he had never seen cement. Of course, the cement on the south side of the wall was cut into pieces, which looked like it was made of stone. Noel didn't know much about architecture and didn't know the difference between cement and stone, so he was naturally fooled. So, he believed that the immigrants from the American colonies of the North Sea Kingdom had spent their time making this wall. After all, if such a large-scale wall is built, it will take a long time. Apart from anything else, the mining and grinding of stones alone will require a lot of labor, not to mention piling them into a wall. How could he know that this so-called wall was just a showpiece, and it only took a few months to build it? In order to build this wall, a long river channel was dug out on the north side of the wall. Then, the area without the river channel was only a section near the city gate in the middle. On the night when Noel arrived, Boric, the main guard of the orcs, followed the script given by Marin and pulled Noel to drink and tell the story of the orcs. Both sides drank all night and seemed to be drunk. Of course, Boric's drunkenness was not true. Because his wine was mixed with water. Early the next morning, before Noel woke up from the wine, the rumbling sound of war drums suddenly sounded outside the orc army came to attack the city. Orc chieftain Khan had been impatient and frustrated. He had been in this shitty place for several months, which made him very upset. Fortunately, the French representatives came, and they could go back after this performance. Thousands of orcs lined up and were neatly divided into three groups. The Warsong clan, with brown skin and grey leather clothes, were in the middle. The Blackstone clan, wearing black leather clothes, stood on the left wing, and the Frostwolf clan, with frost wolves, huskies, and wearing wolf scalp hats, were on the right wing. After the drums of war sounded, a group of trained huskies suddenly howled to the sky. Noel, who was still drunk, climbed up to the top of the city wall and saw the scene of hundreds of huskies in the front row howling together, which almost scared him to death. What the hell is this? Noel was very scared. The orcs' hateful faces, coupled with fangs, looked very fierce. Coupled with the huskies that looked like wolves and the wolf howls, he was really scared. Sure enough, there is a group of orcs. Noel muttered to himself. Before, the people of the North Sea Kingdom told him that he thought it was a legend and even suspected that the people of the North Sea Kingdom were bragging. Unexpectedly, today, in front of him, a group of orcs who looked extremely vicious really came to kill him. Moreover, this group of orcs looked very strong, with huge muscles, fierce looks, and looked very cruel. He was a coward, and he was immediately scared. Chapter 2093. The show is over. The orcs are attacking the city. On the city wall, panicked shouts suddenly came to Noel's ears. Of course, they were shouted in German. But Noel himself can speak German, otherwise, he would not have been sent here. You know, Baron Adair has several clerks under him. After all, it is Paris, the capital of France, and there are many children of nobles. There are limited positions, so many children of nobles serve as assistants to some noble officials. While learning, they wait for positions to be vacant. Noel's mother is from the Duchy of Lorraine and is a German. Therefore, Noel has been able to speak both French and German since he was a child. Of course, Latin is also something that children of nobles need to master. Originally, the two men sent by Baron Adair were equipped with German translators. And because Noel knew German, he did not have a translator, and only brought a servant to take care of his life. However, this servant seemed to be as timid as Noel, and was now trembling with Noel. But as if to strengthen their fear, there were chaotic footsteps on the city wall, accompanied by the soldiers' terrified shouts. These shouting soldiers were professionally trained. Of course, the professional training here does not refer to military skills training, but acting training. Not only the soldiers on the city wall, but also the shantytowns where immigrants live on the south side of the city wall are in chaos at the moment, and terrified shouts are heard from time to time. Obviously, this is also trained. After all, the fear of men is not as intuitive and scary as the screams of women. Even the trembling Noel and his timid servant could not help but be attracted by the screams of women in the immigrant camp. They stuck their heads out and found that the residents of the camp were in chaos inside the wall. Many women even dropped the big pots hanging outside their houses for cooking breakfast, and hurriedly ran south with their children in their arms. This chaotic scene made him feel fear intuitively. It seemed that the orcs were really cruel. He didn't know that the women who ran away screaming with their children in their arms under the city wall were thinking happily, after the performance today, Lord Boric would definitely give us an extra meal, and everyone would be rewarded with a turkey leg. And under the city wall, a group of actors pretending to be orcs were imitating gorillas, beating their chests and roaring like beasts. Lokhtar. Ogre. Baga. Dead. Compression belt. Anyway, it was a mess of roars, all of which were the messy roars taught by Marin, and Noel couldn't understand them. However, looking at the ferocious roars of these orcs, Noel and his little servant were a little scared. At this time, the guard Boric also appeared at the right time. He touched his head, pretending to have a headache after a hangover, and came to the top of the city. When he saw the orcs below the city, he immediately cursed angrily not far from Noel. Suddenly, the chieftain of the orcs below, Grom, raised his left hand, and the thousands of orcs below the city immediately shut up. Then, Chief Grom ran to the city and shouted in unfamiliar German, "Duel." Then, except for the first 100 orcs, the thousands of orcs outside the city retreated into the forest. What are they going to do? Noel was a little confused. This is called Makara, which is a tradition of the orcs. It means elite competition. It seems that each team sends out a small group of elites to determine the winner. On their side, this is part of the War of Honor. Boric said nonsense according to the script. The actual situation is that only the 100 Wolf Fang commandos, led by Khan himself, can play the brave scenes of the orcs in battle. Because they are very strong. The other thousands of people were actually just extras. If they were to act out a battle, it would be obvious that they were just for show. Including the group of Frost Wolf clan with huskies, they also retreated to the back. Because the huskies' wolf howls looked majestic, but they would be exposed once the fight started. So, Marin simply invented the concept of a small-scale group fight based on the one-on-one duel of Makara in his previous life. Anyway, no one knew what Makara meant. Moreover, only 100 strong men from the War Song tribe participated in the performance. Noel looked at the pectoral muscles of the orcs under the city, which were stronger than women's and arms thicker than thighs, and then looked at the soldiers on the top of the city, and said with a guilty conscience, "General Boric, it's better to be safe and ignore that barbarian." Boric nodded, looking unconfident, and fear seemed to be revealed in his eyes. In fact, it was precisely because he had the eyes and acting skills of Tony Leung Chiu-Wai, plus a good alcohol tolerance, that he was chosen by Marin as the leading actor. As for Albert, because of his poor acting skills, he simply did not participate in the performance and returned home by boat. Of course, it is also true that Albert returned home, and he also brought back paper armor. Noel breathed a sigh of relief, but the situation under the city suddenly changed. I saw Chief Grom suddenly throw down his war hammer, turn his head and twist his butt towards and his men also followed him, all with their backs to the city wall, twisting their butts, clearly humiliating the defenders. That's not all, Chief Grom suddenly stretched out his right little finger and hooked it on the city wall. Noel didn't see anything, but Boric next to him suddenly became furious. Crack, he greeted my mother. I hate others greeting my mother the most. Ironclad team, go to battle. Boric's furious voice suddenly came from the entire city gate tower. Then, a group of soldiers dressed like human infantry in Warcraft, holding shields in their left hands and swords in their right hands, ran out in neat steps. Just by looking at their unified steps and determined eyes, you can tell that they are elite troops. This elite force has about 200 people, twice the number of the orcs outside the city. Ironclad team, go out and kill those bastards. Boric roared with red eyes. Calm down, calm down. Noel tried his best to dissuade him, but Boric's eyes were red and he didn't listen to anything. Moreover, he was also confused. What is the connection between hooking a little finger and greeting his mother? But he couldn't change Boric's decision. The ironclad team still opened the city gate and lined up to leave the city. During this period, the orcs outside the city were very polite and did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, they retreated and gave up the venue. After the ironclad team finished lining up, the 100 orcs launched a charge. The ironclad team also rushed up to show no weakness. However, as soon as the two sides came into contact, a shocking scene appeared. The war hammers of the orc warriors hardly hit the shields of the armored infantrymen, and the infantrymen were knocked away with their shields. However, because of the distance, Noel did not notice the details of the armored soldiers kicking the ground with their feet before flying. Ah, the screams of the armored infantrymen resounded through the sky. Looking at the armored infantrymen who were constantly being knocked away, Noel was so scared that his throat almost flew out. And Boric beside him seemed to have regained his composure, his eyes full of regret. The soldiers who were knocked flying also bit the blood bags in their mouths at the right time. These blood bags were made of fish bladders, and the blood inside was all pig blood taken from the pig slaughter in the morning, and the pig blood was still warm. Then, Noel, who was on the top of the city, saw the armored infantrymen who were knocked flying and began to spit blood in the air. Ah! What should I do? Noel was so scared that he was at a loss. Boric bit his lips tightly, with a look of great regret. Then, the dragon armor appeared. General, please save them. My brother is among them. Boric continued to bite his lips tightly, with a face full of struggle. After a long time, he said, I killed them. After that, after a while, he said again, but I can't hurt everyone. The armored team is finished, but if I open the city gate now, the enemy will definitely rush in and kill us all. The dragon armor was immediately furious. You bastard, go save my brother. Then, the dragon armor and Boric wrestled together. At the same time, the battle under the city was gradually coming to an end. 200 armored cloth soldiers were hammered to death by 100 orc infantrymen lying on the ground. Of course, there were also more than a dozen orcs who were killed and fell to the ground. Then, accompanied by a horn sound, a large group of orcs who had retreated to the back rushed out and carried away all the corpses on the ground, even the armored soldiers' one-handed swords and shields, leaving only pools of blood on the ground. After a while, the smell of barbecue suddenly came from the woods. Then, Chief Grom was gnawing on something that looked like an arm, actually a deer's front leg, and holding a steaming roasted human-like palm, a gorilla's. The hair was burned off with hot oil, in one hand. When he came to the bottom of the city tower, Chief Grom suddenly exerted force and threw the human palm onto the top of the city, and it landed accurately next to Noel on the top of the city. Khan had practiced hard for several months for this move. Noel looked at the human hand that fell beside him and screamed in fear, "Wow, these beasts actually eat people." He was so scared that he almost peed on the spot. At this time, Boric also defeated the dragon armor and had him taken away. He looked at the human hand on the ground that exuded the smell of barbecue and shed tears. "It's all my fault." After that, he knelt in front of this human hand and cried bitterly. And the timid French envoy Noel was so scared that he couldn't stop muttering, "It's terrible, it's terrible." Then, the orc army also launched several simple catapults and attacked the city gate tower. But Boric had already led his men down the city gate tower or hid in the house of the city gate tower. The city gate tower was smashed to pieces by the stones of the catapult, but it still stood unyieldingly. Noel was already scared and didn't want to stay in this dangerous battlefield anymore. Because Boric had already started to evacuate the immigrants. Moreover, the soldiers were required to leave a verbal will. This meant that Boric had no intention of leaving alive. Such a cruel scene was too terrifying for the cowardly Noel and his equally timid servant. So Noel took his servant and left in a carriage in a panic, returning to the port of Ocean City where he first came. On the way, he found many people dressed as soldiers rushing towards the. Obviously, they were going to reinforce. But Noel was not interested in watching the battle. He cherished his life and decided to return home quickly to inform Baron Adair of the terrible situation here. However, what Noel didn't know was that after learning that he had left, a group of orcs outside the Delaware took off their hoods, masks and pectoral leather clothes. The leader, Khan, took a deep breath and said, the show is over, I can finally go home." Chapter 2094 The French relent. The drama was over, and the audience dispersed. Khan and his party were preparing to return home, and Mr. Noel, the main audience of this drama, also boarded the returning ship and returned home in embarrassment. As if to make things difficult for him, on the way back, the captain in charge of driving the ship deliberately turned the steering wheel, causing the ship to sway left and right. The old sailors on the ship were fine, but Noel, who didn't often take a boat, got seasick several times. In fact, Noel was not a landlubber, and he had taken a boat on the Seine before. It's just that the wind and waves on the Atlantic Ocean were strong, and the captain received an order from his superiors to deliberately make him feel uncomfortable, so he swayed the boat left and right, just to make him uncomfortable. The smooth sailing journey that was originally only required 1 month was made more than 2 months by the captain. Noel, who didn't know much about this, didn't know either. He only knew that he should never take a boat across the Atlantic Ocean again. In fact, not only on the way back, but when he came here before, the captain also showed off his skills and made him vomit several times. In short, this was definitely not a good experience. Moreover, the captain was very cunning. He would take advantage of a small storm at sea to swing the boat left and right, so that Noel could not find out that he was being tricked. For Noel, who had only taken an inland river boat, he did not have a very intuitive understanding of the impact of the wind and waves at sea. Therefore, he did not know that he was being fooled. As for his entourage, they were farm boys with little knowledge and could not see the problem. The captain was also cunning. Along the way, the captain had a very good attitude and provided Noel and his servant with good food and drink. After Noel was shaken and vomited, he promptly sent sugar ginger slices to help him relieve his pain. This made Noel very grateful to the captain and had a good impression of the North Sea Kingdom. If he knew that his suffering came from the captain, I wonder what he would think. It was not until Christmas, a few days before the New Year, that Noel and his servant, who had vomited all the way, finally arrived in Le Havre, and then took a carriage to Paris. When he arrived in Paris, he was already haggard. "What's wrong, little Louis? Noel's name is Louis Noel, why are you in such a bad condition? Did the people of the North Sea abuse you?" Baron Adair's face darkened when he saw Noel's condition. It's not that Baron Adair values Noel very much, but Noel is his envoy. Treating Noel harshly is like slapping him in the face. To put it more seriously, it can even be said to be a slap in the face of the Kingdom of France. Noel shook his head and said, "No, Uncle Kano Adair, the people of the North Sea respect me very much and receive me very attentively. It's just, the wind and waves in the Atlantic are too big, I'm not used to sitting on a ship." After saying that, Noel lowered his head in embarrassment. Baron Adair breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he didn't slap himself in the face. Then, he remembered his boss's instructions and asked anxiously, "Have you noticed the situation in the savage continent? What is the environment there? Is the land fertile? What about the savages?" 3 questions in a row made Noel a little confused. But after thinking for a while, he replied, "Just like what the North Sea Kingdom introduced, there are dense forests everywhere, and it is said that the jungle is very dangerous. As for the land, it seems to be okay. The people of the North Sea Kingdom are reclaiming the land. I don't know how the harvest will be, but the trees can grow so tall, it should not be barren. As for the savages, they are really terrible." As if he remembered the hand thrown at his feet, he retched. After a while, he recounted the battle between the elite infantry of the North Sea Kingdom and the barbaric orcs he saw on the gate tower of Delaware ****. Are the orcs really that powerful? Hearing Noel's story, Baron Adair was also a little stunned. "It's absolutely true. I swear in the name of God that what I saw is true. The heavy infantry of the North Sea Kingdom wearing plate armor is no match for them. 200 heavy infantry in plate armor were wiped out by 100 orc warriors on the opposite side in a short time, and only a dozen orc warriors were killed or injured. They are simply not devils. Impossible. How can the barbarians break through the defense of plate armor?" Baron Adair saw Noel swearing and believed it a little. However, he still didn't dare to believe it completely. They used war hammers, which are specially used to deal with plate armor and shields. Noel introduced the details of the battle. Then how can the North Sea Kingdom deal with such a brutal opponent? Baron Adair was a little shocked, and he also gave up the idea of sending troops to fight for France. Why? Because the French relied on plate armor to dominate Europe. If all the opponents swung sledgehammers, they would be the nemesis of France. They relied on building walls, as if the enemy didn't have siege weapons like artillery and couldn't break through the North Sea Kingdom's fortress. However, the cost of building fortresses was too high. In order to resist these orcs, the North Sea Kingdom built fortresses for several years and said that crops could only be planted next year. Moreover, they chose an excellent terrain, a peninsula with a very narrow connection to the mainland, and built a 4 or 5 league, 1 league equals 4 kilometers, fortress at the connection, which blocked the attack of the powerful orcs. This is really difficult. Baron Adair sighed. Then, he took Noel to his boss, Baron Boger, to report in detail. And Baron Boger took them to the palace to report directly to François I. After listening to the report and getting Noel's oath, François I frowned and said, "So, the North Sea Kingdom is not doing well in the savage continent?" Noel nodded repeatedly. "Where can the 300,000 disaster victims outside Paris be resettled?" It's not that François I cares much about the lives of the disaster victims, but if all these disaster victims are dead, it will affect his reputation. After all, he has only been on the throne for a short time, and the royal power is not very stable, so he still cares about his reputation. Noel thought for a while and said, "It will take about 2 or 3 days for me to take a carriage from the Atlantic port to the defense line, which is about 50 to 60 leagues. The width, the narrowest is 4 or 5 leagues, and the widest is about 20 to 30 leagues. The total area may be thousands of square miles. 300,000 people will definitely be resettled. Thousands of square miles is 16,000 square kilometers, which is larger than the Greater Paris area, Île-de-France. The Greater Paris area is the core area of the Kingdom of France, with a population of more than 3 million. Therefore, it is not difficult to resettle 300,000 people in such a large area." After thinking about it, François I felt that it was not a bad thing to throw away such a big burden, as long as there were people to take over the victims. What's more, the North Sea Kingdom also gave money. Therefore, François I ordered, "Baron Adair, you are responsible for contacting the people of the North Sea Kingdom. Well, don't forget to collect the money, in your name." "Yes, your majesty, obey your will." After thinking about it, François I stopped Baron Adair who was about to leave. "In addition, don't publicize the orcs to avoid causing panic and causing the victims to refuse to leave." "Understood." Everyone present understood what François I meant. When the news reached Auric, Marin was extremely happy. "Great, we finally got these 300,000 people. Kohler, quickly dispatch all merchant ships to start transporting people." After a pause, he ordered, "In addition, tell the mint to make another 100 million French denier silver coins." Marin didn't want to be a sucker, so the fake French silver coins made of nickel-white copper were his means of payment. Of course, the payment to the King of France must be real silver coins. However, the hundreds of millions of fake silver coins will flow into France through private channels to recover the losses. Chapter 2095, Santa Claus steals the show at the coronation ceremony. If the fake French silver coins, forged before, are included, when this batch of silver coins is minted, Marin will have minted more than 300 million fake French silver coins. According to the standard of 1 standard silver coin, 50% silver content, equals 2 French deniers, 120 deniers equals 1 golden gold coin. Then, 300 million deniers are equivalent to 2.5 million golden gold coins, which is almost enough to pay for the immigration expenses. Even if the other party opens a big mouth, at most, add some goods to compensate. For example, get some Cuban cane sugar and dried ginger. Moreover, Cuban pepper has been produced, and nutmeg on Grenada Island has begun to grow. At that time, part of the pepper can be paid as funds. In fact, France is also a huge market for spice consumption, and it is a large market with extremely strong financial resources. After all, it has the largest population in Western Europe. Moreover, there are many French nobles and strong consumption power. Even the lowest-ranking fief knights had 1,500 acres of fiefdom, which was much richer than the German knights with 1,000 acres and the English knights with only 600 acres of fiefdom. In the farming era, the nobles of the Kingdom of France, which was dominated by plains and had the best agricultural conditions, had the strongest consumption power in Europe. At the beginning, the source of French pepper and other spices was mainly from Venice. But after the rise of the Great Voyage, Portugal, forced to unite with Spain to divide the Indian spice market. The spices that Venice could obtain were only for its own use, and the export volume became very small. Therefore, France can only get spices from Spain or Portugal now. But Spain and France are mortal enemies, so France can only purchase spices from Portugal. Portugal and the North Sea Kingdom have a bad relationship, so Marin has no psychological burden to grab the Portuguese market. As long as the pepper planting on the island of Cuba is on a large scale, Marin will prepare to secretly seize the French spice market. Now, the only thing that limits the scale of pepper planting on the island of Cuba is actually oxen. After all, pepper trees are relatively short and suitable for field planting like tea trees. But field planting requires oxen to plow the land, and because of the hot weather in Cuba, the Eastern European cattle bought from Crimea are not very adapted to the local climate. Before the arrival of humped cattle and buffaloes from India, the speed of sugarcane and pepper planting on the island of Cuba slowed down. At present, pepper planting on the island of Cuba even adopts a tree planting mode of one person digging a pit and one person planting, which is very slow. Therefore, the scale cannot be increased for the time being. Once the scale is increased, with the complete agricultural technology of the three fertilizers in the North Sea Kingdom, the yield per unit area will definitely be much higher than that in India. At that time, it will definitely create amazing value. At that time, Marin will also be able to earn more money from the French nobles. However, the court of the Kingdom of France is very unrefined. When there is not enough silver, the silver content of the silver coins is reduced, which makes French coins very unpopular in the market. As a result, the nickel-white copper fake silver coins forged by Marin for the North Sea Kingdom are more real than the authentic French silver coins, and are more popular in the market. In order to avoid more trouble, Marin directly sent people to Paris to pick up the refugees, first moved to the coastal areas of West Frisia in the North Sea Kingdom, and then slowly transported them away in batches. After all, what does it look like to let the North Sea ships run to the French port to transport people? And the French side also recognized Marin's plan. After all, for the French court, the will of 300,000 disaster victims entrenched outside the city of Paris is also a big hidden danger. Moreover, it also wastes food. On this point, the two sides hit it off. As for the agency fee paid to Baron Adair, Marin proposed a method of payment in batches, that is, to pay it in 2 years, every 2 months, with a down payment of 300,000 gold coins. Then, pay it monthly. Moreover, it is calculated as an annual interest of 10%. In this regard, Baron Adair agreed to this payment plan after obtaining the consent of François I. In fact, Marin was waiting for the North Sea Mint to cast fake French silver coins. After all, it takes time to cast 100 million fake silver coins. And after it is cast, it needs to be laundered through secret channels first. In fact, Marin was anxious to get people back, and he was afraid that after the war broke out in Eastern Europe, he would bring hundreds of thousands of Russians, which would cause dissatisfaction in France and detain the French victims. Therefore, it would be better to get these people back home as soon as possible. As for transportation, if people are in the North Sea country, there is no need to be so anxious. Even at that time, the priority will be lower than transporting Russians to St. Petersburg. In addition, Marin also plans to screen this group of immigrants. After all, they are sent by the semi-hostile Kingdom of France, and Marin is worried. Therefore, it is suddenly necessary to bring them back for observation to see if there are any spies in them. At the same time, it is necessary to identify the scum and patients among them and try to avoid the spread of infectious diseases. Marin wants healthy immigrants, not virus carriers. He doesn't want these French victims to bring smallpox and other diseases to the American colonies and harm the local natives. After all, they are all labor. Therefore, Marin planned to build a huge refugee camp on the seashore of West Frisia to gather people first. Then, divide the area and organize the victims to take a bath, wash their hair and disinfect their clothes. Even when taking a bath, sulfur soap is used to avoid carrying germs, lice and other unclean things. The easiest way to disinfect clothes is to boil them in lime water. If they are boiled, new clothes will be issued, made of coarse wool. Moreover, all ships in the North Sea Kingdom are disinfected regularly. Even, it is mandatory for each ship to keep a cat, which is kept near the granary to catch mice professionally to prevent mice from spreading plague or something. Whenever the ship docks, the cabin is sprinkled with lime powder to kill viruses and bacteria, leaving no place for germs to hide. In this way, these French immigrants will basically not bring any diseases to the North American colonies. Moreover, during the period of repair in the refugee camp, spies can also be sent to observe secretly to clean up all French spies to avoid the possibility of leaks. As for France's dissatisfaction, anyway, the people are in hand, so who cares what the French think? Moreover, in those days, the sanitary conditions were not good, and it was common for a few people to die of illness. A few days later, on New Year's Day in 1517, Marin held a grand coronation ceremony for the Grand Chief of Lapland in the square in front of the Auric Palace. The weather that day was very kind, and it actually snowed. Marin wore a black helmet of domination, black armor, a black cloak, and held the Frostmorn engraved with unknown runes. He stood in the wind and snow, looking lonely and mysterious. Four tenor boys sang the part of the boys' soprano solo in Arthas my son, in Frisian, English, in an ethereal way, my king lives forever. May he rule forever. May his power be everlasting and invincible. Four people sang it once, over and over again, like a repeater. The high-pitched and sad tune shocked everyone present, and sympathized with them. Why do you have to fight with the barbarians? Yes, Marin was the king of the wild continent, America, before, and he was the leader of the barbarians. Now he is the chief of Lapland, and he is still a barbarian leader. After all, the Lapps are also considered northern barbarians in the eyes of Europeans. Most of the guests present today are envoys from various countries. They are giving face by sending the crown prince. After all, this is just a ceremony for the chief of the barbarians. Only a few families give face, and the monarch or the crown prince comes in person. For example, the in-laws of the Lamarck family, Duke John of Clever, and the young master of the Habsburg family, Prince Philip, and a few others. Some other allied in-laws, such as King Sigismund I of Poland, are because the distance is too far and they are worried about their wives and children traveling long distances in the cold winter, so they sent ministers to congratulate. So, speaking of it, the level of the guests present today is not high, but there are many people. After all, the strength of the North Sea Kingdom is recognized by all countries. Even if they don't deal with it, they will send envoys to pretend. With the background music of the high-pitched teenager's voice and the gaze of the guests, Marin pulled up the Frostmorn inserted in the ground, walked along the stairs, braved the wind and snow, and climbed onto the iceberg-shaped frozen throne. Then, the style suddenly changed. A group of Lapp chieftains wearing red Santa Claus costumes and white beards drove reindeer carts to the front of the palace. After they half-knelt and swore allegiance to Marin, they suddenly took out a lot of small gifts from the reindeer carts and threw them to the children watching the excitement on the street, and shouted, "Happy New Year," in unfamiliar German. "We are Santa Claus, and we are a few days late to celebrate the coronation of the King of the North." Then, the coronation ceremony of the King of the North, which was originally solemn and sad, became silly. "Fuck, you are stealing my show." Marin depressedly inserted Frostmorn into the ice and snow on the ground next to the frozen throne. Then, he began to regret coming up with Santa Claus in advance. In particular, he regretted letting this group of silly old men play Santa Claus. Chapter 2096 Murmansk Port. How to say it, Marin did not rehearse with these old Lapp chiefs, but they could not understand the language. In addition, these people were not soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom, and their obedience was very poor. Before, Marin had thought of the method of rewarding brave food to lure them to obey orders. But he did not expect that these old men were crazy about people. After seeing people all over the street, especially children, they got excited. Why? Because in this era, the Lapps lived in the cold Arctic Circle, with low fertility rates and low infant survival rates. Therefore, the Lapps love children very much and are happy to see children. In particular, because the birth rate of girls in cold areas is high and there are few boys, the Lapps especially love boys. Because, in ancient times, boys were the pillars and the hope of the tribe. Coincidentally, most of the people who went to the streets to watch the excitement in the North Sea Kingdom were naughty boys. Seeing so many boys, several old Lapps were happy to see the prey, so they began to spread gifts and played with the children. Then, everything learned in the rehearsal was returned to Marin. Then, the solemn and sad atmosphere that Marin had originally rendered was turned into a sand sculpture scene by a group of old funny men. However, it was quite joyful. Marin was so angry that his face was distorted, but Kohler quietly told him that he heard the envoys chatting and said that Marin's brain must have been hit by an iceberg, otherwise how could he want the frozen soil of the Arctic? Hearing these people's slander, Marin was not angry but happy. He held this coronation ceremony not to show off, but to promote the desolation and worthlessness of the Arctic. So he simply sent translators who knew the language of the Lapps to help the old chiefs communicate with the children. Then, these old men were also unreliable and boasted blindly. In order to show off their bravery, they boasted that there were ferocious monsters in the Arctic and they were fighting monsters every day. Under Marin's suggestion, the translators deliberately spoke loudly. Then, the envoys of various countries also learned about a Lapland region full of monsters from these boastful old guys. Then, they were even more gloating. Looking at the group of envoys eating melons, Marin smiled, and then released a big move. After the ceremony, when eating, several live reindeer were led to the restaurant. In front of the envoys, the Lapp cook bled the reindeer on the spot, poured the warm blood into a ceramic bowl, sprinkled some salt and served it to the envoys. What is this for? The envoys were puzzled. Drink. The waiter explained according to the rehearsal script. The Lapps usually drink deer blood and eat raw meat. By the way, the deer blood should be warm while it is hot, otherwise it will not taste good when it is cold. In fact, the Lapps usually eat barbecue. But sometimes it is difficult to find firewood in winter, and sometimes they do drink deer blood and eat raw meat. But that is usually when they are forced to do so. The only people who really eat raw meat and drink blood are the Eskimos, that is, the Inuit. But in order to scare the envoys, Marin deliberately said that the Lapps usually live like this. Sure enough, such a barbaric lifestyle scared many weak envoys. Only a small number of envoys who were obviously warriors tried to drink deer blood and eat raw meat, and the other envoys did not dare to try. Of course, Marin did not force them to eat, but just showed them the difficulties of the people in the north. In fact, it was also the lack of wisdom of the Lapps. Like the nomadic peoples in the north of China, they only knew how to collect sheep dung and cow dung as fuel. After all, the grasslands are covered with heavy snow in winter, and it is difficult to find fuel. As for hay, it is for livestock, and it is too wasteful to burn it. Of course, there is also a problem with using cattle and sheep dung as fuel, that is, it is best not to use it for barbecue. After all, dung is dung, and smoking and grilling meat directly, well, think about it yourself, will it have a bit of that smell? So, Mongolians usually cook meat in iron pots. There is no way, grilling meat with dung fuel is a bit of that. And it would be much better to cook with an iron pot. But nomads don't know how to smelt iron, so in history, nomads went south to plunder, and iron pots were an important target of their plunder. In the future, Marin plans to promote the breeding of Icelandic horses, yaks and Icelandic sheep in Lapland. The feces produced by these cold-resistant breeds can be collected as fuel. As for iron pots and so on, the North Sea State Iron and Steel Plant said there is no pressure. Moreover, the iron ore in Kirkens can also provide a lot of rich iron ore for iron smelting. Marin's occupation of Lapland is a win-win situation. Of course, Marin did not expect to make a fortune in Lapland. As long as this place does not fall, Marin will be satisfied. In fact, in addition to the seaside iron ore in Kirkens, Marin also values the Russian immigrants accepted by the Murmansk region. Only population is the most important basis of productivity in this era of backward technology. Also, Kirkens iron ore also needs people to mine, right? In this era without mining machinery, mining can only be done manually. Therefore, Marin needs to get at least a few thousand strong laborers from the Grand Duchy of Moscow as miners of Kirkens iron mine. Of course, Marin will not treat them unfairly. At that time, all kinds of food will be available. There will even be special fishing boats to catch sea fish for the miners. Unlike farmers who grow crops mainly consume a lot of physical energy during spring plowing and autumn harvest, and need to eat well. Miners consume a lot of physical energy every day. Therefore, it is necessary to eat fish every meal. After all, you need to work hard every day. Marin cannot provide them with enough meat, but the fish resources along the coast of Norway are rich, and it is still very simple to provide them with fish food for a long time. In addition, the next time Marin plunders the population from the Grand Duchy of Moscow, he plans not to take the route of the port of St. Petersburg, but to take the route of Murmansk. Why? Because it is eye-catching. St. Petersburg is indeed a desolate area at present, but to go out to sea from St. Petersburg, ships must pass through the Danish waters, and the Øresund Strait is very narrow, which will definitely not escape the eyes of Danish patrol ships. Moreover, Lübeck and Hamburg also station fleets in the Øresund Strait, and they will definitely know the details. Although none of the three forces dared to stop it, they would definitely leak the news. At that time, it would definitely cause an uproar and arouse jealousy. If someone came to stop it during the transportation, it would only add trouble. Therefore, Marin simply changed his strategy, bringing the immigrants to Murmansk on the edge of the Arctic Ocean. Then, transport them back to the North Sea Kingdom from here. Although there will be ships from other forces along the Norwegian coast, it is not as narrow as the Øresund Strait, and other ships dare not approach rashly to observe. The North Sea is so big that everyone can keep their distance and keep it mysterious. If someone wants to get close without opening their eyes, they can open the gun port to scare them. However, this requires the establishment of a Murmansk port first. At that time, many ships will dock to transport people. Moreover, houses must be prepared in advance there to temporarily accommodate immigrants. At the same time, food must be prepared for immigrants to eat while waiting. Moreover, in addition to war looting, this place can continue to be used to accommodate Russian immigrants who are willing to move to the North Sea Kingdom in the future. Even if they were willing to settle here for a long time, Marin would welcome them. For this reason, Marin signed an order to build a port city in the area of the future Murmansk port. As for the name, Marin was too lazy to think of it and just called it Murmansk port. Chapter 2097, Shall we also have a sweet potato heyday? It is not easy to build a port. In order to build a port, Marin plans to send 5,000 professional engineers, almost half of the North Sea engineering force. In addition, Marin needs to prepare a large number of ships and materials. For example, cement requires several ships. In addition, a lot of bricks are needed. As for wood, it can be cut on the spot. After all, there are many cold-tempered trees such as pine, spruce and birch there. However, we can only prepare for now and cannot set off immediately. Because, at present, Murmansk and Hillcrest and other places are located in the Arctic Circle, and January is polar night. Even if we go there, it will be a long night without daytime, and we can't start work. Marin estimated that it would be suitable to set off after March. After arriving there, it will be almost April, just in time to start construction. After arriving there, it is to build ports and houses. There is no hurry to build ports. Just build 2 or 3 long bridges and docks first. House construction is the most important thing. After all, it is so cold there that people will freeze to death at night if they don't build houses. The fastest way to build is, of course, the adobe house, which is very popular in the North Sea Kingdom. Mix the mud and add weeds as the bones. Then, fill the 2 boards with mud, tamp them, and bake them hard to form an earth wall. There are even simple and crude ways, which are to dig out caves directly on the earth slope and dry them inside, which can also be used. Wooden houses are also okay, but logging and processing are more time-consuming. Moreover, wooden houses are not very useful in winter and are not as warm as adobe houses. In particular, adobe houses have kangs, which are most needed in this area. Of course, a fortress with brick and stone structure must be built on the port as a garrison base. If the Grand Duchy of Moscow gets crazy one day and sends troops to attack, the adobe house will not be able to withstand it. A fortress with brick and stone structure is needed to withstand it. However, the fortress does not need to be too large, and a 10,000 square meter area is enough. It is mainly used as a military fortress. Moreover, there is no need to rush for the fortress, it can be built slowly, and the adobe house that can be lived in immediately is the most urgent. As for tents, I'm afraid this thing won't work well in the Arctic Circle, and it can only be used in summer. In addition, a land road to the St. Petersburg area needs to be opened. This road doesn't need to be very good, it just needs to be passable. However, the most troublesome thing is not the road. Because the road can be cleared by cutting down trees. The most troublesome thing is actually crossing the river. After all, this is the far north, and even in summer, it's only a dozen or 20 degrees, and the water temperature is lower. If you wade, it's easy to catch a cold. And in this era, colds can easily kill people. Therefore, when immigrants are traveling, they need to build a bridge to cross the river. Or, leave a ferry for ferrying. But whether it's building a bridge or ferrying, the cost is very high. Therefore, it is necessary to send a pathfinder to find a reasonable road that avoids unnecessary rivers as much as possible. In this way, you can build fewer bridges and fewer ferries. But no matter how to save, hundreds of bridges and ferries are definitely needed. In addition, cutting down trees to clear roads costs a lot. Marin is very troubled and feels that he needs money everywhere. But he doesn't have much cash in his hand. There is still a lot of food, but because we need to prepare food for hundreds of thousands of immigrants, we can't sell the food in the warehouse. So Albert came to ask for instructions to allocate the wheat and rye produced in the American colonies to the 300,000 Taino immigrants in transit. After all, that's 300,000 people. Marin thought about it and finally decided, Albert, don't give those Taino people too much wheat, rye is enough. If not, send more fishing boats to Newfoundland to catch more fish and get more salted fish for the immigrants. As for wheat, you can transport 20 million pounds to Spain and Portugal and exchange some cash. 20 million pounds of wheat, at 5 pfennig per pound, is 100 million pfennigs, worth about 1.667 million gold coins. The prices and food prices in Spain and Portugal are high, and it is estimated that they can sell for more money. Moreover, because of the monopoly of the Indian spice trade, the two countries are currently rich, and the money of various countries has been earned by the two countries, causing some inflation and high prices in the two countries. Therefore, Marin plans to release 20 million pounds of wheat at a time, get some cash back from the two countries, and solve the problem of insufficient cash flow in the North Sea. Of course, Marin will definitely cover up and send spies in France and Italy to pretend to be French and Italian businessmen to operate this matter. After all, France and Italy are major wheat producers in Europe. France has two good geographical conditions, while Italy has fertile volcanic ash soil, and the wheat output in Sicily's Golden Basin and other places is very famous. Moreover, 20 million pounds sounds like a lot, but in fact it is only a little more than 9,000 tons. In later generations, it is estimated that grain merchants with a little strength will not look down on it. But in this era, it is not a small amount. After all, the agricultural technology of Europeans is really bad these days, and the yield of wheat per moo is only 100 pounds. Therefore, there is a feeling that things are rare and expensive. With a cache of 1 million and hundreds of thousands of gold coins, Marin can also breathe a sigh of relief, so as not to be driven crazy by the shortage of money. In fact, the region with the most abundant gold and silver in this era is India. Because the pepper trade has been going on for thousands of years, Europeans have given gold and silver to India for thousands of years. Therefore, even though India did not have many gold and silver mines, it accumulated a huge amount of gold and silver by selling pepper. Therefore, there is a lot of gold and silver in every Indian temple. And it is also very popular to wear gold jewelry among the Indian people. In ancient times, gold and silver were very rare in China. Before the development of maritime trade in the Middle and Late Ming Dynasty, gold and silver were only available to wealthy families in China, and the common people only used copper coins. In India, people have been selling pepper to Europe since the Roman Empire, and have accumulated gold and silver for 1,000 or hundreds of years, which can be described as a mountain of gold and a sea of silver. Of course, later Britain colonized India and plundered a lot of gold and silver. The treasury of Bengal alone had gold and silver treasures worth 40 million pounds, equivalent to 120 million taels of silver. Later, Mysore also obtained gold and silver treasures worth 10 million pounds, 30 million taels of silver. Therefore, the rise of the British Empire largely relied on the gold and silver looted from India. These gold and silver were deposited in British banks, ensuring the dominance of the pound. It was not until after the two world wars that Britain spent all its savings on the war and owed the Americans a lot of money. The gold and silver that had been looted for hundreds of years before were also used to buy weapons from the Americans. In other words, the gold and silver that the British looted in India, through the two world wars, fell into the hands of the Americans, contributing to the birth of the superpower ugly country. To be honest, Marin wanted to send troops to India to loot. In this way, gold and silver worth tens of millions of golden gold coins are indispensable. But the problem is that there are still many threats to the North Sea country, and it cannot leave casually. Moreover, robbing so much money at a time can easily arouse jealousy and hostility from all of Europe. Therefore, he can only wait until his wings are hard before doing so. Just when Marin was wandering in the sky and thinking about going to India to make a fortune in the future, Albert hesitated and said, "It seems that rye and salted fish alone are not enough. The North American colonies do not produce much rye. In addition to the 300,000 Taino people who are being transported, there are tens of thousands of Germans in the North American colonies. The rye produced must be given priority to German immigrants. In this case, are the Taino people going to eat fish every day?" Marin thought about it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Then let them do their old business, growing sweet potatoes. The Taino people are good at growing cassava and sweet potatoes, so growing sweet potatoes is no pressure for them. Moreover, this thing has a high yield. Even if there is not much land to be reclaimed, as long as each person has 1 or 2 acres of land, the sweet potatoes grown will definitely be enough to eat for a year. If the area is large enough, the sweet potatoes produced can also feed back to the local area. Fresh sweet potatoes are difficult to preserve, but they can be dried and ground into flour. Although sweet potato flour is a coarse grain and tastes bad, for the Taino people and poor people, it is good to be full and they will not be picky at all. Then, the Taino people can also grow some vegetables such as cabbage and radish to make do with it. If the planting area is large enough, then even if Marin conquers the Aztec Empire and brings over 2 million people, it will be enough to eat. If wheat or rye is planted, it is difficult to feed so many people at once. As for growing sweet potatoes, even if a person only grows 10 acres of land and the yield per acre is only 2,000 pounds, there are still 20,000 pounds, which can feed 30 or 40 people. Planting 20 moo of sweet potatoes can feed 70 to 80 people. Therefore, if you want to expand the population, planting sweet potatoes is definitely a good choice. Didn't you see that the Qing dynasty promoted sweet potato planting and Emperor Yongjing abolished the population tax, which directly increased the population to more than 300 million? Therefore, Marin gave Albert a task: 300,000 Taino people, at least 1 million moo of sweet potatoes. If there is spare capacity, consider planting something else. Well, let's learn from the Qing dynasty and create a sweet potato heyday. A few hundred years later, we can also shoot a Marin dynasty and specifically let Uncle Dao Ming play Emperor Marin. Chapter 2098 Sweet Potato Roast. In fact, potatoes are better food than sweet potatoes. Potato flour is also much better than sweet potato flour, and is more suitable for making pasta. The nutritional value of sweet potato flour is far less than that of potato flour. What? You said that sweet potatoes have higher nutritional value and contain vitamin XX? Sorry, after being dried and ground into powder, and then steamed and boiled, these vitamins are actually almost lost. As a vegetable, sweet potatoes are indeed very good and rich in vitamins. But as a flour food, they are far inferior to potatoes. Because sweet potato flour does not stick after adding water, it cannot be kneaded, and cannot be made into shapes such as steamed buns and bread. Therefore, it can only be used directly to make pancakes. If you want to make pasta, such as steamed buns, you need to mix it with other flours before you can use it. The steamed buns that northerners used to eat were made by mixing sweet potato flour with coarse grains such as corn flour and sorghum flour, adding water and stirring, and kneading them into steamed buns. Therefore, sweet potato flour is classified as coarse grains. But in fact, it is not sweet potato flour that is coarse, but corn flour and other real coarse grains that are coarse, which makes you choke on your throat. But there is no way, who can't make sweet potato flour by itself. Potato flour is different. It is similar to other wheat flours. It can be mixed with water and then made into shapes such as steamed buns or even noodles, which is more suitable for eating as a staple food. Therefore, in later generations, China designated potatoes as the fourth largest staple food, second only to rice, wheat and corn. However, sweet potatoes were not regarded as staple food. There is no way. If sweet potatoes want to be processed into pasta, they need to be matched with other flours. Therefore, they can only be supplementary food. However, that was in the later generations, when materials were abundant. What era is this? It's good to have something to eat. Sweet potato flour is indeed not very suitable for making pasta, but so what? Can you not eat it when you are hungry? Moreover, Marin plans to mix sweet potato flour with a small amount of rye flour and make it into pasta. Among them, sweet potato flour accounts for the majority, and rye flour accounts for the minority, which acts as a binder. Then, make steamed buns, pastries and so on. In this way, people are more likely to accept it. As for potatoes, they are indeed more suitable as staple food. However, Marin is unwilling to promote it. If the French stole the potato seeds, it would be a disaster. Because potatoes are too suitable for the cool and not hot climate in Europe. When the time comes, the price of food will fall and they will have no money to make. Sweet potatoes are different. Even if they are stolen, most parts of Europe are not suitable for planting. This thing is probably only suitable for planting in southern Europe such as Spain because the temperature is high enough. Moreover, according to spies in Spain, the Spaniards have tried to make flour from sweet potatoes for food. As a result, because of the failure of adding water and dough, they had to give up. Then, sweet potatoes are naturally not popular and can only be used as a supplementary food. But the Spaniards don't know that sweet potatoes can also be made into pasta by adding other flours. Of course, Marin will not remind them. Therefore, Marin's plan is to let the Taino people plant some rye while planting sweet potatoes. Then, rye flour and sweet potato flour are mixed to make pasta. Rye grows more lush than weeds, and there is little need for weeding, and management is relatively simple. It is a match made in heaven with sweet potatoes. In addition to being a staple food, Marin has another plan, to use sweet potatoes to make wine in the future. Well, it's the legendary sweet potato burn. The wine yield of sweet potatoes, is not high. 3 pounds of sweet potatoes are equivalent to the wine yield of 1 pound of rice. However, the yield of sweet potatoes is high. These days, the yield of sweet potatoes per mu is 10 times that of rice. Even if the wine yield is 1/3 of that of rice, so what? In terms of conversion, the wine yield per mu of sweet potatoes is still more than 3 times that of rice per mu. Of course, sweet potato burn is not good to drink, just taste the wine. But this is not a problem. Marin plans to introduce some Japanese farmers to grow rice in the future, and mix some rice to brew sweet potato wine, which will taste better. Moreover, if sweet potato burn is not good to drink, it can still be blended. You can add some maple syrup or something, and the taste will come up. In addition, for the Russians in Eastern Europe at this time, it doesn't matter if the taste of sweet potato burn is worse. At most, the price will be reduced, and it will be very popular. The Mauzi even drank alcohol mixed with water happily, and they would not mind drinking sweet potato liquor. In fact, because sweet potato liquor is cheaper, they would like it more. Because the Mauzi are poor. Poor people want to drink strong liquor. It's really not easy in this era. After all, the price of grain in Europe is so expensive. And the low-cost sweet potato liquor just gave them the opportunity to buy more strong liquor. How could they not be happy? Marin was also very happy. In this way, he can save a lot of food. After all, the price of grain is so expensive, it is really a waste to use it to make wine. In the past, there was no population and food could not be consumed, so grain was used to make wine. But now, with the Russian immigrants and Indian serfs, food is tight. But the spirits business has to be done, so using high-yield sweet potatoes instead of rye to make wine has become a good choice. Of course, beer or something, there is no way, it still has to be brewed with rye. After all, sweet potatoes can't make beer. In addition, the royal salute provided to the nobles must also be brewed with rye. But there are not many nobles, so the consumption of rye is also limited. On the contrary, the ordinary spirits supplied to ordinary people are in large quantities and consume an astonishing amount of rye. With sweet potato liquor, Marin would rather lower the price and save some food. In the era of food shortage, sweet potato liquor is almost the only choice for alcoholics. Like the anti-Japanese war, because many farmers fled or were killed, food was extremely scarce. At that time, if you wanted to drink, you could only drink sweet potato liquor. For example, in Bright Sword, Li Yunlong usually drinks sweet potato liquor. In fact, because he was promised half a caddy of sweet potato liquor, the gunner Zhuzi was so excited that he directly shot down the command post of the Sakata Brigade. Therefore, in the era of food shortage, it is more cost-effective to use sweet potatoes to make wine. If people in other countries in this era knew that Beihai Kingdom used a large amount of rye to make spirits, they would probably want to strangle Marin to death. This is fucking, more than half of the bread we eat is made of sawdust, dirt and other debris, and you actually use so much rye to make wine. Come on, look at my black bread that is as hard as a brick, and smash your dog head. However, the taste of sweet potato is indeed bad. So, Marin was thinking about whether to gather a group of wine masters to study the blending process. For example, blend the best tasting wine with sweet potato. Make the purity of sweet potato higher, close to alcohol. Then, take low alcohol wine and blend it with sweet potato. In this way, the degree is increased, but the taste of wine is retained. Well, there is a lot of room for improvement. As for the fact that white wine and wine are easy to get drunk after mixing. Is this a problem? Many alcoholics drink, don't they just want to get drunk? So, it's not a problem. Marin even plans to add some sucrose to the wine to cover up the poor taste of sweet potato with sweetness. And this can be regarded as finding a place for Cuban sucrose to be consumed. Moreover, it is easy to drink too much wine without realizing it, which just increases consumption. As for hurting the body, or being harmful to health, Marin doesn't care. If you want to be healthy, it's best not to drink. Marin calculated that if the planting method with 3 complete fertilizers is used, the yield of sweet potatoes per mu will be at least 4 to 5,000 kilograms, which is equivalent to 10 times the current yield of rye per mu in the North Sea. The wine yield of rye is not as good as that of rice, and the wine yield of sweet potatoes is 1/3 of that of rice. Therefore, the wine output of 1 mu of sweet potatoes is 3 or 4 times that of 1 mu of rye, which is definitely a good business. Moreover, the sweet potato lees left over from brewing sweet potatoes can also be used to make feed for pigs. A complete industrial chain. Not only can it provide liquor, but it can also produce a lot of pork. The wine yield of sweet potatoes is not high, so there are more lees and more pigs that can be raised. By then, the North American colonies will inevitably become an important place for the production of wine and meat. Chapter 2099 Instant Noodles 4-piece set. Of course, it was Albert, the governor of New York, who was responsible for growing sweet potatoes and brewing sweet potato cakes. Albert, who took over the task, was also confused. What? Sweet potatoes can also make wine. The New York colony did grow sweet potatoes, but not as food, but as vegetables. After all, sweet potatoes can be eaten raw or cold, and they are also very fragrant when roasted. But used as food. Albert had eaten sweet potato noodles, but that thing couldn't be used to make bread, it could only be cooked into a paste. He had never tried pancakes or anything like that. However, the yield of sweet potatoes is indeed very high, and planting sweet potatoes on the vegetable field often yields a lot. Albert also agreed with Marin's plan to feed the Taino people with sweet potatoes. Because it is indeed too luxurious to use wheat as food for the Taino people. Many small nobles in Europe rarely eat wheat flour, so how can they squander it on the Taino people who are serfs? As for feeding pigs with sweet potato lees, Albert was in favor of it with both hands. After all, it is a waste to feed pigs with expensive wheat and not cheap rye. If pigs are fed with grass, they will not grow fat. These days, not only Chinese people love to eat fat meat, but Europeans love it too. Because they are also short of oil and water. As the governor of New York and the Earl of Philadelphia, Albert is not short of oil and water, but he likes to eat braised pork. Therefore, he is in favor of developing the pig farming industry. It just so happens that the breeding of Taihu pigs native to the North Sea has reached a certain scale. Introducing thousands of Taihu pigs to the New York colony is also a good choice. You know, pig farming can not only provide sufficient meat, but also leather and bristles. Brushes made of bristles are very popular products. Even toothbrushes, which are not very popular in the North Sea, are also made of bristles. In addition, what makes Albert feel most amazing is the level of Chinese people in handling pig offal. Although Germans also eat pig offal, they usually chop the pig offal into pieces and stuff it into sausages. But the Chinese are more powerful and can make delicious fried pork liver, fried kidneys, etc. with pig offal. What impressed Albert the most was the way the Chinese handled pig intestines. Germans eat pig offal, but they don't want large intestines. Because large intestines are feces and smell very bad. Germans don't know how to clean large intestines, so they usually throw them away. However, the Chinese cooks, family members of Ming Dynasty craftsmen in New York shipyard, can clean the large intestines quickly and make very delicious fried pig intestines, which makes Albert unable to stop. That is, it is a bit of a waste of noodles when washing large intestines. But Marin told Albert that sweet potato noodles can be used instead of wheat noodles or rye noodles, which can save a lot of costs. This made Albert overjoyed. After all, the cost was saved too much. You know, whether it is wheat flour or rye flour, the price is very expensive. It is too expensive to use it to wash large intestines. Therefore, it is better to use cheap sweet potato noodles instead. Marin also despised Europe. Until the 19th century, the price of grain was still so expensive. During the period when the British implemented the Corn Law, the price of wheat was as high as 66 shillings per quarter, which is 3.3 pounds per 25 pounds. On average, the price of wheat per pound was as high as 2.2 shillings, which is much higher than the current 5 pfennigs, equal to 5 pence, per pound. That is, Germany had a Liebig who came up with the theory of chemical fertilizers. Then, European agricultural production began to increase. But at the beginning, the primary chemical fertilizers used were saltpeter from Chile and guano from the Chincha Islands of Peru. At that time, the annual output of Peruvian guano was about 300,000 tons, and each ton of guano was worth 10 pounds. Therefore, Peru at that time earned 3 million pounds a year just by selling guano, which was 9 million taels of silver. This is higher than the annual fiscal revenue of the Ming dynasty. But because the British monopolized the trade of guano and saltpeter, other countries did not benefit much. It was not until the early 20th century that the German chemist Haber invented the synthetic ammonia technology, which really changed the agricultural situation in Europe. So, there are indeed many German talents. It is said that before World War II, 60% of the Nobel Prize winners were Germans. World agriculture also has to thank Liebig and Haber. Otherwise, the phenomenon of starvation in historical dramas will continue to exist. Therefore, it is not too much to canonize these two. Marin continued to tell Albert about pig farming, because sweet potato pig farming can be done on a large scale. Therefore, Marin plans to build a large-scale meat processing plant in the New York colony in the future, mainly producing sausages, ham, bacon, and other meats that are easy to preserve for a long time. Because North America is too far away from the mainland, it is impossible to transport fresh meat back to the mainland. As for transporting live pigs, cargo ships these days are not solid ships. The solid diesel-powered ships are stable and livestock can adapt well. However, the sailing ships in the sail era are prone to swaying from side to side due to the pull of the wind. Therefore, it is very unfavorable for the transportation of live pigs, and live pigs are prone to get sick and die midway. By then, it will be a big loss. Therefore, Marin tends to process pork on site into sausages, ham, bacon, smoked meat and other meats that are easy to preserve. Of course, it can also be processed into canned pork, such as canned pork with preserved mustard greens. However, fat meat cannot be used to make canned food. Otherwise, it is easy to have diarrhea after eating. Of course, it is also okay to eat it after heating. In addition, you can also learn from the United States, mince it, add flour and spices, and make it into canned luncheon meat that American soldiers hate. But Marin is not willing to use too many cans, mainly because it is inconvenient to transport and easy to break. He now has no extra metal to process iron cans, so he can only use glass bottles. But glass bottles are fragile and inconvenient to transport. Therefore, Marin is ready to learn from the past and get more pork jerky. After packaging it in an oil paper bag and pressing out the air, it is sterilized at high temperature and sealed. Then, this kind of jerky packaged in a paper bag is very convenient to transport and store. If you think it is too dry and hard, you can also soak it in boiling water before eating. Soak it in boiling water. Hey, isn't this instant noodles? Marin was suddenly inspired and decided to make instant noodles. Instant noodles are actually very simple to make. Just fry the noodles, dry them, and package them. Marin does not have the conditions to produce barrel noodles, but it is still very easy to produce bagged instant noodles, and the technology is mature. Moreover, rye flour does not taste good when used to make bread, but it can also be used to make noodles. In later generations, rye noodles are still high-end goods because of their high nutritional value. The noodles are easy to make, and the ingredients do not seem to be troublesome. Just put salt, pepper and other spices in the seasoning packet to ensure that the taste is okay. Maybe it can't catch up with the taste of instant noodles in later generations, but people in this era are not picky, and it's good to have seasoning. As for other seasoning packets, Marin thinks that sauce packets are unrealistic. It is too difficult to package sauces in oil paper bags. It is better to take out the sauce bottle when making instant noodles and dig a little in. Then, pour some cooking oil. Therefore, Marin plans to use canned bottles to package sauces and oils, and then open them when eating instant noodles. If it is for military use, it is enough for a squad to share a canned bottle. Even without sauce and oil. After all, people these days don't have high requirements. Moreover, the noodles are fried and contain oil. Then, vegetables and meat are also easy to make. Vegetables can be directly dehydrated vegetables packed in oil paper bags. This technology has been matured in the North Sea. Both the Army and the Navy can carry a large number of dehydrated vegetable bags. When making instant noodles, soak the dehydrated vegetables in them. And the pork jerky packed in oil paper bags seems to be a magic weapon for instant noodles. So, Marin decided to use bagged fried noodles, bagged seasonings, bagged dehydrated vegetables and bagged pork jerky as a 4-piece set for instant noodles. It is mainly used for combat in cold weather. After all, in cold weather, eating compressed biscuits is not as comfortable as eating instant noodles with hot soup. Moreover, the combination of meat and vegetables is extremely reasonable and easy to carry. As for adding sauces and cooking oil, they do not belong to the 4-piece set. During the march, each team can prepare canned sauces and cooking oil according to their own situation. This is an upgraded way of eating, but in fact, the 4-piece set of instant noodles is enough. Chapter 2100, The Ming Dynasty Katyusha Rocket Launcher, A Swarm of Bees. In addition to the 4-piece set that is easy to store and transport, Marin also plans to develop canned beef sauce, canned mutton sauce and other condiments that are easy to store. Of course, these cans are not easy to transport. However, they are not distributed to ordinary soldiers, but to nobles and officers. Of course, Europeans are not used to spicy food, and Marin himself does not like spicy food. Therefore, this kind of meat sauce that is popular in the North Sea Kingdom will not be added with chili peppers, but some pepper powder will be added to maintain a spicy taste. It is strange to say that Europeans in this era have a heavy taste. However, they are afraid of spicy food. Therefore, pepper, a slightly spicy spice, has become their favorite. Marin is the same. He likes to put ginger and garlic paste in the dishes, but he just doesn't like to eat chili peppers. This is also the characteristic of Huaiyang cuisine in the previous life. It is light, but the taste can be recognized by most people in the world. Therefore, the future canned beef sauce and canned mutton sauce will not be spicy, but with a little spice. For example, add some pepper and dried ginger powder. But using only meat is too honest, so some soybeans and peanuts will be added. Peanuts in particular can enhance the aroma. When the time comes, pouring the fragrant and delicious peanut meat sauce into the instant noodles will definitely improve the deliciousness of the instant noodles by several levels. Of course, this is actually a helpless choice. After all, there are no refrigerated ships or refrigerated trucks these days, so this is the only way to preserve meat for a long time. Especially the meat produced in America, and the meat produced in Australia in the future, can only be preserved and transported back to the mainland in this way. However, American beef will have a lot of meat from North American bison in the future. That's tens of millions of North American bison, each weighing about 1 ton, at least thousands of pounds of meat. In addition to meat, there are also cowhide and cow offal, which can be of great use. Marin has sent hundreds of Cossacks to the Gulf Coast to find a landing point, and then headed inland to hunt North American bison. But how much beef can those hundreds of Cossacks eat? Killing a bison is enough for all of them to eat for 2 days. Therefore, Marin decided to send a processing team to make beef sauce on site with soybeans, peanuts and various seasonings. Of course, a large number of wide-mouthed glass bottles, corks and beeswax are also needed for sealing and preservation. In order to get enough glass bottles, Marin plans to build a large glassware factory specializing in the production of canned bottles. Corks are easy to deal with, just import them. As for beeswax, it can also be imported from the Baltic Sea region. But Marin feels that with the future development of the North Sea industry, the demand for canned food will definitely increase greatly. At that time, the demand for corks and beeswax will also increase greatly. Therefore, Marin decided to find an area with a climate similar to that of Portugal to plant cork oak for cork production on a large scale in preparation for future needs. In addition, the development of beekeeping is encouraged. In addition to obtaining honey, very useful beeswax can also be obtained. Some people may say that sealing mud can also replace beeswax. But sealing mud is easy to crack, so it is not as good as beeswax. The North Sea country will only choose to use sealing mud when it preserves cheap materials such as fresh water. Of course, sealing mud is sometimes used for wine jars that preserve white wine. But for smaller canned bottles, try to use beeswax. As for using rubber as bottle stoppers, well, rubber stoppers have a smell and can easily change the taste of food. Therefore, when preserving food, try not to use rubber stoppers. On this day, Marin was processing documents in the office, and at the same time writing a plan for building a new glass bottle factory, promoting cork oak planting, and developing beekeeping. At this time, a big man with a beard and a hairy face suddenly broke into the office, picked up Marin, and turned him around a few times. Marin was so scared that he trembled and almost shouted, "Brother Jia, don't do it." It was not until the hairy-faced man spoke that Marin was relieved. "Master, I'm back." Hearing the voice, it turned out to be Con. "Huh." Marin took a long breath, and asked with a straight face, "Why did you come back so late?" Noel has been back for more than 10 days, and his boat deliberately slowed down. "Where did you go?" Hairy-faced Con said aggrievedly, "I just went to New York for a walk, so I was delayed for a while. Besides, if I come back too early, the boat will collide with Noel's boat, wouldn't it be exposed?" "Oh." Marin nodded, and sat down to write the plan again, and ignored this guy. However, Con probably left for too long, and had a lot to say, so he sat next to Marin, nagging, and talking endlessly. It mainly talked about the practice on the set and the final performance in the past few months. In addition, there were also things seen in the New York colony. After a bunch of nonsense, Con said like a treasure, "Master, I went to the shipyard in Long Island, New York this time, and found a very interesting thing, which I brought to you. This thing is amazing." "What is it?" Marin asked casually without raising his head. "Yaiwo Feng." Con's tongue was a little big when he said it. "What is this?" Marin didn't hear clearly. "Yaiwo Feng, this is what the Chinese call it, probably so. I'll go get the sample and bring the craftsman here." After a while, Con came in with a long hexagonal wooden barrel, followed by a timid Ming dynasty man. "My little Kulawu, a former craftsman of Longjiang Baochuan factory in Nandu, kowtows to the emperor. Long live the emperor." This Kulawu, probably because he has watched too many operas, immediately kowtowed 3 times and 9 times when he saw Marin. Moreover, he called the king the emperor. "Stand up." Marin was speechless, not used to this title. Moreover, he was not used to being worshipped by others. After Kulawu got up, he immediately stepped aside and didn't dare to raise his head. And Con opened a cover on the wooden barrel and showed the wooden barrel in front of Marin. "Oh my god. Isn't this a swarm of bees?" Marin blurted out in Mandarin. At this time, Kulawu raised his head and said flatteringly, "Your Majesty has a good eye. This is indeed the national weapon of the Shenjing of the Ming dynasty, a swarm of bees." Ma Lin looked at Kulawu, and then asked in confusion, "Isn't the Shenjing in Baidu? How can you, a shipbuilding craftsman from the Baochuan factory in Nanjing, make this thing?" Kulawu raised his head and clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this swarm of bees was invented when the Ming dynasty established its capital in Nanjing. Later, Emperor Qingzu moved the capital to Baidu and took away most of the firearms craftsmen, but still left some craftsmen in Nanjing. My father-in-law is a firearms craftsman in the Nanjing military department. He has no sons, only a daughter, my wife. So, before he died, he passed on his craft to me. I heard that Huang Sanchi was appreciated by Prince Ai, Albert, for presenting paper armor and brought it back to Kyoto. I also want to stand out, so I present this swarm of bees, and I hope your Majesty will like it." A swarm of bees. This is the Ming dynasty version of the Katyusha rocket launcher. Marin looked at the swarm of bees in front of him and fell into deep thought. Chapter 2101, Improved Herding. The swarm of bees was praised by Ming fans as a legendary artifact of the Ming dynasty version of Katyusha. But Marin disagreed, mainly because he had seen an episode of The Secret of Ancient Weapons, which mentioned that the performance of the swarm of bees was unstable. The main reason was that it started to fly around after exceeding 45 meters, which was comparable to the lead bullets of a smoothbore gun. Therefore, although the swarm of bees was very powerful when fired, it was often not effective if the distance was too far. Even at a close distance of 45 meters, the probability of the dummy team being hit in the program was only 90%. Over 100 meters, the hit rate was very low. Moreover, the program introduced that in the Battle of Jingnan, Zhu Yunwen's Ming army used a swarm of bees against the cavalry of the great Emperor Zhu Di. Zhu Di, who led the charge in person, was almost hit, but because of the poor hit rate of the swarm of bees, Zhu Di escaped. Later, because the cost and benefits were not proportional, the Ming dynasty itself gradually gave up the swarm of bees. On the contrary, multi-barrel and multi-stage firearms such as Flying Crow of Divine Fire and Fire Dragon Out of Water have good effects. However, multi-barrel firearms also have disadvantages. If the ignition time of the 2 booster launch tubes on the left and right is different, and only one side is ignited first, this thing will turn back and hurt its own people. And the problem of Yaiwofeng is also very big. The main reason is that the gunpowder cartridge of the divine machine arrow used by Yaiwofeng is tied to the side of the arrow body. In this way, the center of gravity is crooked. Moreover, as the gunpowder in the cartridge is burned and consumed, the weight of the cartridge becomes lighter and lighter, and the overall center of gravity of the divine machine arrow is constantly changing. If this change is longitudinal, it will not affect the direction. But this change is transverse. If the center of gravity changes transversely, it would be strange if the divine machine arrow does not fly around. Therefore, after the divine machine arrow leaves the launch box of Yaiwofeng, it can still maintain its direction for the first 30 or 40 meters due to inertia. But after this distance, due to the transverse change of the center of gravity, it is easy to fly around. When Marin watched that program in his previous life, he saw with his own eyes that a swarm of bees was being tested. After the arrow was fired, it was directly carried to the ground at a distance of 30 or 40 meters, and it also jumped on the ground. The best solution is actually very simple, which is to hollow out the tail of the bow and arrow and fill it with gunpowder. In this way, even if the weight of the tail is reduced after the gunpowder burns, it will not affect the direction of flight because the center of gravity changes along the longitudinal direction of the arrow body. But Marin dare not do this. Why? Because this thing is easy to imitate. How simple it is to hollow out the tail of the arrow, you will know it at a glance. If other people learn it, they can directly make it to attack the army of the North Sea. Therefore, Marin would rather not make it than let other countries learn the manufacturing method of this big killer. As for the swarm of bees in front of him, to be honest, Ma*** is not very interested. But it is not completely uninterested. Why? The people of the Ming dynasty did not understand how to use it. In fact, if the swarm of bees is used well, it is also very useful. The test on the TV program I watched in my previous life showed that at a distance of 45 meters, the hit rate of a swarm of bees can reach 90%. Moreover, the penetrating power is very strong, and the plastic dummy was directly penetrated, which shows that it is very powerful. Therefore, when using a swarm of bees, you can completely learn from the later lobster soldiers, endure, and wait until the enemy enters the range of 45 meters, and then concentrate on firing and penetrate the opponent directly. If you shoot at the face, the power will be stronger, and it is estimated that it will not penetrate one person. Moreover, the first thing that the Beihai Kingdom battle formation focuses on is defense. With a defensive formation formed by unicycle chariots, the enemy cavalry cannot break through the defense line of the Beihai Kingdom army for a while. Therefore, the Beihai Kingdom army has the confidence to let the enemy enter within 45 meters and then concentrate on firing. The reason why the Ming army abandoned the swarm of bees is that the Ming army used firearms very irregularly. For example, the musketeers clearly have a very low hit rate at a distance of 100 steps, but when they see the enemy charging, they are very likely to panic and shoot from a distance. As a result, all the shots are empty. And it takes a long time to reload the ammunition, and the cavalry on the opposite side has already rushed over to cut people. Therefore, the swarm of bees was abandoned by the Ming army. In addition to the fact that it did have certain problems, the poor quality of the Ming army itself was also an important reason. However, Marin was not very happy to use the original swarm of bees. Because the range of the swarm of bees is too short. When shooting, it is not even as good as the rain of arrows from the archers on the opposite side. For example, shooting against a team of English longbowmen is like delivering food. If the opponent knows kite tactics and always keeps a certain distance, the swarm of bees will definitely be abused. The unicycle in front of the North Sea Kingdom has good defense, but it also affects mobility. The opponent retreated, and the swarm of bees couldn't catch up. Therefore, the great inventor, Marin, planned to use the high school level physics knowledge of later generations to transform the swarm of bees to obtain a longer effective range. How to increase the range? Naturally, it is to improve its flight stability. How to make it fly more stable? The first is to adjust the center of gravity. Try to make the center of gravity on the arrow body, rather than between the cartridge and the arrow body. But the structure of the Shinji arrow itself, which is tied to the cartridge, is destined to make it difficult to adjust the center of gravity perfectly. Therefore, Marin can only try to adjust it. For example, Marin can tie a counterweight of the same weight as the cartridge opposite the cartridge. But the problem is that after the gunpowder in the cartridge burns, it becomes lighter and lighter, while the weight of the counterweight will not decrease. Therefore, the center of gravity will eventually be unbalanced. But Marin does not expect complete balance. All he wants is to let the Shinji arrows fired in a swarm fly as far as possible. After all, if the Shinji arrow does not fly around, the theoretical range can reach 300 or 400 meters. Marin didn't even think about letting the Shinji arrow fly steadily for 300 or 400 meters. If the Shinji arrow can fly steadily for more than 100 meters, he will be satisfied. And how to make the Shinji arrow fly more steadily? Marin's second idea is to install wings on the Shinji arrow. That is, similar to the airplanes of later generations, give the Shinji arrow a pair of wings. Although the wings cannot guarantee a smooth flight of 300 or 400 meters, it is enough to ensure a smooth flight of hundreds of meters. Moreover, from the perspective of weapons, if the flight is too stable and the trajectory is too straight, the swarm will lose its value. Why do you say that? The swarm is actually a weapon for range strikes, which emphasizes wide coverage. If the enemy group is attacked, the trajectory is too straight, and this small tube of 32 magic arrows will only shoot a soldier on the opposite side into a hornet's nest. It is not cost-effective to kill an enemy with 32 arrows. Therefore, the magic arrows in the swarm require a certain amount of offset, rather than all precise strikes. Therefore, Marin's method of delaying the offset time of the magic arrow is very good. It is the most military value to be cheaper than more than 100 meters, or to have a small discount at a distance of 100 meters. Therefore, Marin changed the cylindrical cartridge of the magic arrow in the swarm into a rectangular cartridge. Then, a pair of wooden wings were nailed on the other side of the arrow shaft corresponding to the cartridge. Its wings are very simple, just a rectangular wooden board, the middle part of which is nailed to the arrow shaft, corresponding to the cartridge. In addition, considering that the launch of the Shinji arrow is somewhat similar to the launch of the space shuttle. That is, the space shuttle itself sprays flames, and the rocket body only provides fuel. Therefore, Marin also nailed a rectangular wooden piece on the rectangular cartridge as a wing. However, the wing wooden piece opposite the cartridge will be larger and heavier. Because this wooden piece has a certain counterweight effect. The wooden piece nailed to the cartridge is very thin and mainly serves as the space shuttle wing of the cartridge. Moreover, because the two wooden piece wings are parallel, when loading, there are wooden pieces supporting the upper and lower parts, and it is easier to maintain a stable state. Then there is the tail feather of the arrow. Marin deliberately let it soak in the mud to make it stained with mud. After drying, it will harden. However, when launched, it is not easy to be burned by the tail flame ejected by the cartridge. Many times, the original version of the Shinji arrow was because the tail flame of the cartridge burned the tail feathers, causing the arrow body of the Shinji arrow to lose balance and then fly around. Marin's method of coating, mud, paste is also very good. Although there are two pairs of wings, it is better to keep the tail fins. After all, modern aircraft also retain tail fins. Marin is not an aircraft expert, but he knows how to copy homework. Moreover, Marin specially set the direction of the tail feathers to be parallel to the wooden wings. When installing, it is also installed in parallel. In this way, when the Shinji arrow is flying, it is difficult to deviate in the vertical direction. The so-called vertical direction, because it is flat, naturally refers to the up and down direction. As for the lateral deviation, it is exactly what a swarm needs. Because, in order to achieve a range strike, the Shinji arrow must be spread out. Otherwise, it is a waste of arrows to shoot at a target. Therefore, Marin did not add a vertical tail fin to the tail of the arrow. Because the vertical tail fin will prevent the lateral deviation of the Shinji arrow. In addition, in order to keep the penetration of the Shinji arrow and achieve secondary killing, Marin deliberately asked people to saw dents in the wood wings, leaving only a small part connected. In this way, when the arrow penetrates the enemy, the wood wings will be easily broken due to the sawed dents after being hit, so that the arrow body can penetrate the target and even hit the next enemy, causing more casualties to the enemy. After the design was completed, Marin asked Kulao Wu to bring several craftsmen from the North Sea Kingdom to start modifying it according to Marin's ideas. Because two pairs of wood wings were added, the Shinji arrow was much wider. As a result, the number of arrows in each tube was greatly reduced. Even in order to accommodate the wings, the partition cannot leave only round holes, but needs to leave larger and wider square holes to install and fix the improved Shinji arrow. But in this way, the original wooden barrel is not suitable. For this reason, Marin specially asked people to build a wider wooden barrel, and the number of Shinji arrow layers was reduced to 3 rows. In this way, a widened version of the new swarm with 3 rows and 8 arrows in each row appeared. After testing, this kind of magic arrow really met Marin's expectations. It still did not move up and down at a distance of 150 meters, and maintained a strong lethality. But considering that this new type of magic arrow began to disperse horizontally at a distance of 120 meters. Therefore, its optimal striking distance is actually around 120 meters. If it is too far away, the horizontal distance between arrows is too large, and the effect of saturation strike cannot be achieved. If it is too close, the magic arrow has not yet spread horizontally, and the saturation strike is too large to achieve a range strike. Therefore, Marin intends that the operator of the magic arrow must be a person with good psychological quality and good eyesight for visual distance. Otherwise, launching too early or too late will not achieve the best effect. Chapter 2102, Parliament Reforms Again. The reason why Marin took great pains to improve the swarm of bees was actually to prepare for the military operations against the Grand Duchy of Moscow in the second half of the year. Because it is a long journey, it is definitely impossible to bring heavy artillery. Therefore, a swarm of bees, a portable killer, has become a very good choice. Moreover, the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow has a strong Oriental Mongolian style, and even the armor style is very Oriental, belonging to iron plate armor or chain mail, without the plate armor popular in Western Europe. Therefore, this kind of weapon in the style of a divine arrow is very suitable for attacking the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. In particular, probably influenced by the Mongolian cavalry, there are also many light cavalry in the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Even many Tatars are employed by the Moscow army. Once these Mongolian-style light cavalry charge up, the scale of thousands or tens of thousands will be very imposing, overwhelming, and very oppressive. At this time, it is necessary to quickly suppress their momentum. In this way, it can not only hit the morale of the opponent, but also prevent the morale of one's own army from being reduced. On this expedition, Marin certainly brought 3,000 or 4,000 single-headed bullets. But if they were divided into 3 rows, each row would only have a few thousand people, and they could not suppress the enemy cavalry with firepower, and could not extinguish the arrogance of the opposing cavalry. The problem of suppressing cavalry could not be solved well until the 19th century. There were only 2 ways to face the large-scale charge of cavalry. One was to learn from the Swiss and place super-long spears diagonally on the ground to block the enemy cavalry, the other was to use shotguns to attack in a range. Marin was unwilling to use the shotguns at present, and the spear formation was somewhat passive. The Muscovites had been ruled by the Mongols for hundreds of years, and they knew a little horse shooting. If these guys learned from the Mongols and used bows and crossbows to shoot at the spear formation from a distance, and then split into 2 and ran to both sides, the North Sea army would be a little dumbfounded. After all, the spearmen did not dare to leave the formation to chase the cavalry. Therefore, at this time, you can take out the swarm with increased range and hit the Moscow light cavalry that rushed up with a messy face, which can make the opponent honest. Because it is a saturation attack, the effect caused by the swarm can be comparable to that of a machine gun. Of course, sustainability cannot be compared with machine guns. But Marin did not expect to compare with machine guns. If machine guns form a crossfire network, they can effectively kill the enemy cavalry. If you use a swarm, you can only defeat them, not destroy them. After all, if the opponent escapes the effective range, it will not be finished. However, Marin did not expect to destroy the Moscow cavalry. Because there is a balance issue to consider here. If the Grand Duchy of Moscow is hit too hard, resulting in the annihilation of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, it will be a bargain for the Lithuanians in the end. Marin just wants to rob the population of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, not to make wedding clothes for the Lithuanians. Therefore, he only asks to defeat, not to destroy. In this way, even if Marin wins the battle, the Grand Duchy of Moscow will not lose too much manpower, and still have the strength to fight against the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Moreover, according to the script, the Grand Duchy of Moscow should first send out a large army to cripple the Lithuanian army. Then, Marin will find an excuse to go down in person. At that time, Marin will take out the improved version of the swarm, a saturation strike, and defeat the main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Then, while the army is fleeing, launch an attack and defeat the enemy. But Marin will selectively pursue and kill, for example, deliberately let go of the opponent's light cavalry. At the same time, let go of most of the ordinary infantry, as long as they surrender. The real chase is mainly the opponent's heavy infantry wearing armor, as well as the absolute main force such as gunners, suppressing their resistance. In this way, the power of the Grand Duchy of Moscow in direct confrontation will be greatly weakened. And those ordinary infantry without armor may not be good at fighting, but they can be used to defend the city. In other words, Marin's attack is mainly the offensive force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. And the defensive force will be preserved to a certain extent. In this way, even if the North Sea army evacuates the Grand Duchy of Moscow, the Moscow army will have enough strength to defend and guard against the attack of the Lithuanians. At that time, because both sides were crippled, the conflict between them would become a fight between chickens, and no one could hurt anyone, at most making the opponent uncomfortable. In this way, after Marin had reaped enough benefits, he would not have to worry about Lithuania annexing Moscow. If the strength of the two countries was not very different, it would be difficult for a parliamentary country like Lithuania to make up its mind to fight to the death with Moscow. Because the parliamentarians have many small thoughts. It is easy for a centralized country like Moscow to unify its thoughts and fight with others to the end. Therefore, even if the Grand Duchy of Moscow failed many times in history, it could still turn over. Because when it is necessary to fight desperately, the people of Moscow will dare to bet. On the contrary, countries like Lithuania, where the same parliament is in power, will hesitate when it is time to be fierce, and eventually lose many opportunities and be annexed. This is also the reason why Marin does not like the European parliamentary system very much, because this system will lead to procrastination, endless quarrels and indecision. If it is peacetime, it is okay. In wartime, if you can't make up your mind, you will suffer a great loss. In addition, when facing a disaster, the reaction will be slow. Because you will find that there will always be someone in the parliament who will tear you down and hold you back. Therefore, Marin thinks that the Congress system of later China is very good. It is only held once a year to focus on solving some legislative and route problems. However, it does not interfere with daily decision-making and avoids internal friction. Like the European parliamentary system, even a small matter will cause the parliament to quarrel for several days, which is very annoying. If there are many things, it may take a long time to quarrel and solve them one by one. In particular, some members of parliament have to stand up and quarrel whether they are right or wrong in order to show their presence. When they are excited, they will fight. Then, the business is delayed. Therefore, Marin also plans to carry out parliamentary reform in the North Sea. Specifically, the parliament withdraws from the daily management sequence and is held only once a year. During the slack season, that is, winter, a one-month meeting is held in Auric to concentrate on solving important issues such as legislation and taxation, as well as important matters such as the evaluation of officials. After the meeting, the members of parliament will go wherever they should go, and for the remaining 11 months, daily affairs will also be handled by official agencies. Of course, the parliamentarians, including local parliamentarians, also have the responsibility to supervise local officials. If anyone is levying heavy taxes or committing illegal acts in the local area, the parliamentarians are eligible to report the situation directly to the supervisory department and request an investigation. Parliament is held once a year. After hearing Marin's decision, the current Prime Minister Haider widened his eyes and found it incredible. Because this is equivalent to depriving the parliamentarians of most of their rights. How can they show their authority with only one chance to speak every year? That is, in the North Sea Kingdom, Marin relied on the army to build the country, and the old nobles were relatively weak. If it were other countries, Marin might have encountered a rebellion if he weakened the power of the parliament in this way. Moreover, it was a collective rebellion of the nobles. However, the old nobles of the North Sea Kingdom were concentrated in Bremen province by Marin, and they had no rights. Marin even limited the number of their guards, resulting in no one opposing Marin's resolution at all. As for Haider, Marin's move was obviously to strengthen his power, so although he was surprised, he would not object. Of course, there must be people who oppose this, such as a group of people in the parliament, who expressed their protest. However, they are all mascots with no authority, and Marin will not care too much. However, in order to give these mascots a way out, Marin still gave an explanation. The North American colonies, the earliest 4 colonies except the United States of America, Cuba, Cape Breton Island, New York and Savannah, also have the right to send representatives to participate in the annual parliamentary meeting and exercise their rights. But because it is too far away and inconvenient to go back and forth, it is reasonable to hold a parliamentary meeting once a year. Although some members of parliament proposed that the colonies could send representatives to Auric, Marin refused. The reason is that the permanent representatives cannot even understand the situation in the colonies and cannot understand the demands of the colonies. So, well, that's it. In fact, this is already a face-saving statement. Because no matter how much the members of parliament oppose, it is invalid. The members of parliament are like bereaved parents, but they can't do anything. Because they have no ability to oppose Marin's resolution. Before, Marin had already weakened the power of the parliament on a large scale. This time, Marin made another move, allowing the parliament to hold only one general meeting a year, which simply left them with nothing to do. As for permanent members of parliament, there are some, but most of them are ministers who serve concurrently. This leads to the formulation of some small regulations, which can be discussed and decided by ministers without waiting for the parliament to convene a general meeting. Of course, these small regulations cannot contradict the laws enacted by the parliament. If you want to formulate regulations that violate the laws enacted by the parliament, you need to wait until the general meeting is held. In addition, if a war breaks out, everything will be up to the king. The king has the right to promulgate and implement wartime regulations, even if the regulations are contrary to the bill of parliament. Moreover, according to the constitution of the North Sea Kingdom, the monarch has no right to dissolve the parliament at will. However, the qualification of the parliamentarians can be disqualified on the charge of opposing the royal family. This seems to restrict Marin, but in fact, because the opposition can be expelled, it doesn't matter whether the parliament is dissolved or not. If all the parliamentarians oppose it, then the king has failed too much and is not far from being finished. In addition, Marin also introduced the military representative system, requiring military representatives to account for 1/5 of the total number of parliamentarians, that is, 20%. But the military representatives are directly dispatched by the army, and the army belongs to the king. Therefore, these 20% of the votes will definitely support the king. To reach half, you only need to get more than 30% of the votes. If this can't be done, such a monarch is too failed. In fact, Marin is basically the one who says what he wants now, and the parliament dare not oppose him. After all, the old aristocracy was defeated by him, and the new aristocracy is still growing. But Marin's reforms are not for himself, but for Caesar and his successors after Caesar. They don't have the absolute authority of Marin, and by then the new aristocracy will also be strong. So, this is paving the way for future generations. Of course, because it copied many advanced systems of China hundreds of years later, the system of the North Sea Kingdom is very advanced, hundreds of years ahead of other countries of this era. The only thing that needs to be reformed is probably industrial adjustment. After all, expensive food can't last too long. One day, the secret of the high grain yield of the North Sea Kingdom will be leaked. By then, grain prices will fall, and it will no longer be possible to make huge profits from agriculture. At that time, it will be necessary to adjust the industry and adjust it to the industrial side as much as possible. But before other countries discover the secret of high grain yields, Marin can still enjoy the dividends for a long time. Chapter 2103 Earthworm Farming Success. In fact, Marin wanted to adjust the industry and upgrade the economic structure a long time ago. But the problem is that there is a serious shortage of labor in this era. It is irrational to develop industry when there is a shortage of farmers. Because there is no surplus population. Looking at the areas where industry is developed, they are all areas with surplus agricultural population. For example, Flanders has been densely populated since ancient times, with surplus labor to engage in wool textile industry. Italy is also a country with many mountains and few plains, dense population, and surplus labor to work as workers. Later, Britain also benefited from the enclosure movement, with a large number of landless farmers, so it developed the textile industry and started colonial development. Therefore, time and fate, history is really full of contingency, and there is no law to tell. France lost to Britain in the colonial competition because of its good agricultural conditions. However, the British enclosure movement, which was very unethical and smoking, stimulated the development of industry and colonial undertakings. Similarly, the Central Plains dynasty of China, because it had nothing lacking in the local area, lacked the motivation to explore overseas, and coupled with the conservatism of Confucianism, it also lost the opportunity for colonial expansion. Finally, after China developed, it suddenly discovered that it seemed that the whole world was occupied by white people. And the yellow countries around, Japan and South Korea, are still traders. In the case of insufficient agricultural population, developing industry will definitely damage agriculture. And agriculture is the foundation. If agriculture is not good, people will starve to death. What about the industry of the ball? Therefore, if Marin wants to develop again, he must wait until he gets hundreds of thousands of Mauzi as serfs before he can liberate the farmers of the original North Sea Kingdom and make them craftsmen and workers. Moreover, Da Vinci's Mechanical College is also constantly improving steam engines. After a few years, when steam engines and single-cylinder diesel engines are stable and not easy to break down, agricultural efficiency can be improved and more labor can be freed up. Now, steam engines are okay, but they are stupid and clumsy. Single-cylinder diesel engines often break down because of many details. Each single-cylinder diesel engine must be equipped with several college students from the Department of Mechanical Engineering to repair it at any time to keep it running. Da Vinci's team pursues the long-term operation of diesel engines without problems. By then, it can be promoted to agriculture. Of course, the oil fields at the top of the spindle must also be developed in time. Otherwise, it would be funny if the diesel engine is stable but the diesel cannot be supplied. As for the steam engine, the goal of the School of Mechanical Engineering is to miniaturize it and increase the power and speed. To this end, Marin proposed that they develop high-pressure boilers. The main thing is to use curved water pipes and economizers. The difficulty is the curved water pipes. If copper pipes are used, the cost of curved water pipes is very high at the current copper price. Moreover, copper pipes are easy to soften after being heated. The water vapor in the high-pressure boiler can easily reach 500 degrees, but at this temperature, copper begins to soften. The high-pressure boiler has a high gas pressure, and the copper pipe softens again, which is easy to cause trouble. Fortunately, Beihai State has stainless steel. Now, Da Vinci's steam engine team is trying to use stainless steel to roll, weld, and bend it into curved sealed water pipes to achieve the goal. Once the high-pressure boiler is successfully studied, it can not only improve the thermal efficiency and power of the steam engine, but also be applied to steam turbines. The Ruhr area and England have as much coal resources as they want. If the steam engine technology makes a breakthrough, the value will be greater than that of a single-cylinder diesel engine. If it can be applied to a tractor, Marin would probably be happier. However, the miniaturization of the steam engine is indeed too difficult for the mechanical college that lacks a foundation. Moreover, only with a high-pressure boiler can the steam locomotive be miniaturized. Otherwise, a steam engine that is too small will not provide enough horsepower to output enough power to plow the soil. If the steam locomotive is too large and bulky, it will not be suitable as a tractor. Because a machine that is too bulky will compact the land and easily sink into the loose soil. Only with agricultural mechanization can most farmers be liberated from the land and then enter the city to become workers or businessmen. But seeing that Leonardo da Vinci's team could not even achieve the durability of a single-cylinder diesel engine, so this process seems a bit long. Before that, Marin can only hope to gain more population. Before agricultural mechanization is achieved, Marin can only rely on fertilizer technology to maintain his agricultural advantage. It is to use limited arable land and labor to produce more food. The core of fertilizer technology is the complete nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium fertilizers. Among them, phosphorus fertilizer and potassium fertilizer are not worried about other countries finding out. Because, they don't understand even if they are told. Moreover, there is no apatite mine in Europe. As for potassium salt, how can other countries identify it by flame color reaction? Only nitrogen fertilizer, because of the smell of feces. Marin has always been worried about the leakage of technology. Although the method of air drying feces for several months to disperse the odor was used before. However, it still leaves a very light odor. It is easy to be seen through when encountering experienced old people. Therefore, Marin will think of the means of later generations, studying the use of feces to feed earthworms, and then using earthworm manure that is odorless and like soil as nitrogen fertilizer. However, it is still quite difficult to find suitable earthworm species and raise earthworms with human feces. For example, the problem of earthworm species. Marin remembered that the later generations used the local species of earthworms in Japan and a kind of red earthworm in eastern North America to crossbreed the species. At present, it is difficult to find that species of earthworms in Japan due to transportation difficulties. Moreover, Marin did not know what species it was. However, the red earthworms in eastern North America were easier to find. In desperation, Marin had to let his professionals use the red earthworms in the New York area and cross them with various species of red earthworms in the local area. Then, feed them with cow dung to see which species of earthworms produce more earthworm feces after eating cow dung. This method is more rigid, but there is no better way. You can only wait and see the record results. But the result is that, let alone raising earthworms with human feces, even raising them with cow dung is quite troublesome. Because the researchers found that if the cow dung is not fermented first and the earthworms are directly fed with cow dung, toxic substances will be released during the fermentation of cow dung, which will poison the earthworms. Moreover, after a long period of observation, cow dung not only needs to be fermented, but also fermented cow dung must be added with some water to feed earthworms. Because earthworms like a humid environment and do not like to eat dry cow dung. And human shit is even more troublesome. Even after fermentation, it will still poison the earthworms. Marin believed that human feces contained high salt content, so he asked the researchers to ferment human feces and then wash them to wash away the high salt content. However, after washing away the salt, a lot of nutrients in human feces were lost again, and the effect of raising earthworms was far less than that of cow dung. Therefore, Marin thought about it and discussed with the researchers to mix chopped rotten grass and leaves on the basis of fermented and washed human feces. And earthworms happen to like the rotten impurities generated by rotten grass and leaves. So, human feces finally made a breakthrough in raising earthworms. However, the problem is that after washing, the elements in human feces are also dissolved by water along with the salt. And the experience of later generations told Marin that saltpeter soil is actually mainly generated by mixing the liquid in feces with loess. Therefore, in the spirit of not wasting, Marin mixed the solution after washing human feces with loess, waited for it to dry and ferment for several days, and then used it to boil saltpeter. In this way, there is no waste. And earthworm breeding, as the spring of 1517 was approaching, was finally barely considered a success. Although the earthworm species may not be as good as the scientific species of later generations, and the effect is not as good, it is enough. Therefore, Marin ordered all feces treatment sites across the country to start fermenting and washing feces, mixing with weeds and leaves, and then raising earthworms to obtain earthworm manure. At the same time, the washed solution is also used to boil saltpeter, and a lot of saltpeter can be obtained, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Of course, earthworm manure is not the final product, and it needs to be mixed with apatite, or phosphate treated with sulfuric acid, and potassium salt. Then, it can be used as a compound fertilizer to play the best effect. Earthworm manure looks like soil. Even if it is stolen by foreign spies, it is probably difficult to identify it. They will never think that it comes from human feces. In addition, the earthworms raised are also high-quality feed, absolutely high in protein. Hens eat it, and the egg production rate is significantly improved. However, in order to keep it secret, the places for manure treatment and earthworm breeding are separated. Moreover, they are deliberately far away. Even this method of boiling saltpeter in the 20th century is considered confidential. Because Europeans at that time only knew how to scrape saltpeter soil from the corners of the manure pool, and did not know how to use urine in the manure to actively stir the lust to react. Therefore, the yield is very low. Moreover, there is a transfer station between the manure treatment site and the earthworm breeding farm. The task of this transfer station is to mix rotten weeds and leaves into fermented and washed human feces. At this time, it is difficult to tell that it is human feces. After all, the rotten weeds and leaves look gray and black after mixing. Then it is transported to the earthworm farm to feed earthworms and produce earthworm manure. After several processes, if you don't experience the whole process, you don't know the twists and turns. Because the processes are strictly separated, even the places are separated. Therefore, even if foreign spies catch the workers, they can't ask any useful information. After all, they only know the situation of their own processes, not the whole process. And Marin will not give others the opportunity to inquire. He will not only send troops to protect key places such as earthworm farms. Moreover, he will send spies to monitor secretly and secretly arrest anyone who dares to inquire about the news. In this way, confidential information can be kept as secret as possible. Even after the earthworm manure is mixed with phosphate fertilizer and potassium salt, it will be quietly shipped out to sea in the middle of the night, and then returned to the dock during the day, pretending to be volcanic ash shipped back from Iceland. Of course, this is only part of it. Otherwise, it would be a waste of manpower and resources to pretend to be all fertilizers. As long as some fertilizers are put through the motions, it can be regarded as an explanation of the origin of the fertilizers to the outside world. Chapter 2104 Fertilizer Aid and Lots of Saltpeter. The new fertilizer has no odor, and the earthworm manure is really similar to soil. Therefore, Marin did not hide it. He even allowed envoys from other countries to check it. Anyway, there were no chemists in this era, so it was impossible to test the true composition. Moreover, after the earthworm manure was mixed with phosphate rock powder and potassium salt, the color was a little gray, more like volcanic ash. Even because he was no longer worried about being discovered by other countries, Marin agreed to export a small amount of new fertilizer. As for the export target, it was the first poor emperor in the history, Maximilian I. Why export to Maximilian I? It's not because he is afraid that His Majesty the Emperor will not be able to support it if he has no money. The Emperor is going to start a war in Switzerland, and he will definitely spend money like water afterwards. Marin can't lend him money again. After all, he himself is short of money. Borrowing food is too obvious and easy to cause hostility. Therefore, Marin adopted a more covert way, selling new fertilizer to the Emperor. In this way, because it is normal trade, other countries can't say anything. Moreover, Marin's price was also very black. The new fertilizer used per acre was directly priced at 100 pennies. Moreover, it was a weakened new fertilizer. The so-called weakened new fertilizer actually means that no phosphate fertilizer was added. Phosphorus fertilizer is the key fertilizer for increasing grain production, which involves the number of fruits. Nitrogen fertilizer promotes plant growth, while potassium fertilizer enhances plant resistance to stress and pests, and can also enhance the ability of photosynthesis and save water. Although nitrogen fertilizer and potassium fertilizer cannot directly promote the increase in grain production, they can also indirectly promote grain production through better plant growth and enhanced vitality. For example, the original yield per acre of less than 100 pounds can be increased to more than 200 pounds per acre, doubling the yield. Marin offered 100 pennies per acre. If it is used for rye, the income is very low, which means that most of the increase in production is used to pay for fertilizer. However, if it is used for wheat, which is 5 times the price of rye, it will be very different. An increase of 100 pounds is equivalent to a profit of 500 pennies. From less than 100 pounds, it increased to more than 200 pounds, which is more than 100 pounds, and even reached 150 pounds. In this way, the increased profit can reach about 750 pfennigs. Even worse, there are about 600 pfennigs. Austria is different from the North Sea Kingdom. Although it is in the Little Ice Age, Austria has a lower latitude and a warmer climate than the North Sea Kingdom, which is also suitable for wheat growth. The emperor had previously proposed to import fertilizers for 10,000 eugrams, 120,000 acres, of wheat fields and was willing to pay a high price. But Marin was worried that the secret that the fertilizer was feces would be discovered, so he did not agree. The reason for the refusal was that the volcanic ash production was insufficient. But now there is no worry about the secret leaking, so Marin decided to reply to the emperor and agree to export a weakened version of the new fertilizer. Moreover, the sky-high price was 200 pfennigs per acre. The emperor happened to be in Ghent, the Netherlands. After rushing over, he learned that Marin guaranteed that the yield per acre, Marin explained the meaning of half an acre, could be increased to more than 200 pounds, so he decisively agreed to the deal without bargaining. However, His Majesty the Emperor had no money and asked to wait until the autumn harvest to sell grain to pay. Marin was speechless, but he was going to support the emperor, so he agreed. And the emperor definitely did not lose, because after using fertilizers, the emperor's wheat fields increased income by at least 300 pfennigs per acre, equivalent to 5 gold coins. 120,000 acres, that's 600,000 gold coins. However, Marin added a clause requiring the emperor to choose a manor with good security. Moreover, it is necessary to send patrols to guard against the news that the emperor's per acre yield has skyrocketed after getting fertilizer. After all, Marin was so obvious that he was hostile. The emperor who got the benefit was naturally happy to agree. Moreover, he wanted to do this business for a long time, so he naturally didn't want to offend Marin. But Marin was not so easy to fool. Although he could pay after the autumn harvest, the emperor had to send a batch of Austrian immigrants to get fertilizer. Then, the escorting army just pulled the packaged fertilizer back. Fortunately, the emperor did recruit immigrants in Austria, so the emperor went back to Austria to organize immigrants to go north without saying anything. After all, His Majesty the Emperor also wanted to get fertilizer and apply fertilizer as soon as possible. It should be pointed out that the North Sea Kingdom is really not short of fertilizer sources now. For example, the source of manure, because Marin had signed an agreement with the principalities along the Rhine River to collect manure. Now, on the Rhine River, more than 300 tons of manure are sealed in barrels every day, loaded on ships, and shipped out to the sea through the Rhine-Munster Canal-EMS River waterway to the remote islands of the East Frisian Islands. Then, fermentation and saltpeter boiling are carried out within the high walls. Afterwards, it was loaded on ships and transported to an island in the West Frisian Islands for earthworm farming. In fact, if it weren't for the lack of ships and barrels for transporting manure, 2,000 tons a day would be possible. After all, there are so many people on the Rhine River, eating, drinking, and defecating every day. Each person excretes 1 pound a day, and with a population of 2 to 3 million on the Rhine River, there are more than 1,300 tons. Moreover, in order to make more profit, people from the states along the Rhine deliberately wet the feces to deal with the purchase. Wet feces naturally contain more urea. But they don't know that nitrates are mostly in urea. Therefore, the North Sea Kingdom made a profit. In addition, sellers from the states along the Rhine secretly mixed horse manure and cow manure into the feces and sold them to the North Sea's feces collection ships, making the feces transport ships insufficient. But these sellers don't know that the North Sea Kingdom is absolutely not at a loss, but a huge profit. You know, the purchase price paid by the North Sea Kingdom is just a labor fee. It is equivalent to paying the labor cost of the people who collect feces, and the feces are equivalent to getting it for free. The bulk of the North Sea's fee is actually on the freight. But after processing 1 ton of feces, you can get the equivalent of 3 acres of earthworm manure fertilizer and 30 to 40 pounds of saltpeter. Now the North Sea's manure transport ships can receive more than 300 tons of feces every day, which is equivalent to obtaining thousands of acres of earthworm manure fertilizer and tens of thousands of pounds of saltpeter sources every day. After a year, the profit is very considerable. Therefore, Marin's behavior of getting feces from countries along the river at the cost of his face and bearing the reputation of the king who collects manure is a great success. You know, more than 300 tons of manure every day is equivalent to thousands of acres of nitrogen fertilizer and tens of thousands of pounds of fertilizer. Throughout the year, more than 300,000 acres of nitrogen fertilizer and more than 3 million pounds of saltpeter can be obtained. When he calculated this, Marin himself was shocked. Fuck, I don't have to develop Chilean saltpeter. To develop Chilean saltpeter, the cost of digging saltpeter is low, but the freight is high. The freight of transporting saltpeter from Chile to the mainland is much higher than the cost of digging saltpeter. With this calculation, the cost of collecting manure and then boiling saltpeter is not much higher than transporting saltpeter from Chile. Moreover, the output is still very large. More than 3 million pounds, that is equivalent to more than 1,000 tons. Moreover, this is the amount purchased from other states. The feces of more than 2 million people in Beihai have not been calculated yet. In this way, the production of saltpeter in Beihai country may be off the charts. In addition to human feces, Beihai country is also required to collect cow dung, sheep dung, pig dung and horse dung. Beihai country has a lot of cows, sheep, horses and pigs. In total, the feces produced every day can exceed 8,000 tons, which is more than 20 times the amount of dung transport ships. The amount of earthworm manure and saltpeter that can be produced is also extremely amazing. In addition, the number of chickens, ducks and geese raised in Beihai state also began to soar. Because of the Kong room hatching technology, the number of chickens, ducks and geese increased dramatically, and the feces produced also soared. Of course, geese and ducks have to be raised in the wild, and the feces are difficult to collect. Maybe, the geese and ducks will have a shot in the river while swimming in the water. Only chickens, Marin promoted cage breeding and confinement, and chicken manure is easy to collect. According to the calculations of the breeding department, in 3 years, it is expected that there will be hundreds of tons of chicken manure every day. Moreover, ducks and geese can also produce a lot of feces after returning home every night, which can be collected. For this, Marin can only thank the black technology during the anti-Japanese war in the 20th century. At that time, due to the lack of gunpowder, our military base could only improve the technology of boiling earth saltpeter. On average, 1,000 kilograms of soil and 100 to 150 kilograms of urea can produce 8 or 9 kilograms of saltpeter, which is extremely efficient. The local method of this era is to collect saltpeter soil around the manure pit, and the harvest is very small. On average, thousands of kilograms of urea may not be able to collect 1 kilogram of earth saltpeter. Its efficiency is far less than 1/10 of the base's black technology, or even less than 1/20. Therefore, thanks to the base's black technology, Marin was provided with a large amount of saltpeter. If the North Sea Navy knew this news, they would be grateful. Because this means that they will have unlimited firing rights in the future, and will no longer treat the artillery on the warship as a decoration. Chapter 2105, No Grass Grows. With the arrival of spring in 1517, the cultivated land area of the North Sea Kingdom this year has increased from 12 million mu to 20 million mu. But Marin suddenly found that it seemed that the fertilizer was not enough. The previous fertilizer, 12 million mu, was barely enough. However, with an increase of 8 million mu, the demand for fertilizer will also surge, which is a headache for Marin. Therefore, Marin had to consider increasing the number of dung transport ships and purchasing feces from people, horses, cattle and sheep from the Rhine River and even the Elbe River to make fertilizer. And this requires the addition of many inland ships, as well as dung buckets. Therefore, Marin placed a large number of orders for dung buckets with the Netherlands, which made Prince Philip very happy. Because making these barrels is equivalent to giving him profits and taxes. But Marin was still not satisfied, so he turned his attention to Britain and France. Needless to say, Marin is strong in England, and it is no problem to establish a workshop in Britain to collect feces and boil saltpeter. After all, Marin is the Earl of Newcastle, and he still has a lot of say in England. As for France, Marin has no power here. However, France has a large population. The population of Greater Paris alone is as high as more than 200,000. It would be a pity to give up. The feces produced every day are as high as more than 200 tons, accounting for more than half of the entire Rhine region. There is no way. Paris has the largest population in Europe at the moment. Milan, the largest city in the Holy Roman Empire, has only 100,000 people, less than half of the population of Paris. Therefore, even if it is a hostile country, Marin plans to go to Paris to collect that. Of course, he certainly won't come forward himself. After all, the North Sea Kingdom has many spies in Paris. Marin decided to send some of the North Sea Kingdom's peripheral spies to open workshops in Paris, recruit beggars and poor people in Paris, and let them help collect feces, send them to the Seine outside the city, and ship them out after loading. Then, nominally get it overseas for processing, so as not to smoke the noble Parisians. The French court will definitely not refuse this. After all, this is to help Paris with sanitation. Moreover, it also helps to relieve beggars and the poor. In addition, those poor people do not have to pay money to work, just paying a little food is enough to make them happy. And the North Sea Kingdom can also go to stock and consume some old grain. In order to collect manure in Paris, Marin even specially asked craftsmen to design a small cart with a wooden barrel that can be dumped. In this way, it is very convenient to transport. The city of Paris alone can bring nearly 300,000 acres of nitrogen fertilizer and 3 million pounds of saltpeter every year. London has a much smaller population, only tens of thousands of people, but it can also benefit a lot. In addition, Marin does not intend to let go of the populous Netherlands and plans to do it. In this way, the extra 8 million acres of arable land will not worry about the lack of fertilizer. In addition, Marin also plans to increase the number of pigs. Taihu pigs can produce more than a dozen piglets every year, and the number is expanding at an alarming rate. A few years ago, Marin brought back less than 500 Taihu pigs from the Ming dynasty. In 7 or 8 years, the number has expanded to more than 50,000. This is because of improper management in the middle, and many pigs died of disease. If they are carefully raised, it is estimated that there are more than 100,000 pigs. Nowadays, the pig farming technology of Beihai Kingdom is very mature. The breeding capacity of Taihu pigs is amazing. Marin intends to vigorously promote the breeding of Taihu pigs. In particular, vigorously promote pig farming in the sweet potato planting area of North America. With the amount of lease from 1 million acres of sweet potato wine, it is no pressure to raise hundreds of thousands of pigs. Moreover, because pigs eat a lot, they also excrete a lot, which can reach more than twice that of humans. Therefore, the ability of pig farming to obtain fertilizer is above that of humans. Moreover, the rate of increase of Taihu pigs is many times faster than that of humans. In general, the efficiency of pig farming in producing manure is more than 100 times that of humans themselves, which is extremely cost-effective. But the key to restricting the number of pigs is food. After all, food in Europe is too expensive and will not be wasted on feeding pigs. If they only eat grass, the pigs will grow very slowly. So, it is the most suitable and economical to grow sweet potatoes and brew wine to raise pigs in America. Okay, increase the number of pigs raised in America. Originally, Marin only planned to send a few thousand Taihu pigs to the North American colonies, but now he plans to send 30,000, accounting for 3/5 of the number of Taihu pigs in the country. The reason for this is that with the arrival of Russian immigrants, the food in the North Sea will be a bit tight. It is a bit wasteful to feed pigs. Therefore, it is better to send them to America to feed them with sweet potato leaves. As for not being able to get fresh pork, Marin thinks that it is difficult for ordinary people in this era to eat pork, so it is no big deal. Moreover, sausages, bacon are also delicious. At least, this is the case for ordinary people. The fresh pork produced by the 20,000 pigs left in the country is probably enough to supply the nobles and officers. As time passed, with the arrival of spring, the emperor far away in Austria could not sit still. He hurriedly gathered more than 40,000 poor people and mountain people from 10,000 Austrian households, and personally led 6,000 cavalrymen to escort them north to the North Sea Kingdom in order to exchange fertilizer as soon as possible. After all, spring plowing does not wait. As expected by Marin, along the way, the emperor's team was blocked by the princes who opposed the Habsburg family. As a result, the emperor, who has always been a gentleman, directly cheated and asked the nobles who blocked him to take over the more than 40,000 people. Moreover, he asked not to hurt them. Suddenly, the blocking princes were dumbfounded. It should be pointed out that when the emperor was marching, he deliberately chose weak principalities to pass by and avoided powerful countries such as the Duchy of Lorraine. Therefore, these small princes were weak and could not fight against the 6,000 cavalry led by the emperor. At the emperor's signal, the Austrian poor surrounded the towns of the principalities and begged loudly. The princes' armies wanted to drive them away, but the emperor's men had drawn their swords. Moreover, the emperor ordered that anyone who harmed civilians without reason would be executed immediately. If the emperor was not present, the princes could ignore this decision, but the emperor watched with 6,000 cavalrymen. In the end, the small princes along the way compromised. There was no other way, this was too cruel. More than 40,000 poor people surrounded the town, making them dare not open the city gate. The horses of the emperor's 6,000 cavalry also ate up all the local grass. In order to get food, the poor directly dug up grass roots. This was Marin's unique skill when he was a wandering knight. Then, the small princes were surprised to find that not only the grass around the town was eaten up by the horses, but also the grass roots were eaten by the gang of Austrian poor people. The group of people surrounded the town, making it impossible for the princes to carry out spring plowing in their territories. In desperation, the princes who wanted to intercept them had to compromise. In this way, along the way, relying on the unique skill of no grass growing, this immigrant army scared the princes who wanted to stop them along the way. After all, the princes were particularly afraid that these poor people would stay. Because, His Majesty the Emperor told them that wherever the disaster victims passed, no grass would grow, and the grass roots could be eaten, and the seed sown for spring plowing could also be eaten by them. For the princes in the farming era, if the grass roots were eaten, they were eaten. But if the seeds of spring plowing were dug out and eaten by these people, there would be no harvest. They wanted to kill these poor people. And the emperor's 6,000 cavalry were eyeing them covetously. So, under the emperor's threat of not a blade of grass growing, the princes along the way had to compromise. Then, 10,000 Austrian poor and mountain people were successfully sent to the border of the North Sea. When they arrived in Aurich, after listening to the emperor's story of not a blade of grass growing, Marin laughed. Not a blade of grass growing, this is good. Next time, you can continue to use this method. After the spring plowing, the roots of the wheat seedlings can also be eaten. As long as he dares to stop me, I will continue to use the stunt of not a blade of grass growing. Chapter 2106 Theology Professor Calvin. The method of no grass growing is too extreme. After the news spread, even Frederick III, the most intelligent elector of Saxony in the Prince's alliance, could not think of a way to restrain himself. After all, the emperor held high the banner of righteousness and was so shameless. Who could bear it? The only way is to not care about the destruction of crops and let the poor Austrians destroy the wheat fields. However, the small princes are unwilling to bear such losses. After all, most princes are in poor financial conditions, and another crop failure is simply fatal. Some people have proposed to subsidize the princes who block the immigration team in exchange for their tough blocking of the immigration team. However, when it comes to paying money, most princes are silent. There is no way. Most princes are negative assets. If they fight a battle that determines their fate, they may be willing to pay. However, the emperor just gave the poor people of Austria to Marin, which did not infringe on the interests of the princes. Therefore, most people hesitated. Frederick III sighed. There is no way. Not all nobles are as far-sighted as him. Most of the princes are short-sighted, only seeing the immediate interests, not the future. Frederick III can already foresee that Marin may grow into a powerful dragon that is difficult to control in the future. At that time, if Marin is determined to support Maximilian I, the princes will be finished. However, Marin privately hinted to him that he is also a prince. Therefore, Frederick III is not sure whether Marin will support Maximilian I to unify Germany after he becomes strong. But looking at Marin's style of keeping a hand in everything before, it seems that he really won't fully support the emperor. So, Frederick III finally hesitated. In the end, it was a theology professor named Calvin who said, Prince Philip is very selfish, and you can provoke the relationship between him and Marin, which finally made Frederick III make up his mind temporarily slow down. Frederick III only remembered at this time he is already 54 years old. And His Majesty the Emperor, his cousin, is 4 years older than him, and he is 58. At this age, in this era, there are basically not many years left. Therefore, the key in the future actually lies in the relationship between Marin and Prince Philip. But as far as Frederick III knows, although Prince Philip is not stupid, he can't catch up with his father Maximilian I's wisdom. The main reason is that this person is very selfish and doesn't care much about other people's feelings. A super fighter like Marin, who is next to the Netherlands, would probably live in Auric in order to win over Marin if Frederick III changed to himself. He would even marry Marin to achieve the purpose of winning over and appeasing him. However, Prince Philip doesn't pay much attention to Marin at all. Obviously, the Netherlands is next to Friesland, but Prince Philip doesn't go to Auric for anything. And his father Maximilian I is far away in Austria, and he even put down his face and ran to Marin in person. And this young master, who is obviously next door, doesn't visit Marin. However, this is no wonder, it has something to do with Prince Philip's growth environment. Philip lost his mother when he was young. His father, Maximilian I, had to stay in Austria for a long time and had no time to stay in the Netherlands to take care of him. Therefore, Philip had no one to take care of him since he was a child. He mainly dealt with a group of Dutch dignitaries who were fighting for power. These Dutch dignitaries didn't care about teaching Philip to be a wise ruler, but only fought for their own rights. Therefore, Prince Philip's ability was not bad, but definitely not strong. Coupled with his selfish character, he was indeed very easy to use. Calvin, you are really my good helper. Frederick III looked at the bearded theology professor Calvin with appreciation. Next to Professor Calvin, the famous Martin Luther was scribbling on a notebook, as if he was writing something. Well, let me mention here that this Calvin is actually the pseudonym of James Bond, and Bond was actually called Jim before. James Bond was the name and surname given by Marin later. It has to be said that Bond is a very talented spy. He has never attended a theological university. He has only participated in the crash course for charlatans organized by the Big Liar Taylor for him alone, with one-on-one tutoring. Fortunately, Bond has an excellent memory and a strong learning ability, otherwise he would not have been favored by Marin. Not only did he complete the crash course, he also taught himself a lot of formal religious teaching materials. In addition, the Big Liar Taylor taught him some core techniques to deceive people. Therefore, although his theological foundation is poor, Calvin poses well and uses lighting effects, bronze mirror reflection, which makes him look very high-end when he preaches. Even if he has only half of the theological foundation, his ability to deceive is no worse than that of the theological master under the effect of scene addition. Even Martin Luther, who is knowledgeable, admires Bond's ability to create an atmosphere. Because, in a fantasy atmosphere, people are more likely to accept theological knowledge. This is one of the skills of the Big Liar Taylor: background lighting and music. As a big liar, he usually preaches at night. Because it is easier to arrange lighting effects at night. In particular, the reflection of the brass mirror reflects the golden light, which looks more sacred. If it is replaced with a glass mirror or a bronze mirror, because it is not golden light, the effect will be reduced by half. In addition, Bond has his own children's choir. Whenever he preaches, a group of children around 10 years old will sing poems in a low voice in the background with clear children's voices, creating a sacred religious atmosphere. And Bond's contribution is just to give these children some bread. These children are children from poor families nearby. As long as there is a piece of black bread, they can happily help sing for a whole night. Moreover, the Mass, created by Marin, is a song that children often sing. Although the princes are not interested in Marin, no one refuses a purely religious song like the Mass. When Bond preaches, a group of children whispered the Mass in the background. The clear children's voices can easily resonate strongly with believers. Therefore, every time Bond preaches, it will have a huge impact. You can imagine a handsome bearded professor standing on the podium with a righteous face. Golden light shines on him, brass mirror reflects light, and the air is filled with the clear singing of hymns by children, or the beautiful and powerful, the Mass. As a believer, it is easy to be infected. But in fact, Bond's theoretical level is average. However, he has a strong backer. Because of deliberate friendship, Bond now has a very good relationship with the real great god Martin Luther. Martin Luther is also a professor of theology at Wittenberg University, and he is a doctor of theology, a top student. Bond's theological level is average, after all, he is in a crash course. However, he lives next door to Martin Luther. Anyway, priests in this era are not allowed to get married, and Martin Luther has no mistress. Therefore, Bond visits Martin Luther all day long. By the way, copy Martin Luther's teaching notes. But Bond is very smart. He does not copy Martin Luther's notes, but slightly modifies them and changes the order. Then, add some materials and insert some cases. By the way, he mobilized the students' emotions. So, in the end, Bond's lectures were more popular than Martin Luther, the real academic master. In fact, they taught the same knowledge points, but Bond was more humorous and added some case studies. As a result, students liked it more. Fortunately, Martin Luther was not a stingy person, otherwise, the two would have had a dirty relationship long ago. Of course, Bond did not just copy Martin Luther's lesson plans. During their daily chats, Bond also remembered his mission and kept influencing Martin Luther, allowing him to foster the idea of religious reform. However, Bond did not expect that his fake, Professor Calvin, would be more popular in the field of theology than Martin Luther. Generally speaking, in universities of this era, there is only one full professor in the same major, and the others are associate professors and teaching assistants. But because Calvin played by Bond is so popular, after obtaining the consent of Martin Luther, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, made an exception and granted Bond the title of Professor of Theology. The university is owned by the Elector. But Frederick III did not know that this so-called Professor Calvin was actually a plagiarist of teaching plans. Moreover, this guy has not even been to college. He has not even been to middle school. In the words of Tang Bohu, I have studied for 2 years, and I am a lost little spy in the world. Calvin, James Bond. Chapter 2107 Helping Martin Luther to publish a book and become famous. Marin had anticipated what happened to Bond. Just like in later generations, stars who are good at packaging themselves are more popular than greater scientists. There is no other reason, most ordinary people are just sensory animals. For most ordinary people, they actually do not have a firm will and a mature and stable worldview, and are very easily influenced by the outside world. In other words, they are easily deceived by the outside world. In the words of Goebbels, the propaganda minister of Sandesi, a lie repeated 1,000 times becomes the truth. In the same way, stars use media platforms to bombard ordinary people's vision and hearing. Even if he is very bad, after bombarding your hearing and vision more than 1,000 times, you have to admit that he is very famous. Why is capital so powerful? Because they bought the media channels, constantly bombarding your vision and hearing, forcing you to accept their weird remarks like force feeding. For a mature and educated adult, there may be some resistance, even many people do not have enough resistance, but for minors who have not established correct values, this is simply a disaster. Before World War II, Germany had already popularized compulsory education, but the university enrollment rate was high. Even such a country with a high quality of population was fooled by the media controlled by Naturi through repeated propaganda. The whole country was fooled. Among them, there are many high-level intellectuals. Even in the 21st century, some people were fooled by the internet and insisted that the fake news they knew was the truth. MLM and the like can always fool many people. So, in summary, most people can be fooled. This is applicable in the 21st century with highly developed education. In the 16th century, it can be changed to, most people can be fooled. Because the literacy rate of people in this era is extremely low, and the illiterate are particularly superstitious, which makes them easier to fool. Even college students in this era are easy to fool because they still believe in religion. Therefore, Bond simply used a brass mirror to create a lighting effect, and then used a children's choir and a little BGM to make him the most popular theology professor, far surpassing the real academic master Martin Luther. Of course, Bond did not forget his mission. Whenever he had the opportunity, he would promote Martin Luther's profound knowledge and greatness. The reason for this is that he hopes Martin Luther will take the lead in doing things in the future. And to do things, you need prestige. Therefore, every time Bond preaches, he will emphasize that he was inspired by communicating with Professor Martin Luther. Therefore, Martin Luther does not mind Bond copying his lecture notes. After all, Bond always emphasizes that he was inspired by him and did not take credit for corruption. Martin Luther wanted to accuse, but he couldn't find a point to accuse. Moreover, Bond really wanted to make Martin Luther famous. After all, he couldn't take the lead in religious reform and still count on Martin Luther to take the lead. However, seeing that his prestige far exceeded that of the Real Martin Luther, Bond was a little panicked. In particular, Martin Luther was recently writing a statement against the church's wanton sale of indulgences. If the prestige is not enough, won't it be thrown into the water without making a sound when doing things? Bond was very worried, so he asked Marin through secret channels, how to solve the problem of Martin Luther's prestige being overshadowed by him. Marin received Bond's letter for help, and his face was speechless. Nima, isn't this the legendary case of undercover becoming a gangster? According to the handling method of the undercover becoming a gangster case, it is to directly close the net and catch them all. But Bond's problem is more complicated, because Martin Luther is not a criminal and cannot be closed. The only problem is that Martin Luther's prestige is overshadowed by the supporting role, Bond. What to do? Of course, find a way to increase Martin Luther's reputation. And how to increase reputation? Marin thought about it and thought of a way: publish a book. In later generations, publishing a book is a magic weapon to improve the status. Many celebrities with low quality will also publish books to brush their reputation and establish a persona of academic tyrants. Of course, except for a small number of people who write by themselves and find someone to proofread. Most stars actually provide their own ideas and experiences, and then find a gunman to complete it. This method is less common after 2010. The main reason is that we have entered the internet age, and the battlefield of celebrities has shifted to internet platforms such as Weibo, where they often post long articles. Before the emergence and maturity of internet platforms, paper media was also an important propaganda platform. At the same time, publishing books is also an important means to improve the status. This method was very popular in the 1990s and the early 21st century. Because it was an era of literature and art. If you don't pretend to be literary, you will look special. As for the earlier 1980s. Sorry, there was no entertainment circle in the mainland at that time, only the literary circle. Of course, the later generations cannot be compared with the 16th century. The culture of the later generations is so developed that writing books is not difficult. At a certain point, there are countless street writers who write books every day to ask for tickets and subscriptions, like beggars. In the words of Zizunbo, that street writer is like a dog. But in the 16th century, let alone writing books, reading books was a very difficult thing. Whoever can write a book without grammatical errors and can make a little sense can be called a scholar and gain countless fame. Marin gave Bond instructions, but Bond discovered that Martin Luther had not written a book yet. Yes, Martin Luther only obtained a doctorate in theology in 1512, and he had been teaching for less than 5 years, which was equivalent to the level of ordinary university teachers in later generations. In addition to the highest academic qualifications, he has not achieved any results. In recent years, because he was busy teaching, Martin Luther had no time to write a book. Moreover, this guy is less than 34 years old this year, and this age is neither up nor down. It belongs to the age that has left the rookie stage, but has not yet reached the master level. Therefore, it seems difficult to let Martin Luther publish a book. The information was fed back to Marin, and Marin asked the spy to bring a copy of Martin Luther's teaching plan. As a result, Marin found the highlight although the Bible is in Latin. However, Martin Luther's teaching plan translated the Bible into German and annotated it. Moreover, his annotations also have a subtle tendency to oppose the reform of the Church. For example, his teaching plan subtly reveals the intention of opposing the deification of the Pope, and, based on the content of the Old Testament, opposes the carving of statues and religious paintings by the Roman Church, believing that this belongs to the idolatry that the Old Testament clearly opposes. In addition, Martin Luther also believes that confession does not need to go through a priest, but can be directly confessed to God. Because he believes that God is everywhere and can communicate directly without going through a priest. Moreover, it is not a good thing for the priest to find out too much about other people's private matters through confession. Because there have been bad things where priests have used other people's private matters to extort money. Of course, the priest will not come forward himself, but tell the secrets to the police and let the police extort money. This teaching plan is very good. Come on, send someone to edit it, and you can directly publish the German version of the Bible. In order to help Martin Luther become famous, Marin directly sent someone to summarize his teaching plan and obtain the German version of the Bible translated by Martin Luther. Moreover, a regular appendix was made, adding many of Martin Luther's insights. Of course, in order not to offend the Church. Marin specially asked people to delete some anti-Catholic Pope's remarks. Then, a Martin Luther version of the German Bible and annotations was obtained. Afterwards, Marin sent someone to send the book to Wittenberg and handed it to Bond. Then, a spy was sent to pretend to be a big businessman, expressing his willingness to take the initiative to invest and help publish and print. When Martin Luther got the news, he was confused. What? I wrote a book. But when he opened the German version of the Bible and annotations, Martin Luther found that these were indeed his own translations and words. Moreover, some of the anti-Vatican remarks were hidden. And Bond was the only one who often borrowed his teaching plans, so it goes without saying who helped summarize the book. Thank you, Calvin. Martin Luther was full of gratitude. After all, scholars like him don't care about money, but they care about reputation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have jumped out to carry out religious reform. In this way, with the secret support of Marin, Martin Luther's German version of the Bible and annotations was quickly printed and published. Moreover, in order to avoid the hostility of the Church, the cover of this book specifically states that this is the theological textbook of the Wittenberg University Theological Seminary. Moreover, the printing uses yellowed native paper without whitening agents produced by a paper mill on Cape Breton Island in the North Sea. This kind of paper was originally used to make oil paper, so whitening agents are not added. After all, whitening agents may affect food safety. After all, oil paper is mostly used to package food, and safety comes first. Marin was helpless to use this yellowed native paper. The white paper from the North Sea is too conspicuous, and you can tell the source at a glance. Only the yellowed native paper without whitening looks a bit like European hemp paper. The cost of native paper in the North Sea is very low. Printing a Bible with hundreds of pages costs only about 20 pfennigs, which is 1/3 of a gold coin. In this era, a parchment Bible, made of 400 or 500 sheets of parchment, can be exchanged for a vineyard worth dozens of gold coins. The hemp paper Bible is cheaper, but the price is definitely more than 10 gold coins. So, in this era, if you have a Bible at home, you are a rich family. If you have a parchment Bible, you can be called a local tyrant. But Marin was to help Martin Luther become famous, so he gave it to the spy who pretended to be a rich businessman and symbolically collected some work money, 2 gold coins per book. In fact, for the printing factory in the North Sea, the profit is still very large. But compared with the cost of other families in this era, this price is definitely a blood loss. So, this time, Marin not only helped Martin Luther to publish a book and become famous, but also made a small profit by relying on the price difference. The 5,000 copies of Martin Luther's German version of the Bible and annotations can bring him a profit of more than 2,000 gold coins. It's not that I don't want to print more, but the literacy rate is too low these days. If you print tens of thousands of copies, let alone whether people can afford them, even if they can't read them. So, 5,000 copies is already a large scale, enough to make a name for yourself. Chapter 2108 Herd Effect. In fact, 5,000 copies are just the figures for external publicity. Secretly, the spies of the North Sea Kingdom actually printed a total of 10,000 copies. However, in addition to 5,000 copies that will be half sold and half given in the electorate of Saxony and several nearby principalities, the remaining 5,000 copies will be taken to other regions by the spies of the North Sea Kingdom and sold secretly. The same, cheap, the same, half sold and half given. At the same time, Marin will also let the spies of the North Sea Kingdom make up and help Martin Luther become famous in taverns everywhere. After all, in the future, if Martin Luther is to stand up as MT to attract firepower, he must have enough reputation. Moreover, Marin is very cunning. For the publicity and the places where books are sold secretly, they are all carefully selected all of the principalities that are planned to be annexed in the future. That is, the northern German region and part of the central German region. With prior publicity, these regions will be more easily instigated to carry out religious reforms in the future. Then, at the beginning of the religious war, Marin had a reason to send troops to occupy. Especially some bishops, Marin took special care of them. Because the bishop state is originally the territory of the church. If it is a secular principality, it is more troublesome to annex it. After all, they have a bloodline inheritance sequence. Moreover, the nobles have intermarried for generations, and the relationship is complicated. Annexing a principality means offending several or even dozens of principalities. The bishop state is different. This is originally the territory of the church and does not belong to any one family. If the bishop state obeys the Holy See, Marin will naturally not move. But what if the bishop state betrays the Holy See? Such a principality, if occupied, does not cause inheritance disputes. Because no one has the right to inherit the bishop state. Like the Archbishop of Magdeburg, the Bishop of Minden, the Bishop of Paderborn, the Bishop of Hildesheim, the Bishop of Halberstadt, and the Bishop of Utrecht in the west, they are all in Marin's calculations. Even the jurisdiction of the Archbishop of Cologne, Marin sent people to infiltrate and publicize. However, this thing depends on luck. It stands to reason that the bishops of the bishopric, as vested interests, should use the Holy See. However, this is hard to say. For example, in history, the Archbishopric of Magdeburg and the Archbishopric of Bremen, although both were great church forces, threw themselves into the arms of Protestantism without hesitation. Of course, the Archbishop of the Archbishopric of Magdeburg is from the Hohenzollern family of Brandenburg. Therefore, it is not surprising that they stand on the side of Protestantism. However, Magdeburg paid a very high price for standing on the side of Protestantism in the 30 Years' War. Magdeburg, a famous religious and cultural city, was annihilated by the imperial army that defended Catholicism. Here we have to mention one person, Albrecht, the younger brother of Joachim I, the Elector of Brandenburg. This guy was born in 1490 and is only 27 years old this year. However, he became the Archbishop of Magdeburg a few years ago. Moreover, this guy will become the Archbishop of Mainz, one of the 7 electors in the future. But this person is quite contradictory, because he is from Brandenburg and is naturally close to the electorate of Saxony. So, at first, he admired and supported Martin Luther. Or rather, he always admired Martin Luther. But after he became the Archbishop of Mainz, his identity made him naturally stand on the opposite side of the Reformation. So, later, this guy acted as a mediator between Catholicism and Protestantism as the Archbishop of Mainz and the elector. This guy is a smart man, and he obviously tends to Lutheranism. But on the surface, because of his identity and interests, he stood on the side of the Holy See. The result is that he got everything he wanted. Moreover, he also protected Protestantism. If there was no Archbishop Albrecht, a mediator who acted as a lubricant between Protestantism and Catholicism, the two sides would have fought long ago. And between Protestantism and Catholicism, the later the action is, the more beneficial it is for Protestantism. After all, the development and growth of Protestantism requires a process. Therefore, Archbishop Albrecht's peacemaking actually gave Protestantism time to breathe and develop. Moreover, this guy also has a show-off operation. This guy borrowed a huge sum of 500,000 golden gold coins from the Fugger family to run for the position of Archbishop of Mainz. After being elected, this guy seems to be unable to pay the money. Then, he allowed the Protestant forces to help him repay the 500,000 gold coins. In return, Archbishop Albrecht allowed Lutheranism to preach under his rule. First, the Archbishop of Magdeburg, he also served as the Archbishop of Mainz, and the Archbishop of Magdeburg made the Archbishop of Magdeburg completely Protestant. And the Archbishop of Mainz, it is limited. After all, he is also mixed Catholic. So, this buddy, Eusachim, who is a Lutheran, broke into the upper echelons of the Catholic Church and secretly protected the Protestantism. Of course, Marin didn't know these details. If he knew, he would definitely like it crazily. Then, learn from this guy, cultivate a few religious talents, break into various bishops, and make things happen. At present, Marin adopts the bottom-level infiltration method. That is, through spies, he propagates among the people of the neighboring bishops, helps Martin Luther become famous, and advocates religious reform. Then, it affects various places in these bishops and finally completes the transformation. Of course, Marin's approach is not wrong. After all, although it is direct to go to the government, the cost is not small. For example, Albrecht actually needed 500,000 gold coins to become the Archbishop of Mainz. You know, Charles V only spent 850,000 gold coins to run for the emperor. And the emperor is a higher position than the elector. Therefore, the cost of going to the government is no less than casting a wide net at the bottom. Therefore, it doesn't matter which one Marin chooses. But the popularity of this thing is better to promote it among ordinary people. After all, it is too difficult to spread it thoroughly just by publishing a book with the literacy rate of this era. Moreover, even if many people read this Martin Luther version of the German Bible and annotations, they may not pay attention to Martin Luther, but may pay attention to the Bible itself. Therefore, if you want to become famous, you have to have interested people stand up and point out the brilliance of this book. By the way, promote Martin Luther's extraordinary. Then, through word of mouth, 1 spreads 10, 10 spreads 100. After that, through the herd effect, people in this era have little culture and are more likely to follow the crowd. More people can be inspired to admire Martin Luther, even though they may not know why they should admire Martin Luther. For example, 2 poor students in school are talking about Qian Gu enthusiastically, and another girl is curious, who is Qian Gu? Then, she is despised by the 2 girls before, you don't even know our hardworking and excellent Qian Gu, you are from outer space. So rude. Then, the despised girl is angry and has self-doubt, is it really because I am too rude and unsophisticated? In fact, this has nothing to do with rudeness and unsophisticated. But because of the unscrupulous bombardment of the media and the word of mouth of some easily influenced people, many people with no opinions, accounting for the majority of society, are easily led astray. Fools despise normal people, which often happens in the 21st century. Moreover, as long as there are many fools and they are justified, normal people will often be led astray. Of course, here we are talking about normal people who are not very smart. Marin used this herd effect. He asked the spies of the North Sea Kingdom to put on makeup and talk loudly in pubs all over the world, praising Martin Luther's German version of the Bible and annotations. This will definitely arouse the curiosity of passers-by. If someone asks, "What is this?" he will introduce Martin Luther and his works to them with a look of contempt and a sense of superiority. Those who don't know and don't want to listen to their introduction will be directly labeled as ignorant and uninformed. Just like in The Emperor's New Clothes, people are unwilling to admit that they are stupid, so they pretend to see the Emperor's new clothes. Similarly, under the influence of the herd effect, ordinary people will definitely not admit that they are ignorant and uninformed, and will find ways to understand Martin Luther and his works. Even if you haven't read the book, you have to know some knowledge points that can be boasted. And these knowledge points, the spies of the North Sea Kingdom, will be very considerate to help them summarize them for their bragging needs. As long as the spies of the North Sea Kingdom run around the taverns of the target principalities, talk loudly when there are many people, and use the herd effect, they will surely quickly make Martin Luther famous. Chapter 2109, Spring plowing and farming go hand in hand. Because it takes time to help Martin Luther become famous, James Bond, at the instruction of Marin, deliberately delayed the progress of Martin Luther's publication of the program. Of course, Bond also has good reasons. He believes that Martin Luther should criticize the sale of indulgences and avoid direct conflict with the Vatican. After all, the Vatican still has a great influence in the German region before the religious war. If you are not careful, you can easily lose yourself. Therefore, Bond suggested that Martin Luther target Tetzel, the messenger who sold indulgences in Germany, and even avoid the Cardinal Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici, the future Pope Leo X, who was in charge of this matter. Because, as a general of the intelligence department, Bond has heard that Marin intends to support Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici's campaign for the next pope. Therefore, firing at Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici at this time will undoubtedly affect his campaign for the pope. Therefore, the best way is to put all the blame on Tetzel and pretend that the pope and Archbishop Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici were deceived. In this way, the two big guys can step down, and the two big guys will not tear their faces and kill Martin Luther. Martin Luther was not happy at first, but after telling Frederick III about this, Frederick III also agreed to avoid the two big guys. After all, the Vatican is powerful now, and the princes are not willing to turn against the Vatican easily. Moreover, Bond also proposed to oppose indulgences first. When the influence is big and there are a large number of supporters, he will propose to let the princes take over, confiscate, most of the property, mainly real estate, of the local church and take over the collection of tithes. In this way, the Vatican will not realize the seriousness of it from the beginning. By the time they react, it is too late. Talent. Elector Frederick III of Saxony now looks at Bond with new eyes. I thought it was a silver player, but it turned out to be a diamond. But he didn't know that although Bond was smart, he couldn't think of such a brilliant idea. All this was instructed by Marin. He just learns faster and has better execution. Frederick III wanted to recruit him, but how could Bond dare to agree? His family was still in the North Sea Kingdom. Besides, what's good about being a priest? Wouldn't it be nice to have a hereditary noble for future generations? Marin agreed. If the mission was successful, he could be arranged to go to America as a hereditary baron. This is much better than being a priest, and it is very attractive to Bond, who was born as a serf. Moreover, he didn't dare to betray Marin. Martin Luther saw that the most respected Frederick III also supported this view, so he didn't insist on it. Secondly, he began to improve and modify the program to make it more moderate and avoid direct conflict with the Holy See. And Bond also achieved the purpose of delaying the process. As time went on, the spring plowing in the North Sea Kingdom was in full swing. This time, it was very different. Because of the Prad plow pulled by 6 to 12 horses, the efficiency of this spring plowing is very high. The 3 plows of this plow work together, plus there are many horses and strong power, and it can plow 20 to 30 acres of land every day, which is 5 or 6 times more efficient than the previous 2-horse single plow. The 2-horse single plow originally plowed 1 acre of land every day, 6 acres, the unit of acre is also derived from this. And a single ox plows only 3 or 4 acres a day, which is even slower. Compared with ox plowing, the speed of the Prad plow is more than 7 times that of ox plowing. With such high efficiency, the spring plowing speed of the North Sea Kingdom is very fast. The amount of land that was originally cultivated for 1 or 2 months was completed in less than half a month. This is because they are worried that there is not enough labor to serve and harvest too much cultivated land, and there is not enough fertilizer. If there were no restrictions on population and fertilizer, not to mention 20 million acres, 30 million acres can be reclaimed. However, because of some things that happened before, Marin suddenly changed some ideas. Why? It was because of the previous idea of moving the Principality of Ryazan to St. Petersburg. At that time, Marin came up with the British two-field system that was popular in Britain in the 19th century. This idea was originally intended to replace the use of fertilizers. After all, whether it is alfalfa from the legume family that can fix nitrogen, or sheep manure and cow manure, they can all fertilize the fields. Marin suddenly thought, why can't the British two-field system be implemented locally? The reason why he wanted to implement the British two-field system was not to restore the soil fertility, but to obtain enough fertilizer. After all, cattle and sheep can produce a lot of manure. Moreover, the manure of cattle and sheep can be directly fermented and used to feed earthworms. Unlike human beings, it still needs to be processed, which is very troublesome. As a result, the spring plowing of the North Sea Kingdom was interrupted halfway. Marin made an emergency adjustment. The 6 million mu of original cultivated land under his name and the newly reclaimed 4 million mu, a total of 10 million mu of land, were replanned. The plan requires that all manors under Marin's name must set aside the most barren area for growing alfalfa and raising sheep and horses. Of course, raising dairy cows is also okay. Sheep, needless to say, can be sheared, produce goat milk, and eat mutton. Well, it can also produce sheep manure, which can be used to feed earthworms. Horses, needless to say, are now popular in farmland, and the importance of horses has greatly increased. The Eastern European Mongolian horses, refer to the Don River horse, currently popular in Beihai country, do not need to eat grain, just eat grass, and only need to be fed some grain when working, which is very cost-saving. Now, the horses in Beihai country are mainly Eastern European Mongolian horses that can survive on grass, and Eastern European Mongolian horses that are hybridized with local draft horses. Anyway, they are all grass-eating horses, and they don't need to be fed a lot of grain like local European horses. Although the breed of Eastern European Mongolian horses is not as tall and strong as local European horses, they don't need to be fed grain. How expensive is the price of grain in Europe? It saves a lot of money if you don't feed them grain at ordinary times. Therefore, ordinary manors can raise dozens of horses without spending too much. They can be pulled out to plow the land during spring plowing, and they can also pull carts when they are free. Of course, they still need to be fed some grain when plowing the land and pulling carts. Of course, you can feed it with grass. As for cattle, it doesn't seem to be very useful, but dairy cows are okay. Milk can be used to supplement children, and it can also produce dairy products such as cream and cheese. In addition, the feces of horses, cattle and sheep have another magical use, as fuel. Yes, you can learn from the Mongolians and dry sheep dung, cow dung and horse dung and use them as fuel to cook. The Mongolian grassland is a semi-arid grassland, and deserts are very common. There are no trees at all. So, there is no firewood to burn. And dead grass, in winter, must be given priority to cattle and sheep. Who would be willing to burn it? And the dried horse, cattle and sheep dung can be used directly as fuel for burning because of the large amount of cellulose residue. Of course, this depends on the region. If it is an inland area, there are more forests, and it is not rare to burn this. Just pick up some dead branches and leaves to burn. However, there is a region that is very short of firewood, that is, the Netherlands. The Netherlands is a plain near the sea with a dense population. So, trees and so on have basically been cut down. This also led to a lack of firewood fuel in the Netherlands plain. If it was a city with developed transportation, some coal briquettes and honeycomb coal could be transported there for burning. But in the countryside, the road transportation was inconvenient. Instead of spending money to buy coal, it was better to dry some horse, cow and sheep manure and burn it directly. There is no way. Even if Marin vigorously builds roads, he can only build roads to various towns at most. It will be troublesome to go to the countryside and villages. Even in the later China, it was not until after 2010 when the economy was very developed that cement roads were built in every village. This is still in the eastern region. Many places in the west had not been realized until Marin crossed over. Therefore, it is unrealistic to build roads in every village, and Marin can't afford it. The inland areas of Germany are okay, and dirt roads can also be used. However, in the coastal areas of the Netherlands such as West Frisia, the climate is humid and rainy, and the dirt roads will be muddy after rain. If you wait to transport honeycomb coal and coal balls, it will probably be very bad. Therefore, it is better to raise more horses, cattle and sheep, and use dry manure as firewood. In this way, a lot of trouble can be saved. Moreover, the source is simple and does not cost money. The burned dry manure can also be collected and used to feed earthworms. At most, more dead grass and leaves and other rotten impurities need to be added to increase the taste of earthworms. Marin estimated that if he could raise enough horses, cattle and sheep, he could not only solve the problem of insufficient fertilizer, but also produce a lot of wool, milk, meat, and horses for work. At that time, once a war broke out, Marin could easily collect a large number of horses from the people to facilitate marching in the transportation of supplies. Moreover, he could also rely on these horses to cultivate a lot of cavalry seeds. However, because the plan was changed in a hurry. Therefore, Marin did not have time to promote this British two-field system in time this time. Therefore, as much as he could promote, he would count. As for the area that was changed to pasture, it was up to fate. Of course, it cannot be said that it was changed to pasture, but that the originally idle wasteland in some relatively barren areas not close to the river were changed to pastures. Moreover, like the European and American farms in later generations, fences had to be built in each pasture. In this way, it can be prevented that horses, cattle and sheep break through the boundaries between cultivated land and pastures and run to the cultivated areas to eat wheat seedlings. In short, everything seems too hasty. But Marin is not in a hurry, and it is just a temporary idea now. It is estimated that the real standardization will have to wait until the spring plowing next year before replanning. Even the locations of some manors have to be adjusted. After all, in the future, large areas will be set aside for raising horses, cattle and sheep, and the layout of the manor cannot be the same as before. Because horses, cattle and sheep are important properties, they must be prevented from being lost and stolen. Therefore, it is best to build the manor on the boundary between the farming area and the pastoral area. In this way, both the cultivated land and the pastoral area can be taken into account at the same time. As for the houses in the original manor, to be honest, the cost of the adobe houses promoted by Marin before was very low, and it would not cost much to abandon the construction of new ones. Of course, if new ones are built, because the manors in various places have accumulated a little capital, the houses can be repaired better. In short, in the future, the manors of the North Sea Kingdom, especially the manors under the name of Marin, will have the phenomenon of farming and animal husbandry going hand in hand. Cultivated land is the main, and animal husbandry is the supplement. Animal husbandry mainly provides fertilizer raw materials, and can also produce a large amount of meat and byproducts, which comprehensively improves the output of the manor. Chapter 21 10 Fish Meal Dog Food. While farming and animal husbandry go hand in hand, Marin also has to consider the problem of labor shortage. Therefore, in pastoral areas, sheep farming is mainly focused on as much as possible. Because sheep farming can be helped by sheepdogs, which can save manpower. Both horse and cattle farming require young and strong grooms or cowboys. Large animals are difficult to take care of, so if there is a shortage of labor, cattle can only be raised less. Horses are the main force for plowing and pulling carts, so they have to be raised. There is no way. As for sheep farming, because they can be helped by sheepdogs, they can be raised more. A sheepdog can look after hundreds of sheep and help guard against thieves at night, which can be said to be a good helper for humans. Moreover, dogs reproduce quickly, and can have 2 litters a year, and several in one litter, which is much more efficient than sheep. If this thing is willing to eat grass, Marin will definitely order dogs to be raised instead of sheep. Unfortunately, the fertility rate of sheep is much lower than that of dogs, and there are only 1 or 2 in one litter, and it is rare to have several. Among livestock, only pigs are more fertile. But if pigs are strong, they are more difficult to manage. They are also very strong and sometimes can't be driven. If it gets wild, there is nothing we can do. So, we have only heard of herding sheep, but not pigs. The truth is, the second brother is undisciplined. When he gets wild, one of them can knock people over. Therefore, he can only be kept in a pen. In the later life, Marin did see herbivorous pigs on the agricultural channel, but that pig was specially hybridized with the Tibetan fragrant pig, and its body was small. In addition to the quality of the pork, the small size is for easy management. In the program, the farmer picked up the herbivorous pig and showed it to the reporter. Would you try to change it to a Taihu pig? It is definitely impossible to lift 100 or 200 pounds. Even if someone else lifts it, it depends on whether the second brother struggles. If he struggles, those with less strength can't control him at all. Keeping pigs in a pen is also very labor-intensive. You have to feed them every day, or cut grass for them. They also need food to eat, like a boss. There are also some rules for building pig pens. It is best to have a single room for each pig, so that they don't bite each other when they are put together, and they lose weight due to excessive exercise. Moreover, if they gather together, it is easy to cause the whole group to be wiped out due to swine fever. And building a single room for each pig, it is a waste of manpower and material resources. This is secondary. Usually these pig uncles need people to serve them, which is troublesome. However, raising pigs in America is not that troublesome. Why? The conditions there are good. Planting sweet potatoes, and the lees after sweet potato wine can provide pigs with endless food. As for the pigsty, there are virgin forests everywhere in the American colonies. Just cut down some trees that are tens of meters or even hundreds of meters high, and you can get countless wood to build pig pens. Unlike Europe, there are not many trees, and expensive bricks and stones are needed to build pig pens. What? You said that using the plate building method to build adobe houses to raise pigs? Brother, I am afraid you don't know that pigs will not only dig cabbages, but also dig pig pens. The mud wall may not be able to withstand the collision of the adult second brother. It's okay on sunny days, and the mud wall is still solid. On rainy days, the mud wall is loose and can be easily overturned. So, raising sheep just requires a fence and a wire mesh, but raising pigs, it's better to use solid materials. Bricks and stones are a little expensive, Marin's estate can afford it, but the human resources for raising pigs are a little insufficient. In America, it costs a lot of money. Just take an axe and a saw, go into the primeval forest to cut wood, and then build a pigsty. Even if the wood is rotten, just cut more wood and build it. That's how rich. I've gone off topic, let's get back to the topic. It's easier to raise sheep by building a fence next to the farmland. Cows and horses have higher requirements, after all, they are large in size and strong, and can easily break through the fence. So, it's easier to raise sheep. Just insert some wooden stakes and pull up the straw rope to stop the sheep. Then, drive the sheepdog to supervise and manage, and you're done. If people were to chase the sheep themselves, they would have to be sprinters like Bolt and Suarez to control them. After all, hundreds of sheep are too loose. Sheepdogs have 4 legs and run fast, so they are easier to manage. However, there is also a problem. Although sheepdogs are omnivorous animals, they need so much exercise. If they are only fed with vegetarian food, they can't bear it. The reason why the poor in ancient times were so thin was that they had no meat to eat. And the reason why the grassland herdsmen were fierce was that they ate a lot of meat and had strength. Therefore, if you want sheepdogs to work, you have to feed them meat. But meat is not that easy to get. People don't have enough meat to eat. By the way, dog food. Marin suddenly remembered that dog food in later generations seemed to be a hodgepodge, with everything in it. There was cheap corn flour, dried vegetable powder, and powder of animal liver and offal. This thing is a bit like Thuringian sausage, with viscera and offal crushed and stuffed in. However, it's not all meat, there is also corn flour and dried vegetable powder. Of course, some dog food uses cheap imported fish meal. Fish meal has high nutritional value, high protein, B vitamins, and fat-soluble vitamins such as vitamins A, D, and E. In addition, it is rich in various minerals. In later generations, fish meal was often used to make concentrated feed for pigs and chickens. Sometimes, it was also used to make dog food. Marin suspected that the swine fever in later generations might have been brought by imported fish meal. Otherwise, it would not have spread across the country so quickly. However, there is definitely no African swine fever now. Moreover, fishery resources are extremely rich. In this era, beef, mutton and pork may be difficult to obtain, but fish. There are no fishing boats in the 4 major fishing grounds, only some small offshore fishing boats in the North Sea fishing grounds. Therefore, as long as the North Sea Kingdom sends enough fishing boats, fish meal is inexhaustible. Moreover, fish meal is also very simple to make. Just kill the fish that are not very delicious when caught on the fishing boat, remove the internal organs and fish oil. Fish oil is easy to cause rancidity, and then air dry, sun dry, or bake it, and then beat it into powder. It doesn't matter if it has bones, it is nutritious anyway, and it is rich in calcium. Of course, fish meal is divided into raw fish meal and cooked fish meal. Raw fish meal cannot be eaten by humans, but animals can. Cooked fish meal can also be eaten by humans. It seems that during World War II, Germany was short of supplies. In order to provide sufficient nutrition for the people and soldiers, they made high-quality edible fish meal, added edible fish meal to bread and biscuits, replaced eggs and meat, and supplemented protein and vitamins BDE for the people and soldiers. Marin did not have enough meat or even offal to make dog food, but he could easily get fish meal from scraps. Then, mix the raw fish meal with flour, vegetable powder, etc., and bake it into dog food biscuits. After heating and sealing with oil paper bags, it becomes dog food that can be stored for a long time and convenient for transportation. The scrap raw fish meal does not cost Marin at all. Those fish that are not delicious are originally thrown away by fishermen. Otherwise, it takes up space. Marin just lets them air dry or sun dry, and then beat them into raw fish meal, which takes a little time at most, and is not very difficult. After all, fish meal does not take up much space. Moreover, the large and medium-sized fishing vessels invested by the North Sea state now have almost no competitors in the deep North Sea and the Newfoundland fishing grounds. They can get as much fish meal as they want. Even the more delicious fish can be made into fish meal. Because the fishery resources are too abundant now. Just be aware that dogs cannot eat too much salt. Therefore, the fish used to make fish meal cannot be salted. But this is not a problem. As long as the fish viscera and fish oil are removed and it is not easy to go rancid, it is also relatively easy to hang it on the mast to air dry and sun dry. As long as it is not rainy, it is easy to dry. Therefore, fish meal is very easy to make dog food, and the cost is even much lower than flour. At least, flour still requires farmers to plant the land for a year, and then harvest and process it. Fish can be directly cast into the net, and then simply killed, air-dried, sun-dried, and then powdered, which is much easier than grain. Then, you can easily get high-protein dog food biscuits rich in minerals and some vitamins. The cost is very low. It is estimated that when it is sent out, the highest cost may be the freight. But a sheepdog can herd hundreds of sheep. The wool, sheepskin, goat milk and mutton brought by hundreds of sheep in a year are much more than the cost of dog food. So, Marin is still very profitable. Moreover, Marin can sell this highly nutritious fish meal dog food to other nobles and make a small profit. After all, nobles, how can they not raise a few running dogs? Well, the running dogs here are real dogs, not dogs of lackeys. Nobles, they like to save face. When the time comes, Marin will ask the dog food processing factory to replace the luxurious packaging and sell them at a high price without negotiation. If it is sold cheaply, people might dislike it. Chapter 21:11, Dogs can eat it, so can people. In order to provide sufficient food for the sheepdogs, Marin ordered the fishing boats in Emden port to dry a batch of freshly caught fish and make fish meal. Then, the people in the food factory mixed the fish meal with rye flour, including bran, and chopped dehydrated vegetables with water, kneaded them into shapes, pressed them with molds, and put them in the oven to bake them into biscuits. Marin tried it himself and found that it had a fishy smell and was not delicious. However, the dogs in the palace didn't care at all and ate them with relish. Even because of the fishy smell, the cats and dogs in the palace competed for fish meal dog food biscuits. What? Father, you tasted the dog food biscuits yourself? Caesar was shocked when he heard the news. In his opinion, this is a matter of ruining reputation. What's the matter? A crazy Sister Na has eaten dog food and drank floral water, and she is still alive and kicking. Who is Sister Na? Caesar was confused. Marin didn't explain, because he couldn't explain. Moreover, the fish meal used in this dog food biscuit is also made from fresh fish at the dock, and it is cleaned before making. So, it's okay to eat it. After learning that the ingredients are very clean, Caesar also tasted one. After tasting it, Caesar said thoughtfully, "The fish taste is not bad, but it has a fishy smell. If the fishy smell can be removed, people can eat it." Marin stood up suddenly. People can eat it. People can eat it. Marin's mind opened a new window. Before, Marin had been thinking about how to feed the dog. But he forgot that when the ingredients are regular and there are no hygiene problems, people can indeed eat biscuits made of fish meal. The premise is to remove the fishy smell. Marin has too many ideas for removing the fishy smell. For example, add ginger, cook radish and orange peel together. However, these methods are quite troublesome. Moreover, it needs to be boiled first. After boiling, it needs to be picked up and dried, which is very troublesome. Moreover, ginger, orange peel, etc. are also difficult to get, or a bit expensive. After thinking about it, Marin thought of a very simple and domineering method, deep frying. Deep-fried fish pieces are a very simple and domineering way to remove fishy smell that Marin knew in his previous life. Throw them into the oil pan, add some peppers and seasonings, and fry them happily, fragrant and crispy, without any fishy smell. Even people with poor cooking skills can use this simple method to remove the fishy smell. Moreover, the fried fish is very fragrant and crispy, which is very suitable for making biscuits. Marin looked at the packaging bag of dog food biscuits on the table, and suddenly felt that this was similar to the compressed biscuits of marching rations. However, the nutrition of dog food biscuits seems to be stronger than compressed biscuits. Why? Fish meat has a high protein content. The main material of compressed biscuits, flour, is carbohydrates after all, and its nutrition is not as high as fish meat. Fish meat is not only nutritious, but also rich in minerals. Why do the Dutch in later generations grow so tall? In addition to eating Dutch potatoes, people also love to eat fish, and even eat raw fish alive in later generations. Replace part of the flour in the compressed biscuits with fish meal, or fried crispy fish meal. I think the soldiers will like it very much. Well, don't think about it, Marin has arranged someone to make it. The raw fish meal was quickly obtained. Marin asked someone to find an iron pan, pour soybean oil, add a little chili and ginger, and start frying. The raw fish meal was very scattered, but Marin asked someone to make a net bag with gauze. After frying, use the oil filter net bag to scoop it up and drain it. The fried fish meal tasted really crispy. After mixing with rye flour and dehydrated vegetable fragments and drying it into biscuits, it was much better than the dog food biscuits made of raw fish meal. Moreover, because the fish meal was fried, the oil content was relatively high, which met the requirements of military rations. Eating it, you will feel fuller. It is fragrant and crispy, with oil and water, and fullness. It is simply a perfect military ration. Moreover, in this era of extremely backward fishing, the North Sea Kingdom, which has the money to buy large fishing boats, should not have a simple and cheap source of fish meal. In addition, after adding a large amount of fried fish meal, a large amount of flour can be saved, which is very food-saving. With so many benefits, Marin has to be tempted. The only trouble may be the supply of vegetable oil. After all, this thing is not produced in the North Sea country, and can only be supplied by the North American colonies. Fortunately, it is not troublesome to grow soybeans. There is plenty of land there, but there are not enough farmers. Moreover, for now, Marin has no intention of promoting fried fish meal biscuits throughout the country. He plans to use fried fish meal to make military ration biscuits first. As for the common people, we have to wait until the soybean oil supply is sufficient. As for the whale oil with sufficient production, it seems that this thing needs to be processed to remove the fishy smell and whatnot before it can be eaten. It seems that it needs to be processed into margarine or something. However, Marin will not. Therefore, Marin can only wait until the North American soybean production is sufficient before promoting fried fish meal biscuits among the people. Biscuits packaged in oil paper bags have a long shelf life, are not easy to deteriorate, and are convenient for transportation, which is very suitable for large-scale promotion. In addition, it can save vegetable oil. After all, it takes a lot of vegetable oil to cook fish alone. But if you fry fish, you can fry a lot of fish in one pot of oil, which is more economical. The fried fish meal is crispy and delicious, very appetizing. It's just that the vitamins are destroyed, which is a pity. But most of the nutrients in fish, including minerals, are retained. Moreover, the taste is much better, and there is oil, which will be more popular. Moreover, there are many ways to get vitamins. For example, the North Sea country now has dehydrated vegetables. They are sealed in oil paper bags. If you really lack vitamins, you can eat some, even raw dried vegetable leaves. In this era, Europeans eat dry vegetables and boiled fruits. It's funny, but this is also their custom. But vegetables such as lettuce and Chinese cabbage are okay to eat raw, but if you eat leeks raw, that taste, Marin doesn't know how Europeans of this era can endure, and eating onions raw. Oh, don't mention it, Marin has eaten it, peeling onions while crying, and eating them raw, and the whole person almost exploded. But after the onions were peeled into pieces and dried into dehydrated vegetables, they were much better. At least, you don't have to cry when eating raw. In fact, the best use of these dehydrated vegetables is to use them for instant noodles. The hot water of instant noodles can make these vegetables stretch out, but because there is no high temperature for stir-frying, the vitamins are relatively intact. Moreover, the hot soup of instant noodles also covers up the fresh taste of raw vegetables, which is perfect. When the fried fish meal biscuits are baked, the temperature reaches more than 100 degrees, and vitamin C and other things are destroyed. So, Marin thought about it and simply didn't add dehydrated vegetable fragments to the fried fish meal biscuits, but provided vegetable packs separately. In this way, when the soldiers are hungry, they can eat fried fish meal biscuits while eating some dehydrated vegetables. In addition, in order to provide soldiers with enough energy for combat, some sucrose and milk powder can be added to the biscuits. The military rations of later generations mainly used wheat flour, sugar, oil and dairy products in compressed biscuits. Strictly speaking, fried fish meal biscuits are better than the military compressed biscuits of later generations. After all, fish is rich in nutrients and minerals. But this era is completely different from later generations. In later generations, due to the proliferation of large ocean-going fishing boats, there are not many fish to catch in the sea, and East China Sea yellow croaker can be sold for thousands of dollars. In this era, if you go to Zhoushan Islands and cast a net, all you can find are wild East China Sea yellow croaker weighing more than 1 kilogram. The same is true for the North Sea fishing grounds and Newfoundland fishing grounds. There are so many fish that no one fishes. It's still normal in the North Sea. After all, there are still many small fishing boats fishing in the coastal areas of the country surrounding the North Sea. In the Newfoundland fishing grounds, the North Sea fishing boats have a monopoly. Now, when the North Sea fishing boats catch a net of fish in the Newfoundland fishing grounds, the fishermen only want the delicious varieties and throw away the rest. It's very luxurious. If the fishing boat owners in the future who don't hesitate to go thousands of miles away to fish knew about it, they would definitely beat their chests and scold them as prodigals. Moreover, the fish meal made by Beihai State is different from the fish meal of later generations. For example, the fish meal of later generations is the whole fish, including the head, scales, internal organs, and even the feces in the internal organs, including the poisonous fish gallbladder, all crushed together. Of course, after washing, the toxic bile toxicity will be washed away by most of the time, reaching the safety standard. But this kind of fish meal that is minced with feces is definitely not edible by humans, and can only be fed to chickens and pigs. And because Beihai State has extremely rich fishery resources, it can scrape off the scales and remove the internal organs including the fish gallbladder. Then, air dry/sun dry/dry, and then beat it into fish meal. This is the standard for making dog food. If you make fried fish meal biscuits for military use, you need to chop off the fish head and tail before beating it into powder. After all, the requirements for human consumption are definitely higher. Moreover, fish that taste bad cannot be used to make fish meal for biscuits, and can only be used to process dog food-grade fish meal. As for the fishy soybean oil left after frying the fish meal, it is also useful. Marin thinks that cats who like fishy smells will definitely not refuse. Therefore, you can get some scraps, fry them, and make cat food biscuits. You can even take this fishy oil and mix it with flour to directly make fishy cat biscuits. Then, supply the cats that catch mice on the ship. After all, when sailors are sailing on the ocean, it is impossible for them to catch fish and feed cats at any time. Therefore, it is a good idea to prepare some cat biscuits sealed in oil paper bags. In short, biscuits made from raw fish meal or fried fish meal will be an important material for the North Sea Kingdom in the future. Dogs eat it, people eat it. Well, cats can also have a share. Although the cat biscuits made from the fishy soybean oil that has been fried with fish are not as nutritious as real fish, when there is no fish to eat, cats can eat 2 pieces to satisfy their cravings. In short, after this whole set, people, dogs and cats can all get what they want. Chapter 21:12, 2 families prepare for war, 1 family is unaware. The biscuits with fried fish powder are still the best. Foodie Khan was trying out new and old compressed biscuits in Marin's office. The old compressed biscuits were flour with condiments such as vegetable oil, milk powder, sucrose or maple syrup. But no matter what was added, it was still a flour product. The new military biscuits with fried fish powder were different because they had a meaty taste and were crispy. So, Foodie Khan liked them very much. The other guards who took part in the test also said that they preferred the new fish powder biscuits. Moreover, Marin was surprised to find that after the compressed biscuits were pressed with a spiral press, the fish powder was tightly connected together. The taste was a bit like the inferior chicken and steak in later generations, well, the inferior fried chicken and steak. In fact, the inferior chicken and steak in later generations were made of minced meat, glued together with edible glue such as carrageenan, and pressed together. Of course, if the right meat is used, it's still good, but I'm afraid that the wrong meat is used. For example, many inferior steaks are not beef at all, but pork. After all, pork normally costs more than 10 yuan per pound, and beef costs more than 50 yuan. Therefore, using minced pork to glue and press, and adding some chemical additives that taste like beef, is the practice of unscrupulous black-hearted businessmen. Using minced meat from other parts of the cow to glue and press into steaks is already considered a conscientious business. Marin does not have plant glue such as carrageenan, but he has fish skin glue and fish bladder glue. Well, but in the end Marin still did not choose to press fish steaks. The main reason is that there is no need. He is just making military rations, not fish steaks. So, he only needs to mix fried fish powder and wheat flour and press them into compressed biscuits. But Khan proposed another idea: cooked pressing. Before, Marin was worried that the mixed biscuits would lose vitamins due to high temperatures. And Khan, by chance, also likes to eat raw vegetables, likes to eat green onions, and likes to eat green onions wrapped in black flour, much like the people of Chilu. Therefore, Khan does not like vegetables to be baked at high temperatures. Because this will lose the original flavor of green onions. And how to keep the original flavor of green onions? Khan put forward his point of view: cooked mixing and pressing. Specifically, first bake the biscuits, fry the fish powder, and prepare the dehydrated green onion leaf fragments. After the three are processed, in addition to the already fine fish powder and dehydrated green onion fragments, the biscuits are also broken up, and then mixed with the other two cooked materials. Then, put them into a steel mold, rotate the lever of the screw press, and press them into compressed biscuits. Later, regarding the sterilization problem, Khan also proposed that in the drying room below 80 degrees Celsius, the temperature at which vitamin C is destroyed, proposed by Marin, the method of drying dehydrated vegetables should be used, and the temperature should be more than 70 degrees, and baked on a steel rack for a period of time. Then, quickly pack them, press out the air, and seal them. When sealing, the seal is also sterilized by high temperature for a short time. Although some vitamins will be destroyed, mainly near the seal, most of the vitamins can still be preserved. Marin thought about it and finally adopted Khan's suggestion. After all, it is not very troublesome to pack them separately. But if one bag of biscuits can solve all problems, why use 2 oil paper bags? However, because the temperature during packaging is not high enough, it may affect the shelf life, which will be shorter than the shelf life of normal high-temperature packaging. But Marin doesn't care much, because he is in urgent need. According to the report of the spies in the Grand Duchy of Moscow, Vasily III has begun to prepare for war. Although the spring plowing in the Grand Duchy of Moscow has just begun, it is later than in Western Europe, but this does not prevent Vasily III from preparing for war. The population of the Grand Duchy of Moscow is too large, exceeding 10 million. Even if most people are agricultural population, Vasily III can still find tens of thousands of woodcutters and herdsmen who do not need to farm to serve him. Many craftsmen in the city have also been requisitioned by him. These requisitioned people are mainly to prepare weapons and armor needed for war, as well as various supplies. The craftsmen are all working hard to build and repair weapons and armor, while the woodcutters go to cut trees, make spear poles, or various vehicles for transporting supplies. The herdsmen are preparing livestock as animal power for the transportation of supplies. Vasily III's target is naturally Smolensk, the easternmost part of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Smolensk is actually also a city-state of the Russians, and it is of the same origin as the Grand Duchy of Moscow. But the problem is that Smolensk belongs to a model similar to the aristocratic republic, which is very different from the Tsarist dictatorship of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. And Tsarist Russia has always been barbaric and brutal in its rule over the people. Until World War I, the Tsar still treated soldiers as grey animals, completely ignoring the lives and rights of ordinary people. Therefore, the Smolensk people would rather join the Grand Duchy of Lithuania than accept the rule of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. In the eyes of Vasily III, this is rebellion, while the Smolensk people think it is a rejection of brutality. In general, both sides seem to have reasonable positions, but neither makes sense. It is right that Smolensk does not want to be ruled by brutality, but there is no need to join Lithuania. And Vasily III. How to say it, even if they join the Russian state, they don't have to accept your rule. The royal family of the Grand Duchy of Moscow did not have "must rule all Russians" written on their foreheads. In the final analysis, the Grand Duchy of Moscow unified the Russian countries, and what was tested was military power, not some legal destiny. In Marin's view, the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania are actually just a dog-eat-dog hegemony, there is no right or wrong, and it is almost the same as the nature of World War I. If it weren't for the fear that the Grand Duchy of Moscow would be too strong after its rise, Marin would not bother to help Lithuania. Of course, Marin is more assured of Lithuania, and he is assured that they will not be strong. In addition to historical proof, their system also determines that Lithuania cannot be strong. The Grand Duchy of Lithuania is similar to an aristocratic republic, similar to a very primitive tribal leader meeting, and power is relatively decentralized. Although this country has a large area and a large population. But because it cannot be centralized, such a large country cannot exert its strength. Therefore, it was rubbed by the Teutonic Knights in the early stage and by the Grand Duchy of Moscow in the later stage. If it hadn't been for the resistance with Poland, it would have been finished long ago. Such a country that cannot be helped is what Marin is willing to support. Because it does not pose a threat. However, because of its large size, Lithuania looks very bluffing. If the battle is going well, the nobles of Lithuania will rush forward, giving people a feeling of being overwhelmed, seemingly very powerful. But if they encounter adversity or even severe adversity, it's hard to say. The Grand Duchy of Moscow seems backward and barbaric, but because the Grand Duke of Moscow can concentrate power. Therefore, although this country is very poor and barbaric, it can burst out huge energy. It's okay in this era, but it's scary when it comes to the 19th century when the whole nation is mobilized. During World War I, Russia pulled out 15 million strong men to participate in the war, which was very scary. Germany was forced to dispatch 1 million troops to deal with it in the early days, but after the war, it was discovered that the Tsarist Russia was very weak and useless. If the Tsarist Russia had not defeated the equally bad Austro-Hungarian army in the Battle of the Worst, it would probably become the biggest joke. Of course, the problem of the Tsarist Russia is actually mainly in logistics and war thinking. Because of the backward economy and difficulty in material supply, the Tsarist Russian army was forced to fight with bayonets. But the Germans used machine guns to clean up the ground, and they wouldn't let you get close to them in a bayonet fight. In short, Russia's population advantage is still a concern. You know, the entire German region, including Austria, only has a population of 12 million. The Grand Duchy of Moscow alone has tens of millions. If the tactical level and weapon level are the same, there is no need to compare. Fortunately, Marin, the head of the Grand Duchy of the North Sea, is a time traveler with advanced tactical thinking and a large number of black technology weapons. Therefore, as long as they are fully prepared, they can still win. When Vasily III was preparing for war, Marin was not idle. The North Sea Kingdom has a developed industry, relative to other countries of this era, and its military-related factories are preparing military supplies. In addition to the food factory preparing military rations and biscuits, other factories are also preparing. For example, Marin has established a new arsenal specializing in the production of improved swarm rockets. An armor factory was also established to produce Jiangnan leather factory, armor to prepare for the outbreak of war later. Marin needs to advance quickly this time to catch the Grand Duchy of Moscow off guard. Therefore, all weapons and equipment must be light and not heavy. This is the case with military rations and weapons. Marin does not plan to bring heavy artillery or anything like that. For sieges, he plans to dig tunnels to bury gunpowder barrels to blow down the city walls. To this end, Marin has sent people to dig tunnels leading to the roots of the city walls. Facing the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, Marin planned to use a modified version of the swarm, first rushing head-on to confuse the opponent. Then, assault and flank. Even if the opponent has more people, they will be at a loss in the face of such an abnormal fighting method. Unless, the opponent has intelligence personnel who get the information in advance. But that is impossible. The only party that is not prepared is probably the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. After all, the Grand Duchy of Moscow also intends to catch them off guard. Therefore, of the 3 parties that will participate in the war in the future, 2 are prepared, and the other is completely unaware. Chapter 21:13 Green Sky. It's not that Lithuania is unaware of the ambitions of the Muscovites. Some lords on the eastern border, which is very close to the Grand Duchy of Moscow, are very wary of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Therefore, they demand strict defense against the Muscovites. However, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania is a lord parliamentary country. And what is the best thing about the parliamentary system? Quarrel. The concerns of the eastern lords are seen as cowardice and fear by the lords in the central and western regions. Therefore, instead of thinking about how to solve the problem, they ridicule the eastern lords and compete for the right to speak in the Great Sejm, Parliament. In the midst of the quarrel, the preparations of the Grand Duchy of Moscow continued in an orderly manner. At the same time, in order to break through the solid walls of Smolensk, Mikhail Glinsky, a minister that Vasily III valued very much, came to Austria to buy artillery. Who is Mikhail Glinsky? He was actually a nobleman of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and a new nobleman with strong capabilities in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. He was born in 1460 and was originally a small lord of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. But because of his outstanding performance in the battle with the Crimean Khanate, Glinsky was appreciated and became a senior general. However, because of his shallow foundation and lack of background, he was envied and excluded by the great nobles of Lithuania. When the elder brother of Sigismund I, the previous Grand Duke of Lithuania, Alexander I, died, Glinski's political enemies falsely accused him of killing Alexander I. Glinski was furious and directly led 2,000 people to surround the manor of his political enemy and killed him. But because of this, he angered the new Grand Duke of Lithuania, Sigismund I. In desperation, he had to flee to the Grand Duchy of Moscow, the enemy of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and surrendered to Vasily III. Vasily III naturally accepted the talented generals happily. Because Glinski was more talented, Vasily III relied on him a lot. The plan to siege Smolensk was also proposed by Glinski. Previously, it was Glinski's idea to entrust Teutonic merchants to help purchase weapons and armor in the German region. There was no other way. The Grand Duchy of Moscow was not very rich. To buy equipment for tens of thousands of people, the Teutonic merchants could only help to advance the money. After capturing the commercial town of Smolensk, there would naturally be money to repay. But the weapons and armor bought before were mostly cold weapons. It is certainly powerful to fight a decisive battle with the enemy in the wild. However, if it is a siege, it will definitely not work. It happened that Glinski studied in Austria when he was young. Moreover, he served Emperor Maximilian I for a period of time and did not return to Lithuania until 1498. Therefore, this person is more intelligent and knowledgeable. If Lithuania uses it well, there will be no problem dealing with the Grand Duchy of Moscow. After all, he can even deal with the cavalry of the Crimean Khanate. Unfortunately, the internal friction of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania made it impossible for this talented general to serve his country, and he was forced to flee to the enemy Grand Duchy of Moscow. Studying abroad and serving in Austria greatly broadened Glinski's horizons. Therefore, he knew the use of firearms very well. Even Glinski in this time and space was fortunate to see some of Marin's early advanced tactics. For example, the use of muskets and artillery. It's a pity that he left in 1498 and didn't see the beautiful battles fought by Marin 1,500 years later. Therefore, he probably knew the benefits of muskets and artillery, and didn't know much about the specific new tactics. But even so, it was a great improvement for him and the Grand Duchy of Moscow to which he was now loyal. No, when attacking Smolensk, this guy thought of setting up artillery on the hill outside Smolensk and bombarding the weak points of the city wall. In order to ensure that the walls of Smolensk could be blasted open, Glinski asked Vasily III to buy 150 artillery pieces. Because others were not familiar with Western Europe, Glinski volunteered to lead a team to Austria to purchase artillery. In fact, artillery technology was more advanced in France and Spain. But Glinski was not familiar with France and Spain, so he chose Austria, which he was more familiar with. Under the influence of Marin, Austria did begin to pay attention to the development of artillery and produced a lot of land warfare artillery. However, the caliber was not large, all at a few pounds. But Glinski also had a way. He decided to buy more artillery. Use 150 small caliber cannons to concentrate on bombarding a certain section of the city wall. In order to enhance the effect of the attack, Glinski not only prepared to set up artillery on the top of the hill to bombard the city. Moreover, he also planned to replace iron balls with lead balls. In this way, because the weight of lead balls of the same volume is nearly half that of iron balls. Therefore, bombarding the city wall with lead balls has greater destructive power. What's more, 150 guns used lead balls to bombard a certain section of the city wall together. Maximilian I did not want to sell cannons to the Grand Duchy of Moscow at first. After all, Vasily III competed with him for the title of Byzantine Emperor. Maximilian I's basis was that he bought the throne from the last Byzantine emperor, while Vasily III's basis was that his mother was a Byzantine princess and had an advantage in bloodline. But for the sake of Smolensk, Vasily III took the initiative to write a letter to Maximilian I, pretending to promise to give up the claim to the Byzantine throne in exchange for Maximilian I selling him cannons. At the same time, Glinski launched the add money layman mode to increase the purchase price. Then, the emperor, who had always been very poor, surrendered. And Marin also sent spies in Austria, so Glinski's actions were quickly summarized and delivered by pigeons, and appeared on Marin's desk in the form of a report. Interesting. Glinski bought cannons. Marin remembered that the mother of Ivan the Terrible seemed to have the surname Glinski. So, this guy is Ivan the Terrible's grandfather. At present, Vasily III's wife is Solomonia Yurievna Sabirova. But Marin remembered that Vasily III's first Grand Duchess was infertile, and Ivan the Terrible was born to his second wife Glinskaya. And Glinskaya is the female name of Glinski. For a moment, Marin wanted to kill this guy. After all, the more capable this guy is, the stronger the Grand Duchy of Moscow will be. However, Marin finally gave up. Why? Because Marin needs the Grand Duchy of Moscow to cripple the Grand Duchy of Lithuania first. If Glinski is killed early and Vasily III fails to defeat the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, then things will be a big deal. At that time, Marin will not only be unable to kill the Grand Duchy of Moscow, but will even have to support them to maintain it. After all, although the Grand Duchy of Lithuania has serious internal friction, its strength is also very strong. If the Grand Duchy of Moscow is annexed, it will be terrible. Especially the Jagiellonian dynasty, which has ruled the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. If even the Grand Duchy of Moscow is annexed, even if they are not centralized enough, the population and land of the three countries alone can defeat Germany. Therefore, Marin not only cannot deal with the Grand Duchy of Moscow in the early stage, but also must ensure that they can defeat the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Then, he will have a chance to appear. Otherwise, the Lithuanians will deal with the Grand Duchy of Moscow by themselves, and he will have no excuse to send troops to rob the population. In order to ensure that the Grand Duchy of Moscow can win and cripple the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, Marin has the idea of Glinski. Chapter 21:14, The Ottoman Chain Artillery Chariot Tactics. Times have changed, starting with Marin's involvement in Eastern European affairs. Poland and Lithuania are no longer the Poland and Lithuania of the past. For example, Marin helped Sigismund I to come up with the famous Polish winged hussars in advance. Once the Grand Duchy of Moscow and Lithuania come into conflict, Marin can be sure that Sigismund I will send winged hussars to help. After all, the two countries are not only countries with Sigismund I as monarch, but also a solid military alliance. It may not be possible for Poland to mobilize troops for Lithuania, but it is still possible to send winged hussars to fight. The 5,000 Polish winged hussars in Sigismund I's hands are the biggest variable in this battle. If Marin did not intervene, the outcome of this battle of the Grand Duchy of Moscow would be unknown. What's more, Sigismund I, at the suggestion of Marin, also formed an alliance with the Crimean Khanate. As a result, once Lithuania sends troops, not only may there be thousands of Polish winged hussars to help, but there may also be Tatar cavalry from the Crimean Khanate to help. With this calculation, Marin felt more and more that the Grand Duchy of Moscow was not sure of winning. Although the Grand Duchy of Moscow had a large army, it was easy to raise an army of 100,000. However, most of these people were farmers who had just put down their hoes. It was okay to fight a favorable battle or fight against the conscripts of the same origin of the opponent. Facing the Polish winged hussars and Tatar cavalry, it was really not a problem that could be solved by the advantage of numbers. Therefore, Marin had to find a way to make the Grand Duchy of Moscow win this battle steadily. But it seems that there are no powerful people in the Grand Duchy of Moscow now, just this Glinski. Although he performed outstandingly, it was also because the current ability of the nobles of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was too poor. As a result, Vasily III could only choose the tallest among the dwarfs and could only rely on him. Of course, this is also related to Vasily III's previous purge of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Why the purge? Because the nobles of the Grand Duchy of Moscow did not recognize Vasily III's succession to the throne of the Grand Duke. Not to mention the nobles, even Vasily III's father, Ivan III, was unwilling to let Vasily III succeed to the throne. Originally, Ivan III intended to let Dmitry, the son of his eldest son Ivan who died early, inherit the Grand Duke's throne. Unfortunately, Vasily III later launched a rebellion. In order to prevent the country from being divided, Ivan III had to give way to Vasily III as the heir. Before his death, Ivan III asked Vasily to put aside his past grudges and take good care of his nephew Dmitry. As a result, Vasily III promised, but after Ivan III died, he went back on his word and immediately threw Dmitry into prison. 2 years later, Dmitry died in prison. Moreover, the death of Ivan III's eldest son Ivan was also related to the court doctor brought by Vasily III's mother. Therefore, because of the suspected murder of Ivan and Ivan's son Dmitry, the old nobles of the Grand Duchy of Moscow believed that they were usurpers and were very disgusted with them. Vasily III also knew this, so after he ascended the throne, he carried out a purge and got rid of many old nobles of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. This also resulted in him having no one to use. Glinski, a defected general from Lithuania, had no connection with the old nobles of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and because he had some ability, he became a general that Vasily III trusted very much. Glinski was a man who had some ability, a little bit better than most nobles in Europe at that time, but only a little bit better. The reason why he performed so well was that he learned something during his study and service in Austria. For example, artillery is not popular in Eastern Europe yet. But Glinski had seen the Italian War and even went to Italy as an Austrian representative to observe it. Therefore, he knew the benefits of this thing in sieges and knew how to use artillery in a concentrated manner. If there were no Polish winged hussars and the Crimean Tatar cavalry that might be sent out, the Grand Duchy of Moscow would really win. But because of these two variables, his ability was not very useful. In the final analysis, Glinski's ability is only slightly higher than that of the noble generals in Eastern Europe in this era, but it is not too outrageous. Originally in history, the Grand Duchy of Moscow besieged Smolensk and it took 2 years to conquer it. Of course, the Moscow army did not use too many artillery at the beginning. In the later period, Glinski discovered the way to set up artillery on the hilltop to attack the weak points of Smolensk city, and finally conquered the city. In this time and space, because of the appearance of Marin, firearms became more popular. Therefore, Glinski also discovered the benefits of concentrated use of artillery early. But the problem is that this is not good for field decisive battles. Because these artillery are used to bombard the city walls, not to attack the Polish and Lithuanian armies in field battles. So, what Marin has to do is actually to teach Glinski how to use artillery. How to teach? Of course, he did not go down in person, but used the North Sea Kingdom spies in Austria. Glinski discussed the purchase of artillery with His Majesty the Emperor in Innsbruck. But it takes time for His Majesty the Emperor to mobilize 150 artillery for Glinski. In addition, it takes time for Glinski to mobilize the funds needed to purchase 150 artillery pieces. After all, in these days, buying things uses heavy gold and silver, which is not as convenient as digital currency in checks. Because both sides need time to prepare, Glinski will stay in Innsbruck for the time being. When he is free, he will go to the pub near his accommodation for a drink. Glinski is an Eastern European, and it is said that he is a descendant of the Tatars. Therefore, it is basic to like to drink strong liquor. Because he is not short of money, this guy often goes to the pub to order strong liquor and gets drunk. When he is free, he brags with people in the pub. This guy stayed in Austria for many years, so he speaks German in the Austrian dialect very well. Marin's method is to send a spy to the pub to drink and brag with Glinski. When bragging, tell him the correct use of artillery. The so-called correct use of artillery is actually a way to deal with cavalry. Poland and Lithuania are both feudal lord countries with cavalry as the main force, and heavy cavalry is very important. If you want to defeat the two countries head-on, you must head-on over the plate armor knights of the two countries and the Polish winged cavalry. How to use artillery to deal with cavalry? The Ottoman Empire gave a standard answer to this point. In the wars with Persia and the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt, the Ottoman Empire placed artillery in front of the formation and placed it on the station car. At the same time, the station cars were connected with iron chains to prevent the enemy cavalry from rushing into the formation. In this way, the enemy cavalry cannot rush in and kill, but the artillery can easily beat the opposing cavalry to the ground. In addition, behind the Ottoman iron chain car formation, musketeers and archers can be arranged to shoot the opponent's cavalry or the cavalry's warhorse. This tactic is quite advanced and difficult to deal with in this era. Even Marin, a time traveler, will find it very tricky. Of course, as a time traveler, Marin will never let his men rush into this iron chain car formation stupidly. The reason is simple. Although this iron chain car formation is strong and difficult to break, it is also inconvenient to move. Just go around and run behind the opponent to launch an attack, isn't it? But people in this era are different, especially the knight class. They value honor and courage very much. As a modern man, Marin may know how to adapt. And these knights, unless they have suffered a great loss, will not be willing to avoid the enemy's edge. Because they think it is a sign of cowardice. In the words of the big fool Khan, a real man should face the enemy head-on. Those who go around behind others are gay. Then, he was beaten by Marin. Because Marin likes to attack from behind. Because of their inflexibility and lack of knowledge, the Safavid Empire of Persia and the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt were both beaten to a pulp by this iron chain artillery formation, and the elite cavalry of the two countries were also crippled, causing both countries to be unable to recover. The Poles and Lithuanians obviously had never seen the Turkish iron chain artillery formation. After all, although the two countries had border frictions with the Ottoman Empire, they had not fought a final battle and did not know the tactics of the main force of the Ottoman Empire. Moreover, in this era, the news was closed, and the beliefs of Europe and the Ottoman Empire were different. The two sides had basically no contact, so naturally they would not know the tactics of the Ottoman army. What Marin had to do was to let the spies of the North Sea Kingdom approach Glinski in the name of Venetian merchants who had been to Egypt. Then, describe to Glinski the process of the Battle of the Dabik Steppe that broke out between the Ottomans and Egypt. With Glinski's IQ, he would definitely be able to master the use of artillery. After all, his ability was still better than that of ordinary nobles in this era, and his ability to accept new things was also strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to Austria to buy 150 artillery pieces at once. Chapter 21:15, I have never seen such a shameless person. After learning that Marin was going to teach the Muscovites this artillery chain tactic, Schwartz, the Minister of Military Affairs of the North Sea Kingdom and one of Marin's confidants, expressed strong opposition. Your Majesty, this tactic is too terrible and difficult to crack. Even the cavalry of the North Sea Kingdom would find it difficult to break through this defense. You plan to attack the Muscovites later. If they master this tactic and buy 150 cannons, this is simply difficult to defeat. As the highest-ranking general under Marin and the most capable military commander, Schwartz had to admire the Ottomans' tactics, which were almost unsolvable in this era. Marin laughed. Schwartz, your mind is also rigid. Yes, this battle formation is indeed difficult to break through. But why do we have to attack head-on? European soldiers of this era. Oh no, it's most European soldiers of this era, who are more respectful of honor in frontal bloody battles. Therefore, during World War I, there was a stupid incident in which millions of French soldiers rushed into the Maxim machine gun formation of the German Empire. But in the East, this kind of thing rarely happens. Not to mention the great 16-character guerrilla warfare stunt, even the devils have very flexible tactics. Generally speaking, the devils like to send small-scale but powerful troops to attack the enemy's position from the side while confronting the enemy head-on. Of course, this small force attacking the side is well equipped. In order to suppress the opponent with firepower, their 14-man combat team will actually carry 1 or 2 crooked handle light machine guns. Even, they will carry very light grenade launchers, which are professionally used to clear the machine gun positions on the opposite side. Therefore, the Devil's troops used for outflanking are not large in scale, but have strong firepower. The grenade launcher has a strong ability to clear machine gun positions and even artillery positions, and it is also very convenient to transfer, and it is not easy to be counterattacked by the opponent's artillery. On the other hand, the GUA army has a rigid mind. It is probably because the instructors who studied in Europe and the United States learned the rigid dogma of European officers and insisted on positional warfare without flexibility. Then, they were dizzy by the Devil's outflanking and firepower assault. In addition, they had no air superiority at all and lacked anti-tank guns to deal with the Japanese's thin-skinned tanks, so they were naturally defeated. Therefore, in terms of tactics alone, the British and French armies during the World War were no match for the Japanese. In the Southeast Asian battlefield, the British and French colonial armies also lost decisively. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the quality of the colonial army is worse than that of the local army. But it is undeniable that the tactics of both sides are more flexible and the Japanese are better. However, this tactic also has its disadvantages, that is, the army that is outflanking cannot encounter a hail of bullets. Specifically, it is best that the opponent lacks machine guns or submachine guns. Because this kind of side raid hits the opponent's weak point. But to attack, the opponent must have worse firepower than the commandos. It would be better if there were only rifles, no machine guns and submachine guns. Unfortunately, during World War II, whether it was Sandetsi, the US military, or the Soviet army, the firepower was very strong. Not to mention Sandetsi's MG general-purpose machine gun, they also had MP-40 submachine guns to greet them. The Japanese's 1 or 2 Type 99 rifles really can't stand up, and the Type 38 rifle is even more useless in close combat. Even if the Japanese want to fight with bayonets, they have to ask the other party's submachine guns if they agree. The US and Soviet armies are the same, and both are generally equipped with submachine guns. The US Army has Thompson and Browning, and the Soviet Army has the famous PPSH. The assault team is also human flesh and blood, not a tank with steel plates. If they are greeted by a submachine gun in the face, they will lie down in seconds. Therefore, in World War II, when the Japanese fought against the poorly equipped GUA army, or the British and French colonial armies in Southeast Asia with similar equipment, they pushed and crushed all the way. But when they encountered the old Soviet army with a fear of insufficient firepower, and the US army that didn't cost money for bullets, the surprise attack tactic suddenly failed. Moreover, even if the tanks raided the flank, it would be useless. Because the US military had bazookas to deal with thin-skinned tanks. As for the Soviet army, they had thousands of T-34s with great blood and great merit, compared to the Japanese tanks, which were endless. But to be honest, if everyone lacked foul weapons such as machine guns and submachine guns, the Japanese flank assault tactics were really effective. At least, they were much better than the British and French Allied forces who rushed the German machine gun positions in World War I. Because of the hard charge of the German machine gun positions, France lost a generation. In order to make up for the population, it became France. The British were better because the Indians shed blood for them. But because of the rule that officers must take the lead in the charge, Britain did not lose a generation, but lost a generation of nobles. Then, after World War I, the aristocracy completely lost power. The civilian class did not care about the colonies, but only cared about the country. Therefore, after World War I, Britain slowly lost control of the colonies. In addition to the reasons for the decline in strength, the indifference of the civilian bourgeoisie to the land was also an important reason. Of course, that was later. If other European nobles of this era were to command the battle, the Ottoman artillery cart iron chain tactics would be really difficult to crack. But for Marin, who has watched too many war dramas, it couldn't be simpler. First of all, the Ottoman artillery cart and the movable gun carriage of later generations are two different concepts. The movable gun carriage can quickly move the artillery, change direction, and even relocate the position. However, the so-called artillery cart of this era is actually to put the bare gun barrel on the cart. Because of the need for convenient transportation and the fear that the recoil is too large to shake the cart apart, the artillery on the artillery cart is generally a small cannon of 2 or 3 pounds. When forming a formation, wooden stakes must be nailed under the wheels of the cart to fix the cart. Otherwise, if the recoil retreats, the car formation will be dispersed instantly. Once the formation is dispersed, the cavalry on the opposite side will rush in and slaughter in minutes. Therefore, this kind of car formation is very rigid and inflexible. If it is a head-on attack, it will be right in their hands. But if you go around to the back or the side, the people who set up the formation will be dumbfounded immediately. Not to mention how heavy the cart is, it will take a long time to pull out the wooden stakes that are stuck in the wheels and untie the iron chains tied together. By the time you have rearranged it, the opponent may have gone around to another place. Therefore, as long as you don't have a hole in your brain and attack the artillery formation head-on, you will never be defeated. Of course, if Marin is replaced to arrange it, this artillery formation can also be arranged more perfectly. Specifically, use an engineer shovel to dig 2 trenches on both sides, put sharp stakes and caltrops in the trenches. Come on, welcome to attack the flank, the second pit welcomes you. As for going around to the back. Sorry, the North Sea Army has a reserve waiting for you at the back. The North Sea Army's reserve is not the usual practice of European armies in this era to hide new recruits at the back, but a real fresh force. In other words, the North Sea Army's reserve may not be as combat effective as the elite veterans in the front row, but it is definitely much stronger than the new recruits and can be used to attack the enemy head-on. Therefore, it is difficult for the North Sea Army to be outflanked. In fact, its defense is arranged like a hedgehog, which is difficult to attack. In addition to the trenches, Marin's army usually carries a large number of Judeo chariots with spears on the front. Even if it is a mobile war, if you want to rush over, the soldiers in front, on the side, or even behind the Bahai navy can press the 2 claws of the chariot into the mud at any time, with the spearhead facing outward. At this time, the chariot is extremely solid. Even if the heavy cavalry crashes into it, they will either die or be injured, and people and horses will fall. Moreover, there is a group of musketeers waiting behind the chariot. Before they rush to the front, the musketeers knocked the enemy down. Of course, the above are defensive methods. As for the offense, there are many ways. The shameless kite-flying cavalry such as the Black Knight has appeared a long time ago. Moreover, it is used in combination with the half-armored winged cavalry. When the Black Knight goes to fly a kite, he is not afraid of the opponent's plate armor knight chasing him. As long as he dares to come out, he will definitely be fooled to death. As for the light cavalry, it is the nemesis of the Black Knight. But the problem is that the Black Knight is protected by the winged cavalry. The light cavalry on the opposite side rushes up and is definitely not an opponent against the half-armored winged cavalry. Therefore, when fighting the Grand Duchy of Moscow, Marin will definitely bring the embarrassing combination of the Black Knight and the winged hussar, which will definitely make the opponent vomit blood. The Grand Duchy of Moscow is located in Eastern Europe and is not very familiar with Marin's methods, which is more conducive to the development of Marin's tactics. Moreover, Marin has recently created an extremely perverted improved version of Swarm. This thing is light and easy to carry, and its lethality is still terrifying. Moreover, its launch scene is grand and very shocking. While causing casualties, it can also deter the opponent and undermine the opponent's morale. When the war started, Marin planned to let the Shameless Legion, nickname of the Black Knights, bring dozens or hundreds of improved swarms to the Moscow army from the side to hit the opponent's morale. For this reason, Marin also specially designed an iron bracket that is easy to carry and can be used to temporarily launch a swarm of bees. After all, this thing cannot be fired on horseback. The tail flame of a swarm of bees can easily burn the horsehair, and the noise is too loud, which can easily scare the horse. But they can put a swarm of bees on the bracket, then sit on the horse's back, light the fuse with a long pole tied with a matchlock, and immediately drive the horse away. Hearing Marin's wretched tactics, Schwartz had to admire sincerely. In terms of imagination, he had to admit that Marin. Of course, there is a sentence Schwartz did not dare to say, but only dared to say in his heart, I have never seen such a shameless person. Chapter 21:16 I am kind and physical control comments. It's no wonder that Schwartz secretly criticized Marin. In fact, this is the general environment of this era. In addition to the very flexible and adaptable Eastern world, in Europe, rigid dogma and advocating the front are the mainstream. Although Schwartz was born in a poor family, he is also a descendant of knights and admires chivalry the most. And chivalry advocates sacrifice and bravery. Therefore, European knights, including ordinary warriors influenced by chivalry, believe that dying in a head-on confrontation is an honor. In addition, bypassing the opponent's hard-earned frontal defense is also contrary to the honesty and fairness in the spirit of chivalry. After all, in the eyes of rigid Europeans, head-on confrontation is the embodiment of justice. Bypassing the front is unfair and disrespectful to the opponent. Marin grew up watching war movies and was a super fan of Taizu in military affairs. Therefore, his values are completely different from those of Europeans of this era. Marin was not accepted by the mainstream nobles. In addition to being seen as the emperor's running dog, his unruly fighting and his ghost ideas were also the reason why the princes hated him. In the East, Marin is called 100 wisdoms. But in the rigid cognition of Europeans in this era, this is not honorable. Marin also knows this, but he will never change his style of doing things in order to get the approval of a group of old nobles with rigid ideas. So everyone has to get tired of each other. Even Marin's men do not approve of many of Marin's behaviors. Of course, they are not against Marin, but they think that the victory is not fair enough. People are seeking benefits and avoiding harm, and so are the officers under Marin. They will definitely not refuse to win the battle. This not only means glory, but also rewards and spoils. Of course, because the means of winning are not conventional. Therefore, they are also very sorry and feel that the glory is not perfect. For example, when bragging about their achievements to relatives and friends, these officers of the North Sea Kingdom can only emphasize the results of the battle, and are unwilling to describe the details of the battle too carefully. After all, it sounds a bit dishonorable. Just like the battle to defeat King Charles VIII of France, it was a night raid plus an ambush, which looked very dishonorable to Europeans. And night raids, in ancient Europe, were generally only done by robbers. However, the officers of the North Sea Kingdom are not the kind of rigid and dogmatic people, and they will not be alienated from Marin because of this. After all, if you win, there will be many benefits. Who doesn't want benefits? Besides, with means such as night attacks and ambushes, Marin has been stigmatized. They just obey orders. So, if they can get benefits, why don't they do it? So, the Europeans of this era want to be that thing and want to set up a memorial archway. They want both benefits and honors. Those who can serve under Marin are basically those who accept Marin's behavior. Otherwise, they would have left long ago. In other words, this is a group of pragmatic people. Of course, being pragmatic is pragmatic, and it is inevitable to complain about Marin in your heart. Even Schwartz, the #1 horseman, often complains about Marin's dishonorable means in his heart. However, on the surface, Schwartz almost shouted, "The sun rises in the east, Marin is undefeated, Wenqing Wuda unifies the rivers and lakes." Kohler and Saul, probably because they have been black gloves for Marin for a long time, their hearts are inevitably dark. Therefore, I agree with Marin's approach and ideas, and they are very compatible. In addition, the newly trained children in the school agree with Marin's approach. Don't get me wrong, it's not that they are dark inside, but they fanatically worship Marin. When Marin releases something, they will say it smells good. This is not surprising. In the 21st century with such developed internet and science, many young people with no talent and no morals have many brain-dead fans, not to mention Marin as the monarch of a country. Moreover, young people with no talent and no morals can only cheat children to spend money, but Marin can give children very good educational and living conditions in this era, and school teachers can control comments on the spot. Well, it's not surprising. In addition, the black fans of fresh meat are at most banned, while the black fans of Marin have to wait in line. Don't think that Marin has no black fans. For example, in Bremen, there are thousands of old aristocratic families who were concentrated because of the destruction of their country. And Marin also attaches great importance to the Bremen area. If anyone dares to speak ill of Marin in public, Kohler's agents will come to the door soon, and take the person away immediately with a sentence of, "Fellow Taoist, please stay." No, it's, "Sir, please stay," and then take the person away immediately. Of course, the agents of the North Sea Kingdom have no law enforcement power, so they can only take people away. Moreover, they must be taken to the police station. If they are repeat offenders, they will be taken to the Bremen garrison camp. Well, the officials of the North Sea Kingdom will not treat these old nobles rudely. After all, we have to pay attention to the impact. However, Auric will soon receive a letter of recommendation for no reason, saying that the old noble who made remarks against Marin under control is extraordinary and gifted. Well, Hispaniola needs excellent colonial officials like you. Where is Hispaniola? Haiti Island. At present, this is the base camp of syphilis. Send him to Haiti Island, and do not bring your family. I won't remind you that you have a problem. When you can't hold it back any longer, you'll have sex with local girls. Well, that's it. It's none of our business. It's whether he can control himself or not. Alas, my Beihai country has lost a talented person. Alas. The children of nobles are all very passionate and unrestrained. They like to pursue love. What? You said you can control yourself? Okay, I'll exile you to an area with a high syphilis infection rate. Then, restrict you from going out and contacting others. At the same time, I'll put a few good-looking girls who have been infected to serve you, wearing cool clothes. People say that after 3 years of military service, sows look pretty. What's more, there are good-looking girls next to you, wearing cool clothes. Isn't it a good idea? We have many ways to do it. We can read some romance novels, that is, romance novels with slightly bold descriptions, which will make people endocrine disorders and get angry, and then supplement them with food. Therefore, in Beihai country, the nobles of the opposition were not tortured. However, when they were sent back, they all suffered from the same disease as Aunt May, which caused their bodies to rot and ulcerate. This is the treatment of black fans. If they encounter a direct armed rebellion, Marin will be more direct. There is no torture either, but the beautiful women on the island of Haiti who are caught will be arranged to talk about feelings with you, tie you up, and talk about feelings with you. Soon, the rebels will rot and ulcerate all over their bodies. Then, Marin will organize the old nobles of Bremen province to watch the scene of the unlucky guy with pus all over his body and wailing on the hospital bed. I am very kind and never use rough means. Marin said sincerely to all the nobles and generals. You say, who dares to blacken such a kind Marin? Even a hardcore henchman like Schwartz was sweating after seeing the end of the rebels. Therefore, he only dared to talk about it in his heart. If he really met Marin, he would directly become a martial artist and unify the world. Only a fool like Kahn who speaks without thinking often says the wrong thing. Then, he was beaten up by Marin. However, Kahn was a trusted thug after all. So, he was qualified to be beaten up. If it was someone else, Marin would not do it either. But not doing it is much more terrifying than doing it. Once you offend Marin, Marin will still show you a kind and innocent smile, which can scare people to death. But these are mostly rumors. There are indeed a group of people who were treated in this way by Marin. But there are really no more than 100 people. Beihai has a population of more than 2 million, so these people are really nothing. Moreover, these people are not just offending Marin, but have escalated to the point of rebellion and assassination. Or, they were planned to sabotage or something, so they were treated like this by Marin. So, Marin always felt that he was really kind. However, under the spread of rumors, many people were so scared that they couldn't stand when they saw Marin smiling at them after doing something wrong. And those who spread Marin's black material in Beihai, the police under Marin's command, would not beat them, but put the parties in a small black room for reflection. However, the small black room in Beihai is very special. It is not a room, but a space as big as a toilet. People can't stand inside, they can only sit. Do you think sitting is comfortable? Naive. There is only a stool in the black room, and there is no backrest for the chair. Want to rest against the wall? There are things on the wall. It's not sharp blades or spikes, but the wall is definitely not smooth, there are a lot of protruding stones and other things. It's not sharp, but it's very uncomfortable to lean on it. It's okay to be locked up for an hour or two, but if you are locked up for more than a day, you can't sleep against the wall, and it's a dark and closed space, it will definitely make you collapse. Therefore, once the black fans of Marin in the North Sea country reflect, they often reflect thoroughly and dare not make the same mistake again. The kind Marin calls it physical control of comments. This control method applies physical knowledge such as optics and force analysis, and it is truly worthy of the name. Chapter 21:17, Confession Room and Small Black Room. In fact, in Marin, physical control is divided into different levels. The highest level is not the small dark room with burrs on the walls, which is as small as a toilet. The highest level of small dark rooms is directly life-threatening. Not only is it as small as a toilet, but the walls are all covered with sharp blades. If you want to lean against the side when you doze off, you will be stabbed. Of course, if you know the sitting meditation method of the Shaolin monks, you can sleep sitting up, not leaning against the side, which is not a big deal. But such people are too rare, and most people still sleep upside down. Even if they don't lie down, they will find a place to lean on. Therefore, the small dark room with blades on the wall is too scary. Want to sleep, right? Lean against the wall, and you will be stabbed immediately. After being stabbed, you will not be sleepy anymore, but after a long time, you will still be sleepy. Sleepy and then stabbed. Such a cycle makes people collapse. The second level is the small dark room for physical control. The surrounding walls are all protruding stones and so on. Although you will not be stabbed if you lean against them, it will hurt a lot. If you wear thick cotton clothes, you are not afraid. But the people who locked you up in the small dark room were very smart. They didn't allow you to wear thick clothes. Before entering, you were stripped and only allowed to wear thin clothes that couldn't block the protruding stones on the wall. Then, the person being accused of commenting felt pain when he wanted to sleep, but he felt sleepy if he didn't sleep. It was a bit like the torture methods of later generations, which was to shine a searchlight into your eyes to prevent you from sleeping. But that was still relatively humane. After all, they just prevented you from sleeping and made you sit on a chair. If you really feel sleepy, you can still fall asleep sitting on a chair as long as no one is watching. But the wicked Marin invented this small dark room similar to the toilet space, which was really immoral. There was no backrest when you sat on the small round stool. After a long time, you felt sleepy and wanted to lean against the wall, but the wall was full of protruding stones. It hurt to lean against it, but it was sleepy if you didn't. There was no need for police officers to interrupt your sleep, leaving you to wander between pain and sleepiness, and no one paid attention to you, which made people more likely to collapse. Therefore, this kind of physical persuasion has a very good effect. After most people come out, they directly change their evaluation of Marin from a 1-star bad review to a 5-star good review, and double-click 666. Although it is not clear what they think in their hearts, people who have been in there are unwilling to go back again. The above two types are the most immoral and hateful small black rooms. They are both mentally and physically attacked, which is very scary. Of course, these two types are used against mortal enemies and will not be used on their own people. For example, the small black rooms for their own people, such as disobedient recruits or even disobedient students, are more humane. For example, the small black rooms dedicated to soldiers can only be sat, but they sit on chairs. Moreover, there are no blades or barbs behind the walls and doors to hurt people. If you are sleepy, you can still sleep against the wall. However, you can only solve the problem of defecation on the spot. It is more humane to deal with school bullies. After all, they are children, so you should be gentle. If they are scared silly or crazy, it will be bad. Therefore, their small dark room actually has a small bed where they can lie down. But the child is timid after all. Even if there is a small bed for sleeping, it is still boundless darkness when he wakes up. After a long time, he is also very frustrated. Some children have grown up crooked, and beating and scolding have no effect on them. They have trained themselves to be indestructible and are not afraid of beating and scolding. If beating and scolding are effective, there will not be so many bad children in the world. Therefore, Malin's requirement for the school is that for general mistakes, it is enough to slap the palm of the hand and stand. If they do not change after repeated teachings, they will have a taste of the small dark room. No matter how stubborn the child is, there is nothing that can't be dealt with in the small dark room for 2 days. If they are still stubborn, they will be locked up for another 2 days. As for whether the child will be driven crazy, Malin does not consider it. Why? It is better to drive this child crazy than to leave a cancer in society. Moreover, there are people watching over the small dark room where the child is locked up. If the child collapses and cries and begs for forgiveness, he can be released early. Unless he commits the same offense again, he will not be released before the time is up. If such an idiot insists on being stubborn, Marin will not feel sorry even if he goes crazy. He wants law-abiding citizens, not problem characters. You say problem characters are talented? Sorry, there are so many honest people with talent. I am full and bored. I don't want to listen to honest people with talent. Go to provoke troublemakers. Unless this troublemaker reaches the level of a scientist, otherwise, there is no value. In addition, this era is different from the later Chinese. Because each family basically has several children, so if you abandon the big one, you can still practice the small one. Unlike the 80s and 90s in China, because there is only one number, abandoning it means that the whole family is finished, so they can only endure it. Many people actually know in their hearts that the child is abandoned. But what can he do? There is only one child, can he not want it? Even after the two only children of the two families are combined, there is only one child, and he can only admit it if it is abandoned. But the probability of two families having only one seedling is very high, which makes people feel helpless. Of course, this is a problem in the future. And the current Beihai kingdom is eager to have more people. Marin not only welcomes legitimate children, but also illegitimate children, and is willing to give them jobs and land for them to cultivate. There is no way, who let Marin have such a large colony in America, but not enough manpower to develop it. In essence, Marin is a cold and vigorous person. This is not innate, but it is like this after being a lord for 20 years. When he first crossed over, he was still a very kind person and would be soft-hearted. But after 20 years as a lord, Marin understood that if he wanted to manage the world, even if it was an island, he could not have any mercy. In particular, he could not have any mercy on some bitches. How to say it, in this world, in addition to good people and bad people, there is another kind of person called a bitch. This kind of person has a very strange attribute, which can be good or bad. If you are strict with him and don't give him any chance to do bad things, then he is a good person and can be good for a lifetime. However, if you are weak to him, he will immediately take advantage of you. Once taking advantage of you becomes a habit, it is very likely to go astray and become a bad person. Therefore, Marin did not understand why the law is ruthless until he had been a lord for more than 20 years. Because, if the law is kind and gives the bitch a chance, they will immediately show you evil. Moreover, there are many such people in the world. When they first come into contact with you, such people are cautious. In fact, he is testing your bottom line. Once your bottom line is tested, this kind of person will start to act recklessly and do some excessive things. Marin encountered it in his previous life. At the beginning, he got along very well. Later, it seemed that he had tested the bottom line and began to go too far. Even, he regarded your honesty as an object to be bullied for fun. Well, if you encounter this situation, please slap him in public. And don't worry about the consequences. Why? Because this kind of coward will only bully those he thinks he can bully, and dare not provoke the thorns. So, when you act viciously, don't worry about him retaliating against you, maybe he is more afraid than you. If you are really bold, you will not be polite to you at the beginning, and you will also test your bottom line. This happened when he was an ordinary person in his previous life. Of course, what worries Marin now is not associating with bitches, but restraining such people. Why does Marin have a headache about such people? Because there are so many such people in the government of Beihai state. Those genuine civil servants are okay, but most of the petty officials who assist those genuine officials in the government are of this stinking character. That is, they will be brilliant if you give them some sunshine. There may be very upright people among the civil servants, but most of the petty officials, especially the grassroots petty officials, are bitches who observe words and expressions and change their attitudes according to the situation. This has always been the case in ancient and modern times, both in China and abroad. Moreover, what makes Marin headache is that among the petty officials, those who are doing well are generally such bitches. Because the honest people have been stepped down by them. But officials still like to use such bitches who change their attitudes according to the situation. Why? It's convenient to use. Because they can observe words and expressions and change their attitudes according to the situation, this kind of petty official is very capable in doing things. Moreover, these people know who can be offended and who cannot be offended, and generally do not cause trouble. Therefore, the officials also like this kind of cheap official. But the problem is that this kind of people can do things and can also cause trouble. As long as they find an opportunity, their hands and feet will not be honest. Corruption, taking bribes, and deceiving the lower and the upper are just basic operations. Therefore, Zhu Yuanzhang, the first emperor of the Ming dynasty, directly beat the clerks into low status and forbade them to participate in the imperial examinations. If you want to take the imperial examinations, you must change your career and can only take the imperial examinations after 3 generations. Marin thinks that Lao Zhu has gone too far in this regard. These cunning people are still capable. Even better than honest people. Of course, it is their ability to deal with people, not their knowledge and ability. If used in the right place, this kind of people is still very useful. However, their behavior must be strictly supervised. Therefore, Marin became more and more cruel, formulated very strict laws, and did not allow sympathy. As long as the supervision is strict, these cunning people can also become good people and contribute to society. Therefore, Marin wrote this sentence in the general principles of the law of the North Sea state: for lawbreakers, it is impossible to forgive. It is God's business to forgive lawbreakers, and the duty of legal workers is to send these lawbreakers to see God. However, what embarrassed Marin was that the indulgences popular in the German region in recent years conflicted with this general principle of law. Because, according to the church's meaning, if you buy an indulgence, you can be exempted from guilt. Damn, it's so embarrassing for law enforcers. The problem is that Marin has a very close relationship with the Vatican. He can't tear down the Vatican and say that indulgences are useless. Then, Marin began to use his brains and came up with a reason to deal with it. Marin announced that buying an indulgence can indeed forgive sins and go to heaven after death. But for major lawbreakers such as murder and annihilation, Marin can help and send them to see God earlier. As for illegal acts such as embezzlement, if you buy an indulgence, you don't have to serve a sentence. However, because of the sins committed, Beihai will specially prepare a confessional room for them to go in and confess. Oh, what kind of confessional room is that? It's a small dark room. Can I do nothing to you if you buy indulgences? Death row prisoners are executed on the grounds that they will be sent to see God in advance. For crimes such as corruption, a small dark room is used instead of a prison. At most, a cross is placed in the small dark room, and the appearance is made to look like a confessional room in a church. In this way, people will have nothing to say. You see, I didn't imprison him, but his faith was not pure, so I sent him to the confessional room to confess. As for why there is no light in the confessional room, isn't it dark in winter? Well, God said there should be light. God will forgive him, and there will be light. Before he was forgiven, there was no light. You see, this explanation is very reasonable, right? Chapter 21:18 Sealed Confession Chamber and Dumpling Making Shipbuilding Method. Oh, I'm such a genius. Marin slapped his head. Why? Because he doesn't plan to call the small black room a small black room in the future. How ugly is a small black room? Moreover, it sounds like a bad place. However, if the small black room is renamed as a confessional room. In this era with such a strong religious atmosphere, the confessional room is sacred and legal. And the small black room is a symbol of brutality at first glance, and it belongs to the symbol of the brutal rule of the great devil Marin. Therefore, renaming the small black room as a confessional room with religious characteristics is in line with the characteristics of this era, and it is absolutely politically correct. So, Marin gave an order, and all the small black rooms in the North Sea Kingdom were equipped with crosses on the top. Then, the words, confessional room, were written on the door. However, unlike the confessional room, the small black room renamed as the confessional room does not have a pastor who listens and exhorts. In this regard, the explanation of the law enforcement agency of the North Sea Kingdom is that the pastors are not available, or they are sick and take leave. What can you do to me? In theory, all the small black rooms are in charge of priests. But the priests are in the church and don't have time to come to the small black room. No, it's the sealed confessional to listen and enlighten. Therefore, for those who are locked up in the small black room, you should confess to God yourself, the same. You said you paid for indulgences? No problem, there is no conflict between atonement and confession. From then on, Marin, who has close ties with the Vatican, resolved misunderstandings with the Vatican and maintained a high degree of political consistency by renaming the small black room as a confessional. It neither offended the Vatican, nor punished the prisoners in the country, and it was impossible to find fault with it. But the nonsense is that perhaps inspired by Marin, our papal states also had this kind of sealed small black room without priests. No, it's a sealed confessional. This sealed confessional without priests was later used by the Vatican to deal with religious dissidents whose crimes were not enough to be burned at the stake, but needed to be severely punished. From then on, fewer heretics were burned at the stake, but more were tortured to death in the sealed confessional. Of course, this is a matter for the future. For now, the North Sea Kingdom is the only one that enjoys the benefits of the sealed confessional. In the North Sea Kingdom, the crime rate is very low. It's not that the people here are simple and honest, but that the small black room is too powerful. Many thorns have become extremely honest after being locked up twice. Who dares to commit crimes? Moreover, Marin pays great attention to people's livelihood and does not let anyone starve to death. In this era, if you can eat enough, basically no one wants to die. If you don't feel happy enough, Marin will let them eat black stick bread for a few days, that is, more than half of it is dirt, sawdust, stones, wild vegetables and other miscellaneous materials, and it is hard enough to be used as a brick to hit people. Happiness is compared. With this kind of vivid comparison, most people will think it through. If you really can't think it through, you have to go to the confessional. Children in the North Sea Kingdom have no worries about food and drink since they are born, and they probably don't know what hunger is. It doesn't matter. Marin often arranges old farmers from the North Sea to go to school to tell about the past. This kind of activity is called recalling the bitterness and thinking of the sweetness. In order to let the children recall the bitterness and think of the sweetness, the canteen will prepare black stick bread and very bitter rye porridge for the children on that day. It is the kind of rye grains thrown directly into the pot and cooked, and then some wild vegetables and leaves are added to stew together. It comes several times every semester, and the noble children are not spared. Therefore, all the children in the North Sea know that it is Marin who has led everyone out of hunger and can eat a full meal. The current life is hard one, and everyone needs to protect it well and don't die. In addition, Marin also asked the immigration company to quietly collect orphans who were unsupported and about to starve to death from all over Germany and even France. Then, they were sent to various parts of the North Sea to attend classes with the children. These orphans are generally hungry and thin because they have no one to support them. Before being sent to various places, Marin deliberately asked people not to change clothes for these children, and let them wear their original shabby clothes. However, before entering the North Sea Kingdom, they were arranged to take a shower, clean themselves up, and wash their clothes at high temperature and disinfect them. These children come to various schools, which can make the children of the North Sea Kingdom clearly see the gap and understand how cruel this world is. And how happy they are. Is happiness compared? With the comparison of these poor orphans, children will understand what happiness is. As for whether this will hurt the self-esteem of those orphans. Sorry, they can eat enough and receive education, and it's okay to lose a little self-esteem. In his previous life, Marin saw a video of a really hungry child looking for food in a stinky trash can. So, what is face? One hot summer, Marin was trapped in his residence, and the air conditioner happened to be broken. At that time, as long as someone could fix the air conditioner for him, it would be no problem for him to call Dad. So, well, it's better not to say it. Life seems to have become dull again, and it's still early for war. Because it's colder in the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and spring plowing is late. They will launch an attack on Smolensk after the spring plowing. And Lithuania didn't even know about it. Moreover, even if the war breaks out, the North Sea Kingdom will not join the battlefield immediately. After all, Marin has to wait for the Grand Duchy of Moscow to cripple Lithuania first. So, next, there will be a few months of rare leisure time. Of course, most people are leisurely, while the workers in the shipyard are still working hard to build ships. In order to build enough ships to transport troops, supplies and immigrants, Marin has released black technology again this time. He decided to learn from the way the Americans made free ships like dumplings during World War II, and quickly make a batch of ships that can be used quickly but have a short lifespan. Just like the free ships that could carry 5,500 tons of cargo during World War II, because Sandezi's submarines sank too many merchant ships. In order to ensure the supply of materials to Europe and the Soviet Union, the Americans did not care about the durability of the ship, and directly opened a big move to mass-produce free ships with large cargo capacity but short lifespan. Because the battlefield urgently needs a large amount of materials, it does not give you time to make good quality ships. Therefore, when the Americans designed the free ship, they directly set the design life at about 5 years. So, the quality. At that time, the mainstream of shipbuilding was riveting, with welding as an auxiliary. The main reason was that the welding technology at that time was relatively poor. Not only was it not strong enough, but it was also easy to produce a potential difference in the weld in the seawater due to material problems, resulting in weld loss and greatly reducing the lifespan. The argon arc welding that was widely used later seemed to have appeared after World War II. It was introduced to China in about 1950s and became the mainstream welding process for manufacturing aircraft and warships. But during World War II, the welding technology was very backward. And using riveting, it takes a lot of time to process the interface, resulting in the slow speed of shipbuilding and unable to meet the needs of the war. So, the Americans simply made up their minds, poor quality, right? I don't care, I only care about building a large number of usable transport ships right now. Then, the famous Liberty ship appeared. This thing directly uses square and non-interfaced ordinary steel plates. Then, a relatively poor welding process was used to replace riveting. So, later there was a legend that the Americans built ships like dumplings. Of course, the American boast is that warships are built like dumplings. In fact, they just made free ships for transporting goods like dumplings. As for making warships, they still relied on the original technology. However, the US had strong economic strength, many shipyards, and endless steel. Therefore, of course, they made ships faster than Japan. In fact, Japan during World War II was not slow in shipbuilding, but because it had no steel to build ships. Even the steel used for the Yamato-class battleships was made from scrap steel used by ships that the British and Americans wanted to dismantle. After Japan and the Little Mustache formed an alliance, Britain and the United States cut off the supply of steel, causing shipbuilding to stop. The United States, because of the rich iron ore in the Great Lakes region, is also rich iron ore. Therefore, people do not take steel seriously. Even the retired warships are not recycled, but directly used as target ships for the Navy to practice shooting. In the final analysis, Japan lost in resources. As for the United States, it has long been prepared to consume a large number of Liberty ships. It is true that some Liberty ships broke down on their own. However, most Liberty ships still successfully completed their war missions. Even many of them exceeded their design life of 5 years. Of course, that was the situation in World War II. Marin, after considering the urgent demand for ships, also decided to imitate the old Americans to make dumplings and build a batch of transport ships. Lifespan is not important, what matters is that they must be manufactured and put into use this year. Therefore, Marin directly asked people to build a batch of drying kilns for drying wood, which can also be called wood drying kilns. However, the wood drying kilns that Marin built are earth kilns, not drying kilns that use modern technology. To put it bluntly, it is a drying table in the form of a fire bed. Then, it has a lid on top. As for the airflow, sorry, there is no blower, so we can only use the native method of heating and drying with a fire bed. At most, we can use a hydraulic bellows to provide some wind, but it is too different from a blower. As for the introduction of water vapor or ammonia, Marin does not know, so he simply uses a medium temperature of 60 to 70 degrees to slowly dry it like drying dehydrated vegetables. Although this drying method is not very scientific, it will cause the cell wall in the wood to dehydrate too quickly, and may even cause the wood to crack. But Marin doesn't care, just throw it away if it cracks. Anyway, there is wood everywhere in North America, we can afford it. And by drying in a drying kiln, the shipyard of the North Sea Kingdom quickly obtained a large number of wood that can be used for shipbuilding. Although the ship made of this kind of quickly heated and dried wood may have a lower lifespan, perhaps only a few years, which is not as good as those wooden ships that can easily last for decades, the North Sea Kingdom, which owns the original forests of North America, can afford the loss. For Marin, time and transportation capacity are the most important. Moreover, after the bottom of the ship is wrapped with stainless steel sheets, the wood of these ships may have a lifespan of more than 10 years because they are not in direct contact with seawater. In this way, several shipyards in the North Sea Kingdom, at the special request of Marin, began to heat and dry, and began to manufacture a large number of ships with poor quality but fast manufacturing speed. The model they manufactured is naturally the 250 class armed merchant ship most commonly used by the North Sea Kingdom. Because the production model of division of labor and cooperation has long been adopted, it can be foreseen that it will not take too long for the shipyards of the North Sea Kingdom to manufacture a large number of new 250 type inferior armed merchant ships like dumplings. After all, as long as the various components are produced well, the masters can assemble them directly. And because of the low requirements, when assembling, there is no need to wait for the wood stress and paint to dry, just assemble it like building blocks. Tung oil lacquer and so on are also dried directly. In this way, the speed will definitely increase. In order to distinguish them from the old 250 merchant ships, Marin named these poor quality makeshift ships 250B. Chapter 21:19, The Master Han's Stock. In the shipyard of Beihai State, there are many tung oil and raw lacquer imported from the Ming dynasty, which were all shipped back via the Pacific route in recent years. In recent years, Marin did not bring back much silk and porcelain from the Ming dynasty, but brought back a lot of tung oil, raw lacquer, copper nails and other shipbuilding materials. Moreover, a lot of strategic materials such as copper ingots, iron ingots and saltpeter were also brought back. In other words, the Ming dynasty had strict control over copper and could not import too much. But it is not impossible to get it. After all, there are always people who smuggle contraband in such a big country as the Ming dynasty. Even in the situation at the end of the Ming dynasty, there were people who kept smuggling strategic materials such as ironware and cotton to the later Jin. Moreover, it cannot be blamed entirely on the Shaanxi merchants, as many dignitaries in the court were involved. Therefore, although it is said that the outflow of copper is prohibited to prevent money shortage, Marin still purchased a lot of copper ingots, a total of 70,000 to 80,000 kilograms. There is no way. In this year, the foreign trade of the Ming dynasty has not been opened yet. The great sea merchant Wang Ji is estimated to have just been born, and it will take more than 30 years to travel across the East China Sea. In addition, under the secret obstruction of Marin, Portugal has not yet opened up the Ming dynasty market, and even smuggling has not developed. Therefore, silver is extremely valuable at this time in the Ming dynasty. Kong Tai, I am not the eunuch's general manager, of the Earl's mansion of Dongfan under Marin's command, spent a little silver to buy a lot of copper. As for iron ingots, it is even easier. On the other side of Dongfan Island is Fujian, which is rich in Fujian iron. Moreover, the price is cheap, only a dozen or 20 coins per caddy, and one tael of silver can buy 50 or 60 caddies. And a ducat gold coin. Well, gold was cheap in the Ming dynasty, so the North Sea Kingdom would exchange gold for silver and then go to the Ming dynasty to purchase goods. In fact, the steel industry of the North Sea Kingdom is already very developed. But because the source of iron ore is a problem and the quality is not high. Therefore, it is still very cost-effective to import Fujian iron from Daming and then put it into the reverberatory furnace for secondary smelting. Moreover, because the quality of Fujian iron is good, the phosphorus and sulfur content of iron smelted from Lorraine iron ore and Luxembourg iron ore are lower. Therefore, it is still very cost-effective to import iron ingots from Fujian iron and steel from the Ming dynasty and then smelt them into steel again. The main reason is that the quality of iron ore in Lorraine and Luxembourg is really poor. In particular, Lorraine iron ore has a high phosphorus content. Even if quicklime is used to make slag, it is difficult to remove. Unlike sulfur, quicklime is relatively easy to remove. Strictly speaking, even if a reverberatory furnace is used, the desulfurization effect is okay, but the dephosphorization effect is not very good. In later generations, the desulfurization effect of early open hearth steelmaking was also relatively poor. It was not until later that people directly used the converter method of top-blown oxygen that the dephosphorylation efficiency was greatly improved. Because oxygen enters the molten iron and stirs it, it can react with the phosphorus in the molten iron at high temperature to make slag, thereby controlling the phosphorus content of steel at a very low level to meet the use requirements. Of course, dephosphorylation can also be achieved by passing oxygen into the open hearth. If air is passed, nitrogen elements can easily penetrate into the steel, causing the steel to age and become brittle. However, Marin did not have the conditions to produce pure oxygen, and it was still a large supply. If the amount is small, it is okay to make some oxygen with a voltaic battery. But the oxygen used in large quantities in industry is still out of the question. The main reason is that there is no high-power generator to provide enough electricity to electrolyze water. What, you said that the industrial oxygen production method is not electrolyzing water? Boss, separating air to produce oxygen, just providing an ultra-low temperature of -183 degrees, Marin can only kneel down and say, I can't do it. In fact, it is not impossible to produce a large amount of oxygen using diesel engines to generate electricity. But the problem is that diesel is scarce. Before the development of large oil fields, diesel engines must use diesel sparingly. Therefore, industrial oxygen production is a legend. Besides, in this era, the walls of artillery and musket barrels are made very thick, just to prevent the barrel from exploding. Therefore, it seems that the ore from the Lorraine iron ore can be used barely. But this is a hidden danger after all. It is okay when it is small caliber, but when it is on a warship, a large caliber gun will immediately have problems. When Britain and France were competing for maritime hegemony, the British naval guns not only had the technical advantage of secondary refining in reverberatory furnaces, but also an important reason that their iron ore was better than the French Lorraine iron ore. This also led to the French naval guns often bursting. The science and technology at that time could not figure out the reason, so they had to blame the poor quality of Lorraine ore. Even the German army in World War II relied on high-quality iron ore from Sweden and Norway, and refused to use the ore from Lorraine iron ore to make artillery and gun barrels. Of course, the steel from Lorraine iron ore is still suitable for making farm tools and daily utensils. Now the steel of the North Sea is also the same. The iron ore imported from Lorraine is mostly used to smelt civilian ironware. For example, hoes, sickles, kitchen knives, and so on. These things do not need to collide with other people's ironware, and it's okay if they are almost the same. The iron ore in Luxembourg is much better than that in Lorraine. At least, there is not much sulfur and phosphorus. Therefore, the firearms of the North Sea were basically made of steel smelted from Luxembourg iron ore. Lorraine iron ore can only be used to make daily ironware. Of course, Marin is also very unethical. The steel smelted from Lorraine iron ore is indeed not suitable for making firearms because of its poor quality. But what if it is used by Marin's opponents? So, Marin, who is wicked, often uses steel smelted from Lorraine iron ore to make matchlock guns for export. But he also knows how to save face, so these broken guns that are easy to explode are sent to Nuremberg and Augsburg in southern Germany in the name of passers-by. What should I do if the barrel explodes? Ask passers-by, what does it have to do with my North Sea country? Moreover, the people who Marin sent to sell these inferior matchlock guns also selected customers, specifically Marin's opponents. For example, many opponents who opposed Marin would be targeted by the sellers and unfortunately bought this batch of guns. In the face of the kickback trick that is still effective in the 21st century, the officials under the princes who are responsible for procurement are easily fooled. Moreover, the appearance of these muskets made of steel from the Lorraine iron ore does not show any bad quality. Even the workmanship is very exquisite. Many muskets are engraved with the German words, made by Master Hans. This is really a scam. There are a lot of people named Hans in Germany. If you shout, Master Hans, at a meeting of the Blacksmith Association, a group of people will probably agree with you. When something goes wrong, which Master Hans is the problem? Sorry, at this time, the Master Hans will not say anything. If anyone stands up to explain, saying, I'm not, and denies 3 times in a row, he may be more suspected. Then, Master Hans became a very famous meme in Germany. As long as the words, made by Master Hans, are engraved, people will avoid it, regard it as an ominous thing, and never buy it. Later, because of this meme, many craftsmen named Hans who made muskets in Germany were forced to change their careers, such as making kitchen knives. Or, simply change your name to Heinrich, Henry, or Wilhelm, William, and other equally common names. In short, no one dares to call himself Hans anymore. Unless he doesn't want to work in the firearms manufacturing industry anymore. Note, Hans is also called Johannes, which is the abbreviation of Johannes and the German name of the English name John. Chapter 21:20, the ship was built too fast and the sailors couldn't keep up. Of course, it will take many years for Master Hans to lose his reputation. This is not the internet age. If something happens to a brand, the masses will know it first. At present, because of the serious lag in information transmission, even if something happens, it will take several years for the news to spread. Even in some places with inconvenient transportation, you may never know the news of the accident. Even in areas with convenient transportation, only nearby areas will know it quickly. Then, in foreign countries, the transmission time is measured in years. Even in the country, the transmission speed is measured in months, and it has to be in areas with convenient transportation. Therefore, several months or years ago, Marin could produce a lot of matchlocks with the inscription of Master Hans to harm his opponents. Among them, those who were targeted by Marin included France and the German princes who were hostile to Marin. Among the princes who were hostile to Marin, the Duke of Lorraine was one of them. Well, it is reasonable to sell matchlocks made of inferior steel produced from Lorraine iron ore to the Duchy of Lorraine. But in the future, Marin may not be willing to buy Lorraine's junk iron ore. Because the high-quality iron ore in Kirkenes, north of Norway, has been developed. When it is developed there, it can be transported back to the North Sea in large quantities by ship, thus getting rid of its dependence on Lorraine iron ore. However, there is no shortage of buyers for Lorraine iron ore. After all, this is an era when pig iron ingots are rare, and iron ore is naturally a popular material. In Western Europe, there is a lack of iron ore, and the well-known ones are Lorraine iron ore and some iron ore in the UK. There are very few iron ore on the continent of Western Europe. Of course, there are also iron ore in Luxembourg and Liege iron ore in southern Netherlands. However, no one has noticed these 2 iron ore before. Under the guidance of Marin, the Luxembourg iron ore was developed in advance, but the scale is not large. In addition, transportation is inconvenient. After all, the Luxembourg iron ore is deep in the inland mountains, and transportation is too troublesome, far less convenient than Kirkens, which is right by the sea. And the Liege iron ore has not been developed yet. Moreover, although Liege is located in the southern part of the Netherlands, it is not under the rule of the Habsburg family at present, but is ruled by an independent principality, the Bishop of Liege. Marin did not want to provoke the church princes, so he did not remind the Bishop of Liege. The southern Netherlands, where Liege is located, later belonged to Belgium. And Liege is also the most important industrial area after Belgium's independence, and its arms industry is extremely developed. In the 19th century, Tsarist Russia also ordered standard rifles in Liege. Later, Liege had a world-renowned military enterprise, FN, whose FN assault rifles were well known. In addition, there are coal mines in the Liege area, both coal and iron, which laid the foundation for the subsequent rise of Liege's industry. Even, not only Liege, but also the southern part of the Limburg area, that is, the long strip area in the south of the Limburg province of the Netherlands in the future, also has coal mines, which is also the only coal mining area in the Netherlands. Of course, these are small mines. By the 21st century, both Belgium and the Netherlands had run out of coal and iron mines, and they began to rely on imports. But then again, the demand for steel is so small in this era, and these small coal mines and iron mines, if used well, can also be very promising. However, because of Marin's strict confidentiality of the technology, other European countries have not yet obtained good steel smelting technology. Even the cannons are generally copper cannons. Only in England, some cannons have begun to be cast, but they are not mainstream. The main reason is that England's current iron smelting technology is not very good, and cast iron cannons are easier to explode than copper cannons. But England can't do anything, mainly because England lacks copper mines and copper is very expensive. In desperation, they had to try to use iron instead of cast cannons. In the early 16th century, England used cast iron cannons, so the quality was very poor and the toughness was very poor. It was probably not until the mid to late 16th century that the quality of cast iron cannons was much better after the iron smelting technology was improved. What is said here is the original history. Marin, the time traveler, directly launched the reverberatory furnace that the British only made in the 18th century and kept it secret from France for many years, and directly made steel cannons. I don't know how much better the quality is. That is, the shortage of saltpeter before restricted the use of cannons. But now that the technology of extracting saltpeter has made great progress, the artillery of the North Sea will be further unsealed and release powerful power. On this day, Marin was instructing Kohler to send people to southern Germany to promote the Master Hans matchlock gun, but after the order, Kohler did not leave, but hesitated to speak. What's the matter, Kohler, just speak frankly. It's like this, Your Majesty, you ordered before that the shipbuilding method should be used to build ships, and a large number of ships should be urgently manufactured. Well, there is a little problem. Kohler thought for a while and said. Small problem? What problem? Is it a wood problem? Didn't I arrange for a batch of wood to be sent back from North America? Moreover, the shipyard in New York can also produce a batch of 250B ships in this way. It's not a wood problem. On the contrary, wood is the least problem. Even if it is inconvenient to transport the wood from North America, there is still the wood from Norway and southern Sweden of the Danes. If not, we can also go to France and the Netherlands to buy wood. What's the problem? Marin was puzzled. It's a sailor problem. We don't have enough sailors in our country. There are hundreds of ships, and each ship needs 40 sailors, so 100 ships means 4,000 people. We can build ships quickly, but we can't find 4,000 sailors at once. Marin was stunned. He only considered that he could build ships quickly before, but he didn't expect that so many ships would require a lot of sailors. As for drawing from other ships, don't be kidding. Once the war breaks out, all ships will be operating at full capacity, and there will be no idle ships. Therefore, 4,000 new sailors need to be recruited. But the newly recruited sailors can't get started so quickly. If it's a few hundred people, it's easy to solve. Other ships can squeeze in and some people can be drawn out. 4,000 people. It's difficult. Especially, this newly built ship has to operate at full capacity, and there is no time for novice sailors to adapt. If the novice makes a mistake in operation and the ship hits a reef and sinks, hundreds of people will die. How about we go to England to recruit sailors? If we offer a high price, we should be able to recruit 4,000 sailors. England is a major maritime country with a total of tens of thousands of sailors. And these sailors are not working at full capacity, and they have a lot of free time. Because of limited income, these sailors often play pirates and rob French merchant ships. Of course, English merchant ships have been in a bad situation in recent months. Because the French have created the Calais ship, it poses a great threat to the English Channel. Many English merchant ships dare not take the English Channel route. Many sailors have nothing to do for the time being, and often drink and cause trouble in the dock taverns. If we go to recruit at this time, we can recruit enough people. At worst, we can hire them at a high price. At present, there is no price revolution, and the prices in England are not high. The daily salary of sailors is only 2 or 3 pence. Marin offers a daily salary of 4 pence, plus some drinks, which will definitely attract many sailors. It's just, our steering wheel technology. Kohler reminded. The ships of the North Sea Kingdom have all been replaced with easy-to-operate steering wheels, while the ships of other countries still use crowbars to drive the stern rudders. Moreover, these English sailors have also adapted to the operation of crowbars, but may not be adapted to steering wheels. Then notify the shipyard to replace all steering wheels with old-fashioned crowbar rudders. Anyway, they are consumable ships with a short lifespan, so it doesn't matter whether they are advanced or not. Maybe after this round of transportation is completed, these ships can be dismantled and burned as firewood. Okay, I'll send people to England to recruit skilled sailors.